la ciencia. La ciencia.
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. Okay, I'll try not to say anything that gets you in trouble. Okay.
en la ciencia.
I wore like a button-up shirt with a collar and everything. Or maybe I'll have to do a treat show for the ladies. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to fix my camera and show less of my scuffed ass room. I'll be What's up, Grimace? Hello.
En la ciencia.
Tree, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like keeping secrets. Next time I'm gonna tell you to just not. was hard, man. I know. Probably a couple. Alright, I want to step away for a minute.
la ciencia.
do it on Twitch. I know all these people. I need to go on your YouTube. Fuck around with them.
Doing great.
Ángel la ciencia.
I'm working on it, Electrofan. I'm gonna have my beer. It's gonna be as sweet as yours at any time now.
Nice, good luck.
I won't be using that greasing formula for men for like you do to make it look dark, but I'll work on it. I need 30 seconds. I've got 30 minutes.
Okay, now you should be able to hear me. I apologize for the delay. We don't know where Brento is. And so we're going to go ahead and get started anyway. And regardless of the fact that I just got shadow banned by Twitch, you know how that is. Maybe it's the fact of I don't know what's that all about. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started. So I want to thank everybody for coming in. And we're going to go ahead and start some introductions. So let's go ahead and start from the top on across, and we'll start with Halsey, and then we'll go next to Lecture Fan and Sargon. I'll introduce everybody. So please introduce yourself and also give out your social media links.
No problem. I'm Halsey English. I am the editor-in-chief of Halsey News. I have a YouTube channel, Hidden History. I have another hidden YouTube channel, which currently has 2 hate speech strikes, so I'm not really using it for another month. That's Halsey News Network. It's the best places to find me. Thanks.
All right, and Lecture Fan?
Lecture, I think you're muted.
Lecture, you're muted.
You're muted on Discord.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Lecture Fan, LCTRFAN on every single social media platform. I'm an attorney. I've been streaming politics on Twitch for 4 or 5 years, so excited for the debate. Thanks for having me, Tree.
All right, no problem. And our special guest, I'm so glad to have him here today. We have here Sargon of Akkad. Sargon, please feel free to introduce yourself and give some social media links for everybody to follow you on.
Hi everyone, I'm Carl. I run a YouTube channel called Sargon of Akkad, although I've kind of let it die, so the one I've got known as Akkad Daily, and it's just where I talk about things that interest me.
All right, cool. And then next we have Last Username. Go ahead and do your introductions. Last Username, you're muted as well.
Okay. I am last_username on Twitch. I am the only anarcho-capitalist in Canada, approximately, and glad to be here.
All right. Next, we have Scuff Dario. Scuff Dario, give your introductions.
Thank you very much for having me, Tree. My name is Scuffed Dario on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I am the resident social justice warrior, and I look forward to bringing some spicy takes tonight.
All right. And next we have a newcomer to our show, Coop du jour. Coop, give an introduction, please.
Yeah, I'm Coop du jour. I've been on Twitch for, I don't know, a couple of years now. I'm old. That's about it. Looking forward. Thanks for having me on, Tree.
All right, and last but not least, somebody who's always there for me whenever I need them, to fill in. Grimace, go ahead and give your introduction and make sure to tell everybody how to find you.
Sure. Thanks, Tree. Thanks for having me again. I am twitch.tv/OurGrimace. I'm Twitch's #1 plant political streamer. So you can catch me over there. I also play mini golf from time to time on stream. And Tree, today I was shaping some succulents, and I kind of shaped a little tree for you, and I'm going to name this plant the Tree of Logic. And I'm going to put it here on my desk, and hopefully it will help me during today's debate.
Thank you. Every time, right? All right, gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. So you all received your questions. Those of you who are in the chat, if you would like to also get a copy of the questions, you can do exclamation point questions, and you will get a copy of the questions as well. Exclamation point questions, and you will get a copy of the questions. So I want to make a correction in reference to the part about Caterino. Dario, when I sent this off, Dario made a point, and after I thought about it, I was like, okay, I can see how, like, Call Me Carson is not the simp here. He's the victim here, but I'll go into an explanation about the other guy. So let me go ahead and get started. You all received the links to this. So A live streamer called Katarino is accused of being with three high-profile streamers, Call Me Carson, Fritz, and I Will Dominate, while dating her now ex-boyfriend, who was also her manager. A YouTuber by the name of iDubbbz capitalized off of producing videos shaming women who used to use their bodies to make money off of desperate young men online. Now that his girlfriend has an OnlyFans account, he has openly defended her decision, which resulted in the YouTube community calling him a simp. And last but not least, the OK Boomer Girl, now known as Nico, went viral because of her TikTok video, OK Boomer. Nico was an instant hit and began to gain thousands of followers on her Twitch, Instagram, and Twitter account. However, when she revealed on Instagram that she was in a relationship with her boyfriend, Nick Branton, who's also her manager, she lost half of her followers in one day. But in spite of that, she still has 258,000 followers on Instagram, 215,000 followers on TikTok, 515,000 followers on Twitter, and the men who stayed subscribed to her in spite of having her boyfriend and YouTube, they say stay subscribed to her on Twitch and YouTube, call themselves the Simp Nation. A few years ago, the Red Pill and Manosphere and MGTOW groups were growing in spectacular numbers, but now they seem to be on the decline while simping is on the rise. Based upon your opinion, why is simping so prevalent now? Let's start with Scuff Dario first. Go ahead and give your let me just explain this. This is the 2-minute initial arguments where you begin to give your initial arguments. Please do not interrupt anyone, even if you disagree. You will be penalized. So you all received your rules. So go ahead, Scuff Dario.
Thank you very much, Stream. So I feel like this whole conversation around simping gets a bit repetitive. I feel like we've had this conversation a number of times under different names. We used to call it white knights or cocks or any adjacent word. All of these terms stem fundamentally from the woman-hating parts of the internet, and it gets to a point where if you defend a woman on anything, you're basically called a simp. Now, when that's said and done, I think there's definitely should be a broad conversation about parasocial relationships in general, and when we remove the misogyny from the simp debate, and instead focus on how content creators of all genders purposefully try and play up relationships with their viewers, or get overly personal to create an emotional connection, which fills their own pockets with gold. When it comes to Katarino, I think the situation is quite shitty. Feels like there was a lot of misinformation and miscommunication between her and the men in her life. These kinds of things are always shitty and they seem to blow up a lot on the content creators themselves. However, as usual, people go way overboard, calling her all kinds of names, and I won't be... In terms of like TOS, I won't be mentioning what I've seen people call her on LSF and other boards, but safe to say, it feels like it's way overboard, and it feels like another classic example of women facing disproportional like amount of sexism and I don't know, discrimination on these platforms. Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead with Coop. What's your 2-minute opening arguments?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw. I'm looking at it. There's probably 3 different issues that and I'm sorry to take a jab so early, but I definitely am waiting to hear what Sargon has to say about this. I went through kind of a misogynistic phase about 10 years ago when the Anita Sarkeesian stuff was coming up, and I did watch a ton of Sargon back in the day, and it made me feel a little better. And things haven't really changed that much, the whole simp thing. It's I actually love that the Nico crowd. There are a few other people on the Twitch platform that will kind of embrace this, quasi cuck, LARPing, as part of fun to do it, and I'm glad to see it. As far as the, I would rather people have a little fun with it than go the MGTOW incel. I mean, I grew up with some guys who are basically incels. They thought they were in love with these women, and that didn't pay any attention to them, and just thought they hated them. And there's definitely room for to be critical there. As far as the situation with Katerino, she was experimenting with some things. She deserves the names she got because of her actions. Is she going to be that way forever? No, she's young. She's going to debate some things. I dated somebody who was polyamorous. It was fine. It was nice to not have a girlfriend around me all the time, so I could play video games. But it definitely had its drawbacks as well. So that kind of thing just happens. And what am I missing? Yeah, that's about it. I mean, as far as iDubbbz, my 13-year-old nephew actually introduced me to him. He's pretty funny. But his content is supposed to be a little scuffed, so it's kind of okay. That's about all I have.
Okay. And Grimace?
Sure. So as far as simping goes, I'm going to throw a bone to the simpers out there. We're most likely talking about like young, isolated men who no longer live in a society where they can treat women as practice dummies when they're learning how to court. Men in general, they have different ways of courting the opposite sex. Things like strength, success, intellect, humor, and sometimes even like displays of care and protection actually do work. As far, I'm not really concerned. I mean, they've always existed. They've just gone underneath a different name, and we just see a lot of it right now because we're all really bored in our homes right now, and we're all hanging out in chat rooms. So they'll figure it out eventually.
All right. Okay, good. And let's go ahead upward and start with last username.
As an anarcho-capitalist, my position on this issue is who the fuck are these people, first of all? And why the fuck would you want to obsess over people on the internet? Like, I'm a libertarian. I'm still working on eye contact. So I cannot explain why people behave this way. But I don't know. I mean, this way, at least, I mean, simping, I guess, is better than attacking people, at least. Like, it seems like if you're famous, you either get like tons of people loving you or tons of people hating you. And I guess loving is the better one of those too, even if it's not the most healthy thing in the world. So, yeah, I don't know. Why is simping so prevalent now? I think simping has always been prevalent. It's just how celebrity works. But now everyone's a celebrity, so I think we'll just have to get used to it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Sargon, you're next.
Oh well, as the resident misogynist, then I guess I'm gonna have to come out hard against simping, as well as thottery. I think actually they're symptoms of a sad society, a society that has serious problems that it doesn't know how to resolve, because I don't think we can talk about these issues particularly honestly. I think there's a definite difference in power between young men and young women, and the conservatives seem to be a lot more able to understand that exists than left-wingers. They tend to be, well, they begin by framing the world as women as victim, therefore they are by default powerless. This must make men by default the power, but that's just not the truth, and you can see this in the simps. They're the weakest and most pathetic people I can see. Like, it's so gross to watch these guys debasing themselves and throwing money at someone who is then going to like go on to ban them from their Discord or something. I've seen posts where these guys are like, I spent $4,000 on this woman and she banned me from her Discord. Now, it's like, yeah, what did you think you were doing? She doesn't care about you. They don't care about you at all, but they are sat at the pyramid, the top of a pyramid of people who are throwing money at them because they're thirsty. It seems to be taking a complete advantage of the biological impulses of young men. And I just feel sorry for these young men, because imagine if you did throw $4,000 at some girl and then she bans you and you're just sat there going, okay, yeah, I guess the fantasy is they think that one day they might date this girl or something. I don't know. I think that's lunacy, but like, it's got you no further to your goal, no closer to your goal of actually finding a woman and learning how to court, as another gentleman said. So it seems to be nakedly taking advantage of the fact that young men are desperate for female contact, and this is a kind of way of honestly taking, I don't know, just
All right.
just rinsing money out of them. I think it's really bad. I think there's actually a deeply unhealthy side to it.
Okay. All right. I'm sure you'll get some pushback on that one, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. Lecture fan, you're next.
Sure. The reason that we're seeing a rise in simping is the same reason you saw a rise in MGTOW. It's the same reason that you see an increase in divorce rates, increase in suicide and depression and anxiety. I mean, we have a rotten society. We have a rotten culture. The sexual revolution has failed. This increase in casual sex and the just moving away from any kind of notions of traditional sexual morality has absolutely devastated society. A massive increase in pornography usage amongst males and females, which is undisputably bad for the individual and society. It's really sad, and I think it's all because of our turning away from traditional morals. I mean, all of the evidence and studies suggest that the most fulfilling way to live a life, the way to be most happy, the way to have the most fulfilling sex life is to remain a virgin until married and only have sex within the confines of a traditional marriage. And that's the secret to happiness of a human being. We've known this for thousands of years. Lefties like to think that, wow, in the 1960s, we finally found out the secret to life that no humans have ever discovered for thousands of years. And it's preposterous.
All right. And last person, last but not least, Halsey. Halsey, go ahead.
So, I mean, obviously, I think this simping thing is kind of silly to make an issue out of now. I mean, this has always been around. This is the equivalent of that hooker really likes me, so it's the same thing. I mean, is the world different? Of course. I mean, instead of having to go to some seedy hotel and meet a hooker, you could just go online and find some Twitch thought that's willing to, do whatever you want. You could throw money at her and do whatever. I mean, the chances of some guy being able to be down with some girl by throwing money at her on the internet is next to nothing, so I don't understand the simping culture, but at the same time, I get that it's a reaction to the way men are treated in real life right now, because at least you can pretend to be kind of masculine online, even if you are a simp. So at the same time, it just shows more of the societal rot that we've been experiencing over and over and over again. And it's just a symptom.
Okay, cool. All right. Now, here's where we have the free form round. You all, there's no, I'll give you the 2-minute warning and then designate somebody to have the last word. You are allowed to interrupt each other to basically argue each other's points. Let's not get too out of hand, but let's go ahead and argue each other's points and exchange ideas and arguments. So I'm gonna go ahead and let me ask in reference to, let's start with Halsey. So Halsey, do you really consider this equivalent to prostitution? And once I ask the question and he answered, you guys can jump in. So you really consider this the equivalent of prostitution when women actually are not even just on camera, like this Nico girl? She hasn't had sex with anyone. All she did was do the OK Boomer thing, and she gets on her stream and defends saying simping is king shit. And she didn't do any sexual exchange. So is it really fair to say that this is equivalent to prostitution?
I think it's fair, and I think it is equivalent to prostitution. But at the same time, I mean, that OK Boomer chick is dumb as dog shit. I mean, I've seen some of the quotes that she's come up with, and I mean, it's not like she's sitting there having intellectual chats with these guys and her opinion matters on anything. I mean, once she announced she had a boyfriend, she lost something like 100,000 followers. So, I mean, she knows what she's selling. They all know what they're selling. And at the same time, it's just a lamer version of prostitution.
Don't you think you're taking all this responsibility off of the actual men themselves? Who cares what the women are doing to make their way in the world or make some money?
I don't think maybe I wasn't forward enough. I don't care at all. To say I don't care is an overstatement. Putting responsibility on the men, of course it's their responsibility. They're the ones actually throwing money at these idiots. So, I mean, is it fair? No. Does it suck? Yes, but it's not the woman's fault. For sure, it's not the woman's fault. Everyone's going to do what they can do to get paid.
Well, what makes her an idiot?
Somebody who actually cares about this topic, I think we should, as a society, sort of recognize the forces that are being put into play here. And to some extent, I actually agree with Sargon. I do think that it's a lot of it comes down to power dynamics. But I don't think the women necessarily should be seen as victims all the time. I think, again, as I said, I think it becomes toxic when we see women as only victims and men as only perpetrators. What we should be rather focusing on is sort of the general concept of what was it that I said previously?
Well, I wrote down
relationships.
what you said previously is totally inconsistent with what you just said, Dario, because at the beginning of this, you were like, oh, this is all just about shaming women and this is misogyny and this is just terrible towards women.
Well,
and frankly, most of what people are saying here is not to shame women whatsoever. This is about love and respect for individual people. And if you love a woman, you would recommend to her to not do this kind of stuff. And so you engaging in this, oh, this is all just shaming of women and misogyny and bullshit, and then come out and say, oh, it's just we got to look at both sides of the stuff. It's like, dude, you were probably the one.
I'm curious because like anti-sex positivity has had a long history in both, like, in the Western world of like oppressing people of all genders, but especially women who choose to engage in like sex work. And I think I'm just really, it baffles me how incels will fucking jerk themselves off for years to sex workers, but then turn around to hate those people who produce the material they fucking coom to. I don't understand how people can be so anti-sex work that you want to go after the women who fucking do these things. Like, I don't know. It's
yeah, and to go on top of that, like we just heard somebody use an example of an e-girl and then shame them. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like that is what you guys are talking about when you guys engage in this discussion.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't understand all the
if they're
judgment.
doing something that's wrong.
Listen, they weren't doing anything that was wrong. I don't think there's any need to call her being dumb as shit for just getting a bunch of Instagram followers.
Yeah, but I think there is an aspect of exploitation here. I think that there is an aspect of attractive young women exploiting the insecure and lonely young men for money. I think that.
Yeah, but I think the issue, Sargon, maybe you'll agree with this, is that I don't feel like the standards are the same. I think we should just as much like go after the exploitation of like fucking gaming streamers who prop up and like fucking cry on stream to fucking get donations and stuff. And I don't know.
What's the exploitation part here?
I don't think that's the same thing. I mean,
how so?
Because I think that if you cast your mind back to being like a 14-year-old boy, then you probably realize that your thinking then about women wasn't very clear. And this is an evil trick that I think nature plays on young men. And I think it really does confuse them into thinking that they have relationships that they actually don't have. And I think that there are women who will take advantage of that. And I think Nico Lol going simping is king shit is exactly the example of that.
Wait, do you think a 14-year-old boy has the same clarity for like a gaming whatever content creator that they follow, who they idolize and like who is good at the game that they play?
I think that there is a biological imperative that is evolving in their body around that sort of time that is a lot stronger than their desire to play video games and care about like some streamer crying on things. I'm not saying that they're different things. I agree that they're both a form of exploitation, but I think one has a far greater sort of gravitational pull than the other. I think one is a kind of impulse that's difficult to get away from.
But then why are all the major, extremely big, successful content creators men and not women? If men are the majority of the market.
Wait, how many of the successful e-thots are men?
I don't know.
None.
Do you have any?
Can you name a single male e-thought?
Oof.
The answer is no, because they don't exist. Because this is something that is exclusively
listen,
confined
Grimace is doing pretty
to
good,
attractive
okay?
young
Grimace
women.
is doing pretty good.
And those attractive young women can take advantage of young men.
But don't you think we can move that though? I mean, I'm an older guy. I'm more of a second wave feminist, okay? And I don't think we ever achieved the goals there. And what we were looking for is equality. And unfortunately, I would love to see women pay for more e-thought men. I would love to see that happen. I think we should push it. And I don't think criticizing and call someone stupid for making money is the way to go about that.
Just to
you know,
clarify,
I
I didn't
didn't
call her
advocate
stupid
for
for
that. I
making
don't-
money. I called her stupid because she's stupid.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify as well. I've never watched any of their content. I saw that OK Boomer girl. You know.
no, this was just a Halsey.
But
I don't think
yeah,
this question has anything to do with anyone's intellect. You know.
Sure, but it does, I think, have to do with effectively self-discipline. I think men are lacking it, and I think the women are taking advantage of that. And,
Well, don't you think it's a good lesson to learn in life? Then, I mean, we learn by
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And we're not going to learn everything from Jordan Peterson's book, right? I mean, we have to go out.
I totally agree. It is going to be a life lesson, but it is also going to cost these young men a lot of money, and maybe that's the way they have to learn that lesson. But I think that we should be honest about the fact that this is a form of exploitation.
But
there's
it's
so many forms of
wants.
exploitation. Right?
We want this.
Like
I love
movies.
I love Nico. I am so happy she exists in the world. That's great. I'm not a simp. I'm just a pervert. So that's different. I want.
It's like we've invented so many
she's
ways
like 17. That's like
to
pretty gross.
indulge our
Okay, boomer.
You know,
I agree.
indulge
That doesn't
ourselves in
make you a simp, but
ways
you
that
can also be a
distract our
pervert.
social drives, like, you know, sexy movies, sexy video games, sexy music, sexy, like, people living in cities together, roommates. Like, it's, I mean, there's so many things you could point to and say this is fucking up our, like, natural capacity to have healthy relationships with women. And you know what? Maybe it does, but we adapt to it. Like, we've adapted so many times in the past. Civilization hasn't collapsed.
What does adapting to it look like?
Realizing, oh, this woman is not, I don't have a relationship with this woman. It's just a woman on a screen, just like it's a woman on a movie screen.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is like
are we going to
vastly
have to
overstated.
teach young men this, are we?
They'll learn.
I mean, they, no.
I don't see why we wouldn't prepare them for it if that's going to be the new reality.
Well, that's what we're doing right here, right?
Dereliction of duty in society doesn't train its young men.
And they'll figure it out pretty fast, right?
But I think, Sargon, we have to go back to the example of the reaction that men had to your content.
Teach them, sure.
And we have the incels and the MGTOWs were not a good response to this. You know, I hope you reach some guys and they were able to look at themselves and say, maybe what I'm doing, this woman's never going to go for me. She's just an she's an e-girl. She's trying to make money. She doesn't care about me. Maybe that's a good message, but we also did see a lot of pushback. So, you know, we have to be careful that, you know, I don't see that we can't criticize the women. Okay. They're making money. They're doing fine.
Hang on.
And
Stop right there. Stop right. Sorry. Yes, we can criticize the women and we will criticize them.
Why?
If we want to even pretend that we care about equality, right? They are doing something that has a detrimental effect. They're doing it for money. I mean, that's not something we're just going to go, oh, well, that's all fine then. People exploiting other people for money is not necessarily fine. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it's the most harmful thing in the world either. It's just
why do you call it exploitation? Like,
because it is. It's exploiting a period of their life that they're going through, and the fact that they're in circumstances where they can't get girlfriends.
But is anything that sort of like titillates you or like subsumes some kind of primal desire like exploiting you? I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of what all
is eating
art
sugar
does, isn't it?
exploitative, like fucking sugary commercials and stuff.
Acting as if you are their kind of online girlfriend, which is what's going on here, and soliciting money while doing that, I think we can fairly term that a form of exploitation.
But it's acting.
I mean, okay, but that's kind of the point. Well, here's. By the way, I apologize, Tree. I'm too much of a fool. Sorry, I was late. Hi, everyone. But is there anything that basically attractive young women are going to be able to do to produce content online that isn't going to attract young men who are attracted to them because they're beautiful, that is not going to take advantage of that kind of relationship or that attraction or that desire?
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about this sort of OnlyFans ethos girls, you know, the ones who are going out of their way to make it seem like there is a kind of parasocial relationship and then offering, titillating pictures, I don't know how you describe them, for money. That seems to be a particular thing that we can identify. Obviously there are going to be women who are there in cleavage, you know, and again, you could say, well, that's just exploiting a natural thing that occurs. Yes, it is, but it's not rinsing them of money. And I think a lot of these men are getting rinsed for money. And I think that it's unhealthy.
Well, I've got an even more boomer take than lecture fans on this one. I think that that this is just a product of the internet itself, and us as a society trying to understand it. Us, you know, a lot of things. Us thinking that Facebook or Twitter is an actual reflection of what people think. The thought that when you're watching PewDiePie, you're his buddy. and laughing at his joke specifically. I mean, I think there's a lot of distinction and growth that has to be made as a society in order to deal with the entire internet as a source, because it does feel so intimate. You're seeing a face, you're seeing a voice, and it's registering as something that's real. So, you know, even to, I mean, I don't really think there's an erosion of ethics. It's just that we see so much. I mean, it is a problem that an 11-year-old can go watch Pornhub. That's kind of a problem because they're not seeing anything that's real. But you know, that's up to the parents to take care of, just like anything else.
Is there anything actually wrong with simping though? Like, couldn't you just be a simp and be
Good
fine?
question.
Yeah, like why not spend some money on some girl, right? And get a little attention, feel like you've done something, and then that's it.
I was going to actually address that because it seems to be that the leftists think if you criticize women for doing this, then somehow that's the only person you're criticizing. Me personally, I would say it's bad to both, let's say, make porn and watch porn. It's bad to be a prostitute and buy a prostitute. I would consider all of that bad. The man buying a prostitute is certainly just as bad as the woman prostituting, and if it's vice versa, vice versa. So it's not this one lane street here where if you criticize a woman for doing this, then you're just a complete sexist and blah blah blah. No, it's like it's bad to do this, and the reason is because you're taking something which is something that's fundamental to being a human. Our sexuality is one of the most important parts of what it means to be a human. It's one of the most important part of any human being's life, and you're cheapening it, you're degrading it, you're making it trashy. And so I think it's bad on all sides. And it's like I don't think that this whole thing is bad because it's exploitation. I don't mind the exploitation as much as I mind that this is encouraging degeneracy and ruining people's lives by creating all of the ills that we have in society right now. That literally is a direct result of the sexual degeneracy that we have.
I mean, that's pretty silly. No, there's plenty of things that we buy that's essential to being a human, like food, for instance. When not everybody's out farming and raising cattle and doing all that, there's a lot of ways you could say we cheapen that. We sleep on nice beds. We take sleeping pills. That's also fundamental to being a human, right? So, and sex in this case is the same thing.
Sanctity that's like humans impose on their sexual relationship.
Sanctity.
I don't know. I just don't understand where this whole like watching pornography is bad and creates bad outcomes. I mean, I've never seen this study anywhere. If you
are you serious?
From all I've read, from all I've read, there are tons of studies on this in societies where porn is more readily available and people are more sexually free. There is a steep decline in sexual crimes, so like rape and sexual assaults and all these kind of things. Steep decline in places where people are more sexually liberated.
Okay, but that's not the only effect, Dario.
Sure, but it seems to be that like from when people are societally encouraged to suppress their sexual desires, overall the outcomes are worse.
I'd have to agree with that. I have not. I mean, if you have a study showing that porn equals this, I would love to see it. Sure, there are backward studies that saying that these people usually watch porn, but you know that doesn't mean anything. You know, that's like going back and saying that like all people with coronavirus having a cough rather than all people with coughs have coronavirus. You know, it's the same flawed logic.
I mean, Dario, you're aware of like, you know, issues like there's addiction, you know, depression, there's dissociation with, you know, relationships. You're like there's plenty of negative effects to pornography.
Well, pornography actually results in rape more. Like a lot of the women in pornography are being raped and you don't even know it. It increases human sex trafficking. It's despicable that you would actually defend it.
No, so there's literally no basis for what you're saying. All the studies that look at countries that are more sexually promiscuous or like have better access to porn, all of them show that there's a steep decline in rapes and sexually committed crimes. When that's said and done,
one metric.
When that's said and done,
and probably a bad
when
study.
That's said and done, just because you're watching porn or having sex does not mean that you're addicted. Having an addiction is a clinical condition.
Just because you drink doesn't mean you're an alcoholic either. But that
exactly.
Great example.
Wait. Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Exactly.
No,
I agree,
that's
Brento.
my point. You're sitting here saying that porn has like will decrease sexual crime in countries where it's prevalent. But then I'm like,
Yes.
well, what about all the negatives? And you're like,
Yeah,
there's
so
no
just
negatives.
like
What are you talking
when you discourage alcohol or like even ban alcohol, it's gonna increase crime. I mean, it is just how it is.
Why does
I mean,
every
at the end of
serial
it-
killer? Why
I mean,
does
at
every
the end of
serial
the-
killer say
No,
he
I
watches
mean,
porn? Then
at the end of
pretend
the,
I'm not even saying anything. Like, what do you mean? There's plenty of negatives.
you're not
to
making
pornography use.
but the issue is that you're not
drugs.
making no. The issue is that you're not making any points. You're making points against addiction, which
mean,
has
do
a
you think-
clinical definition. We're not
Do you
talking
think
about
Ted Bundy
addiction. We're
was
just
watching porn? No, he was up and getting at him. He was a worker. He got out there and did his job. You know,
Yeah,
of the
if
people
you
who-
pull
this
any
is a-
men,
this is
all
a way
of
to
them watch
diffuse
porn.
things.
Like,
I mean, to
don't know.
say
Just
that every
sure, but
serial
it's
killer
just-
watched
It's just
porn.
weird to hear an argument that there's no negatives to porn use.
There is
And
no
it's just like, well,
negatives. There's no negatives to normal porn use. Of course, you can get addicted to porn, just like
You
you
can
can get
get addicted to
addicted to
food.
sugar. You can get addicted. Yeah,
There's
to
negatives
anything.
to everything.
Yeah, right. I
Yeah,
know, but it's
that
strange.
doesn't mean we should
It's
discourage people from like pursuing what they want in life. I mean, what is this
Well, do you think all things are
anti-freedom
equally addictive?
argument?
Do you think all things are equally addictive?
Not
No,
equally.
of course
but-
not.
You're asking. You're talking
But
about
they
an
are all
anti-freedom
addictive.
argument as if I'm saying people shouldn't be allowed to use it instead of just
No, you're
recognizing that
no, no,
there's
no,
negatives to it.
no, no. Of course, I mean
I'm not
everybody
saying at all.
recognizes. Everybody, I don't. That's a moot point. Everybody recognizes you can get addicted. That doesn't mean that it's a prevalent issue.
Well, it does
Sure,
seem
yes.
to be for young men. I mean, I'm looking at a Guardian
Yeah.
article here that is saying apparently a study found that a third of young men now experience erectile dysfunction, and the study links
Sure.
that to pornography.
Wait,
So I mean,
it's
is
for
that
all
a
the
problem?
cooming.
lots of
Ooh.
relationships
Yeah,
are
like
that.
ruined.
That
I mean,
sounds
this is
spicy. I like that.
preposterous.
I can't believe that anyone would turn around and say, "Yeah, there's nothing wrong with."
Is
porn."
that
I mean,
changed
Yeah,
from
that's insane.
past studies?
That's
Wait,
truly
wait.
insane.
No. Like, let's be clear, right? I'm not saying that porn should be illegal or anything of the sort. I mean, there are lots of different reasons. I
course
think
not.
morally it shouldn't be outlawed. I think it's practical to outlaw it, all that sort of thing. But you can't sit there. I mean, like, the question I think we should ask is, well, what is virtuous about this? And the answer is nothing. No
What
one
is
is going to
virtuous
say that
about
porn
what?
is virtuous.
Wait.
No, but wait,
Or
but just
sin.
because
you're not going to
because
make an argument
Are
for
you
virtue.
moralizing?
wait. So just because
Virtuous?
you should be
Why,
able to
why do
consume.
you say like virtuous? What is it? Virtuous? An alien
It's
concept?
a relative
Virtuous
term.
isn't the standard.
What
Virtuous.
yeah,
What are you talking about? You're talking about your own virtue.
Wait.
What,
We shouldn't
what kind of
societally.
person goes through their life without any conception of virtue? Tell me that.
We shouldn't
Well,
societally
liberals,
shame
person
leftists,
thinks
people.
that their
leftists do.
virtue is
We
universal.
shouldn't societally shame people or discourage them from engaging in things that they prefer just because we don't think it's virtuous.
Dude, not everything
So-
is shaming. Oh my god.
But no, what? Hang on. Why not?
You're literally
Why not? Are
sitting
you
here and
guys
shaming
saying?
people.
Yeah,
Is
but
this
why
working?
can I not
No, it's-
extend? Hang on. Why can I not extend the argument to saying you are saying that don't shame child molesters or pedophiles? Like, if we're not shaming people for their, the disgusting things that we think they're doing, then we're fine with drag queen story time and stuff like that. are we?
Wait.
Wait.
I feel like
We're
we
not
jumped to a
taking shame
completely
off the
different
table, are
topic.
we?
So if you wanna say let's shame child molesters and you wanna equivocate that to people who watch porn, I would say there's a very big change in degree there.
Well, they're
What
both
you say?
Somebody's
exploitation
actually
of
being
minors, are
harmed
they
there,
not?
right?
Yeah. Like who's getting harmed from watching porn?
Young
Or
men.
even participating
Erectile
in porn.
dysfunction. A third of young men have
From
erectile dysfunction.
sure.
When
from,
I was a
from
kid, right?
abusing porn.
yeah,
I
but
mean, we
doesn't-
can talk about better information. I'm not against that.
I don't think you can make the addiction to porn something transcendental from the porn. I think it's a
Of course
continuum
you
that's
can.
connected to it, right?
No, that's
You can
ridiculous.
wait.
That,
you
yeah,
can-
no,
you can-
that is absolutely ridiculous.
It's
We're
the
not
same
just-
argument with sugar. I mean,
Okay,
can you
then-
pull the addiction
Sure,
from
and
sugar?
that's
Then-
a good argument.
sure.
Sugar has negatives.
Yes,
Wait,
and-
should
Yeah,
we
but
shame
plenty of
people
people-
for
right,
eating
Most
sugar?
people consume it without
and,
any
and
issues. right?
usually
And
to,
most people consume sugar without negatives.
without
Just like they
negatives.
consume anything.
No, it's of course it's
about
got
obesity?
negatives. Yeah, we've got huge problems because of sugar in this society, in our society.
What about diabetes? I mean,
Yes.
come on.
Like, it's
Yeah,
fine,
okay,
you
no,
guys are saying
I
that
agree with all these
You're
things.
just
but
repeating-
that doesn't mean that sugar is bad. It just
Exactly,
means
you're
our
just
Sugar
consumption.
is
repeating
bad.
the point.
Sugar is
Yeah.
bad for you. Any
It means
doctor
we're
will tell
overdoing
you
it
that
on the
sugar is
sugar.
bad.
No,
They will
sugar,
literally say eat less sugar every time.
less sugar. Yeah, they don't say eat no sugar.
Yeah.
I didn't say they would say eat no sugar.
Okay, then don't
That's what
watch.
we're talking
Don't
about.
watch
Then what are we
Fox-
disagreeing
don't watch
on,
Fox
Sargon?
all day
You can be
long.
healthy and eat
It's fine.
sugar.
Yeah. What
Yes,
do we
Watch
disagree
FIFA
on?
for an hour. It's fine. Eat a cookie afterwards. You're fine.
So more information.
So I'm going to bring this back to the simping thing real quick. So I would like to ask the question. This is sincere. Do you guys not see that this is going to have some kind of ramification on the decrease of population when men are basically going after women that are unattainable, that are basically manipulating them and using them for that coin? And instead of pursuing a girl in real time, they're actually pursuing someone who is manipulating, especially if you're young. If you're a younger guy,
Correct.
you're very naive and gullible. I mean, I see this having a excuse me, I see this having an effect on and I could be wrong, this is what I would like you guys to debate. I see this having an effect on society and the population and the status of men in reference to how do they relate to women in real time. Does anyone else see that, or am I totally off base or whatever?
I think.
But I
so
mean,
too.
isn't that just life? I mean, in life, there are women that you can't attain, and you could try to simp for them, you could try to white knight for them, you could try to cuck for them, and you just can't attain them. It's just not going to happen.
One is
So
on the
just,
internet,
like, I don't
and
think
one is on
they're
the internet, and one is
manipulating-
in real life, though. That's what I want you
What's
guys
the
to say.
difference?
Is that
But what I'm saying is, I don't think they're manipulating the men into giving them something like with false promises. They're pretty honest about what the men are getting out of this whole deal. It's sad for the men, but I don't think they're being less than honest.
I don't think it's sad for the man. If the guy wants to do it, let him do it.
Are you worried that our standards are going to be too high because we're used to seeing all these beautiful women on the internet, or that we're just not even going to care about real women?
All
at all?
women
No,
are
that's
queens,
not-
okay?
No, what she's saying is already happening and is backed up by the data. I mean, when men sit there in their homes and do this terrible stuff, they're automatically not going out and doing other things to better themselves as men, like working on a career, working out, doing all these things. You're actually seeing it play out in the data where you're seeing a lot of the younger men and younger women not actually having sex even as much as previous generations did. You're seeing marriage
isn't
rates
that what you
decline.
wanted?
You're seeing all these other
No,
all of these other things that impact society, and you've got lots of dissatisfaction between the sexes right now, and terrible relationships going on, and these are ruining relationships and a decline in birth rates, and there's all kinds of negative impacts on society. And to just think, oh, sexual degeneracy and sexual freedom is all good things and no bad things, is just the most ridiculous position ever, and it's not supported by any of the data or any of the things we're saying.
But you
I'm just curious how less sex has suddenly become a bad thing when previously less sex was a good thing because we wanted to wait until married.
Because no one wants less sex. They just wanted less, well, kind of like empty
Wait,
sex
that is
or
the
meaningless
that's the
sex.
He's
wait, that's
speaking
the
directly to
wait,
the
that was
second
lecture
point.
no lecture fan said he wanted people to stay virgins until married, right?
Well, I said what I said is that I think that's actually how you achieve the most amount of happiness and satisfaction in life, and that's backed up. But the point is, people used to get married at 18 and have sex. Now people are just jerking off until they're in their 30s, and then there's no women that can find a decent man, and all the men are addicted to porn, and we got to fuck up society.
So then lecture fan, shouldn't we then push more porn to people so that they jack off instead of go and have sex with random people so they can stay virgins until married?
The point is that the porn and the simping
push more
destroy
heroin on
society.
people that smoke pot every now and then.
I feel like that's your argument. I don't know.
Yeah, but Dario, I feel like you're not being honest about all of this.
No, he's not being honest.
You know that you're not being honest about this. Like, no one is saying that it is.
With some arguments.
Yeah,
those are ridiculous conclusions to everything he said so far. Come on, he's not saying more.
He's literally
to jack
yeah.
off
No,
more.
you're
He's saying
deliberately
people need to have
misrepresenting.
No. He said.
Sargon is right. You're deliberately misrepresenting.
So lecture fan said, I've written all of this down. I mean, I can send you the notes.
Yeah,
he
can
said
write it down
he wanted
and it'll
people
be just as dishonest.
He wanted
Let
people,
Sargon talk.
He wanted
Jeez.
people
Look,
to
dude,
be virgins until married, but then he criticizes porn because it leads to people having less sex. That is literally what you said. And I said those two things are
not contradictory positions.
They're not contradictory
They're
at
not
all.
contradictory positions.
How are they not?
Yeah, he was grandstanding about the sanctimony.
Hang on a second. What he's talking about is personal discipline. He is saying that there are consequences to sex, As in, someone gets pregnant, children are born, then you have a responsibility, then you have to do something about
Wait,
it.
so what
And
should
so, no, I'm not waiting. You shut up for a minute, right? And so, what the traditional view of these things is that, well, you've got to be abstinent until you get married, and then you are a couple, and then you can look after these kids. He's not saying don't have sex. He's saying there are conditions on when it is a good idea to have sex, and unprotected sex between unwed teenagers is not good. Unprotected sex between married couple, that might be good because, as they say, the population is dropping. There is a concern there. I don't know why you have to misframe what he's saying.
No. So lecture fan literally said the best way to.
Dude, we know what I said.
Don't interrupt.
But then, so let me address your argument. Let me address your argument, Sargon. So, where should people go with their sexual desires if they shouldn't have sex and shouldn't watch porn?
I didn't say they shouldn't watch porn, and I didn't say they shouldn't have sex.
No, so lecture fan's argument is that they should get married younger so they can start having sex. That is his argument.
I do think people should get married younger.
So
I don't think it's a smart idea to wait until your 30s and to get married into your 40s, and then you have fertility issues. And look at the amount of fertility treatments and how we're skyrocketing in fertility treatments. Look at how much depression is coming from the outcomes of that. These are terrible outcomes on society. And for you to continue to promote this idea that we should all wait until we're 40 and just have tons of casual sex, that's not a good idea.
I just think it's
getting married in your teens.
Yeah, exactly. Like getting married and
you haven't started your career. You don't have the money to raise kids.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of bad outcomes from that, right?
Yeah, but is there not a happy medium?
Really.
Maybe we don't have to marry children, but say in your 20s, it can be just a common societal ethos that it's probably a good idea to get married.
Isn't that right now the case?
No.
People are married median.
Why would you say that? How would you? No. That's
Okay,
obviously not the case.
all right, let me get back to the
Women get married at 27. What?
What women? Half of women are unmarried.
In the United States, the median age of getting married for women 27.
Yeah, but what are the percentage of women getting married?
I don't know, Sargon.
Really low. Less
I'll
than
look it up.
50%.
Can we
Like,
bring this back to the
seriously.
subject?
Yeah, I just want to bring it back to the simping. As far as because I absolutely 100% agree with
60% of women had married ones, so more than 50%.
Wow. 60%.
Okay.
Yeah, you said
but-
less than half.
That,
so.
well, okay, sorry, just over half. So that explains why the
Okay.
birth rates are so low, doesn't it?
Yeah, so
There's a lot of reasons that explain why the birth rate
Why-
is so
Oh
low.
yeah,
yeah.
but that's going to be one of the primary ones, isn't it? Women.
Yeah,
not
so-
that's not necessarily bad.
no, so in
I
richer
think it might
societies,
have
people have
negative
more
effects.
choices, so they don't have to get married and they don't have to work children because they can focus on their careers. That's a good thing. We want people to have
Why is
more
that good?
personal freedoms. We want people to have more personal
You
freedoms.
want how is being a corporate slave having more personal freedoms?
I'm necessarily
hey.
a corporate slave. You can have your career. You can make some money. You can
Listen,
fuck off in your
Sargon.
free time and do whatever the hell you want. You can
We can
buy
talk
a bigger,
about-
nicer
For
house.
most
We
women,
can talk
go
about
on bigger,
socialism
longer
at another
vacations.
time, Sargon.
Yeah,
I'll
you don't
talk
necessarily
about
have
socialism
to
next time.
It's not the be all end all of a
I didn't
human's
say it
life,
was.
right?
I didn't say it was.
And it sounds like you put a pretty
Well,
high stake
you're
on that over
making
things like
having
this.
a career the be all and end all of a woman's life.
If she wants to, she has self-determination now. That explains why less of them are getting married and they're getting married later and they're having children later and they're having less children because they actually have fucking choices in life now.
Okay, but do they have any responsibility to the society they were born in?
Absolutely not. No.
No, of
They
course
don't.
not.
They
No,
don't
she,
have any
no.
responsibilities.
They're completely self-determined. Like who cares? Like no
Since
woman
when
should
do we
have
need
to give
kids?
birth. No woman should
Responsibilities.
have to get married. They should make these choices on their own volition, right?
Sorry,
Are we short on people?
So you actually don't think that women have responsibilities?
They have
Not-
whatever
not to bear
responsibilities they want to
children.
take on. Like
Not to
who's
bear
giving them
children.
responsibilities besides themselves?
Do men have responsibilities?
Not to
Yeah.
bear children.
I didn't say that. Oh, duh. But do men have responsibility?
Yeah, you acquire
Not-
responsibilities, right?
Okay, what
You-
are they? Is one of them to defend the country if it's invaded?
No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily say
constitutionally,
so.
right? Yeah,
You don't think you have a moral responsibility,
No.
a duty to defend your country if it's invaded?
No.
sure.
What a fucking cuck you are, Jesus.
I mean,
Are you okay, Sargon?
You guys are
relation-
fucked.
What's with the ad homs, dude? Are you okay?
in relation
Imagine being
to
born
our
into a
Just
nation
because I
civilization
believe,
and
just
you're
because
like,
I believe in
you're
personal
like,
freedoms.
those men who
Listen,
defended
Sargon.
it, they had a responsibility.
Sargon, I
but
thought you
don't
were
have
all
that
for freedom.
responsibility.
Listen, Sargon, I thought you were all for
I
personal
am
freedom.
for
So
freedom,
what is
you
the
fool.
No, but apparently you have to fucking line up to get shot because of apparently you have a allegiance
Like,
to your
yeah,
country.
no, the fair
Yeah.
representation of what I was saying. Well done.
Yeah.
But no, you honestly think that? Okay, so did the men who fought the Nazis have a duty to defend their countries?
No, I don't think so.
So no one has a duty to defend anything that they.
No, I don't. I don't think that
That's
anyone should be compelled to defend their country. No, if they want to, sure.
Compelled,
It's
not
but,
invasion, the
culturally,
compulsion.
I mean, there are good
we-
reasons you might want to defend your
individuals are going to
Sure,
show up.
sure, yeah, I
Most
agree.
people are going
I
to feel
agree.
the need to engage.
I
in
agree.
this.
There are good, as last year said, there are good reasons to want to defend your country and to enlist voluntarily. But I do not think you should be compelled or forced to serve your country. and
Right.
defend
Okay.
it,
So
no.
your army's about to lose. You just don't happen to want to fight, and everyone's like, "No, we're
Yeah.
going to make him do it."
Yeah, Dario,
That's
you're
not
wrong.
fair.
Hey, personal freedoms. I don't know. I don't know.
So,
I really can't.
I
arguing
think-
for conscription.
I think you guys are you're working on different definitions of duty in this case.
Yeah, we're talking about a moral duty to protect your country and which includes protecting your family, protecting your loved ones, protecting your property, your accumulations, whatever. Absolutely, it's a moral good that you would want to defend your nation. Absolutely, 100%. We're not talking about people being compelled to go fight in Iraq.
Not a
and stuff,
duty.
but,
Why is it not a duty though?
Why should it be? Why should we be forced to?
Dario,
Why
Because
should
I
we be
think you have a
compelled
moral
to?
obligation to do it. That
Do
is
you
a
think
duty.
people have an obligation to pay taxes to their country?
I mean, obligation.
Of
is a
course,
strong
yeah.
word.
Of course,
Oh
yes.
wait, now we're not debating obligation. You've already
Yeah.
decided what you think obligation means. What do you think? Do you think people have an obligation to
No.
pay taxes?
No.
Okay, all right. So you're a
Really?
socialist, right?
Based.
Of course you do.
Well, not an obligation, no. I mean,
Okay, never mind.
Yes.
Fuck it all. Fuck it
But
all.
the leftist argument is that you have an obligation.
You're literally
Wait.
you're a socialist. You know
That's
this.
the that's the
Really
argument.
I'm a
It's like we all
libertarian.
have an obligation to each other, and therefore we must pay our taxes. We should pay.
I'm a
more
libertarian.
taxes.
What do you want?
Oh, okay, fine.
Nothing apparently. I don't know.
Yeah, taxation is theft then.
Wait,
I
so
think
like,
Sargon is
no,
technically a
let's
libertarian.
go back to
saying,
men
no.
having a duty to like
No.
what to procreate. Is that what you're saying? Is that what
Yeah.
you were trying to get
okay.
to?
If you see a woman being beaten by a
I
man
don't-
on the street, do you have a duty to intervene?
I don't. I
Yeah,
don't think you have a.
absolutely.
I don't.
I mean,
I
you-
don't.
Not with
You
your
have a
definition,
duty to
Dario, but like
intervene.
I do. Like most men would have
Why
that,
do you-
that,
why
that
do you
self
have a
duty,
duty?
but that's not like a duty that's like forced upon us. Like nobody's forcing us to
Yeah.
do these things.
It
can't
would be a
force a
good.
duty on
It would be a
someone.
moral good. It would not
Yeah.
be an obligation.
Well, Sargon,
or a
what do you
duty.
mean? What do you mean by
What,
duty?
look, what a duty is something you have to choose for yourself, is it not? Right? Because if you're compelled to do something, then it's not that you have a duty. You're just being forced into something.
Well, that's
right?
the draft.
So, yeah, I know, right?
Okay.
And this is why I'm using the example of: do you have a duty to intervene if a man's beating on a woman in the street, right?
So is there a
Because no-
difference between a duty and just wanting to do something?
Oh,
If you're
sure.
choosing to do it either way,
A duty
so-
is drawn from moral obligation, right? So, do you have a moral obligation to help that woman? And I mean, technically, by Dario's view of the world and Grimace's view of the world, no, not really. Fuck her. You know, women are emancipated now. They can
Well,
do
like,
as they
I would
want.
want to
it's
help
her
her.
fight.
No, I would
feel
want.
compelled to
I
do
would
it.
definitions, that's
want.
how
You telling
I
a
heard
duty,
earlier.
sure.
I
but
would
that's
want
what I
to,
think
someone-
of.
but I do
Sure,
not
sure,
think you
sure.
should be compelled or have a duty to do so.
Right. So if someone came up to you, Dario, you're watching this woman, and you're thinking, "Nah, that guy's a bit big for me. I don't think I'm going to be able to take him. I think I'll leave it." And someone comes up to you and says, "Don't you?" You know, some old lady comes up and says, "You need to go and help her." Are you going to feel guilty or not guilty that you didn't?
No,
help?
I'm not gonna feel guilty. I'm gonna get beaten up.
This is like
what
so
the
much
fuck?
moralizing.
Yeah, just-
dude, I can't
What's
fight.
going
Yeah,
on.
you don't have to feel guilty.
Sargon,
Just
Sargon,
once this
Sargon,
woman gets her
if
different
fucking Sargon, if the Rock was standing in front of you and some old lady come up to you like, yeah, go fight him. You have a duty. Would you go fight the Rock? Like, what is?
I would,
know what,
yeah.
there are worse
Dude,
things
if she
than
was
being
beating on a
beaten up,
woman, absolutely.
Dario, there are worse things than being beaten up, and one of those things is being a coward.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
I'm
that's what
sorry.
I would
I'm
do.
sorry.
And
If I didn't do
just
it, I
outed
would feel
yourself
like
as a man
shit.
who
No,
actually said,
no,
"I've got
Sargon, Sargon,
responsibility
sorry.
for that."
I don't believe in objective like morals, and I don't believe you should be fucking
do
compelling
I.
people to live by your standard of like moral or duty or whatever. I
But
think
we
that's-
should. But
I think
But
that
you
is
don't
immoral.
have a standard
You
of
have to
moral
go
and
with the
duty. That's
majority.
a problem.
Let's go with the
No, I
majority
just-
morale.
I do
Completely off the
personally.
topic of what we're
I
talking
do
about,
personally. I do personally, but I do not think you should
Not to
compel
help
others
We got
to
onto this
your
talking
status
about-
of
You're not
duty
being
or
compelled.
morals.
He asked you if it was you
We-
thought it was your duty. It doesn't.
We got
you're
onto
not
this talking
being
about
compelled
have
because it's your
babies.
duty. We're
So
talking
you
about
don't have a
morality.
your
duty
own
to have
emotions
babies.
to compel you here.
Listen,
Yes.
Okay. Do men have a responsibility to procreate? Is that their duty?
Yeah, I
To
think
have
men
children?
have a duty to have kids. Yeah.
Why?
Because they inherited a wonderful civilization, and if you want that wonderful civilization to continue, then you have to hand it down to another generation.
Okay. Like, is this just in general? Like, we should
I
make
think
sure
that's
that
a
we
general duty. Yeah, I think.
couldn't we just like write it all out and nobody have any kids and then let's just be done with it? Like, what would be the difference to
Be
just
done
ending
with
it
it.
like
Be
that?
done
And
with
then-
what?
Everyone would die.
civilization,
Why
yeah.
would-
No,
why
just
would
everybody
you-
gets old and die and has no children. What would be the difference?
Yeah.
Well, the
they would
difference
be
is we'd
bad
all be
versus,
dead.
like,
And
continuing,
do you
essentially.
think that
You'll be dead either
death
way, Sargon.
spiral will be like luxury communism until we all fall asleep?
No, but what does it matter when you're dead, Sargon? What does it
Because
matter?
I have children and I want them to live in a good world too.
But
you
why?
nihilistic
But
shit.
why? When you're
Why
dead?
do I want my son to live in a good world?
When
So
you're
you
dead,
need us
what
to
does it
have
matter?
kids? You need us to have kids
Wait.
for your kids? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
And
Wait,
you need me
Sargon.
to have kids for your pensions.
Sargon,
Okay.
can you send? Can you
I
send me?
don't.
This is
but-
a social contract. I hate to use the term because I realize libertarians don't appreciate it, but there is a kind of contractual obligation that you got resources from the society that raised you and you gave nothing in return, and it's expected that you will do the same with your kids. And that's always been the model of human civilization from now to when it started, because that's how it carries on. And now we've got to the point where literally someone's saying, well, why don't we just let us all die and let this all go? Why?
What's
To
the
be taken
difference to
over
you?
by
Why not?
what? The
Yeah, what's the
Chinese
difference?
and
Yeah.
Islamists?
What's the difference to you?
The difference to me
You'll be
is
dead.
because my son won't be. Why? Who is saying that? Dario, is that you saying that?
Yeah, you'll be dead.
You
What's
are
the difference
an
to you?
empty nihilistic husk. Why do you even exist?
Wait,
is it just
wait,
for your
Sargon.
own pleasure and consumption?
Yeah, for my own.
It is
pleasure,
literally
yeah.
just for that's your
Yeah,
reason for
of course.
existing.
Yeah, of course.
That's
I mean,
gross.
listen.
Yeah,
listen.
your definition of duty and what you're talking is very empty. Like you can't actually tie this out to like an imperative or any kind for like the survival or the survival of humans in this case.
Maybe
Hang on,
let's
hang
make
on,
this
what-
easy.
hang on. Say that again. I must have misheard you.
I said your definition of like you don't understand the hypothetical we're talking about. Like who cares if humans stop reproducing? Like what would be the difference? Like if we could come up with a society or a system that we could like downscale, nobody has kids, and we go all the way down to zero, and everybody has a good life. Nobody would actually need to have any kids, right? There wouldn't be a responsibility or a duty there.
I mean, I suppose yes, you're right. The empty imperative is the idea that I guess I am still a humanist. I think that human beings are generally a good thing, and it's a good thing that we exist. And I think that wishing for our own extinction is a bizarre.
Not wishing.
Wait.
That's a hypothetical on
Yeah.
people having a duty to procreate.
Exactly.
Sure, but
And if you don't have
okay,
children, they're
well,
not
okay.
hurt.
That's fine. But again, I say that as I said, as we go into the end of our civilization, it's not going to be luxury automated communism. We are not going to be this. It's not going to be the entire world that thinks this.
But in this hypothetical, we could. We have all the resources stored up. We have
but why
all
would you want
all the media stored. Everybody's got
that's not
entertainment.
true,
Everybody
Chris.
gets locked into like the Matrix or whatever, and we all
That's
just slowly
not going to
die.
happen. That's nonsense. That's
But
definitely
we're
not
talking
gonna
about
happen,
duty
right?
and duty to
But hang
procreate
on,
in
but
this situation.
let's assume that we did, right? Why would that be desirable?
Desirable? I'm not saying it's desirable.
Then-
this is an attack on the idea that we have to procreate. Like this is something that
but-
we must do for the good of
Okay, so
humankind or
your
whatever it
alternative
is.
scenario is an undesirable scenario compared to my scenario of let's have kids and keep the human race going. And your alternative is we can just go extinct. And you're saying that's not desirable. Am I correct?
Yeah, but that's not dealing with the point I'm making
Then
right now.
I choose my side. What do you want?
Okay, but you're not like dealing with the hypothetical I'm actually giving you right
Why
now.
would
You're-
I? It's a stupid, undesirable hypothetical that you've admitted to.
I haven't said it's if we came together as a society and in this hypothetical, like this would be the desire, right? Like everybody just decide not to procreate. Like and it
It's
would
like
be
the
desirable.
hypothetical of stupid man children who never grow
I'm
up.
sorry you can't deal with the hypothetical, but like I'm trying to attack the fact you're
hypothetical
giving
is,
this
should we
responsibility
let
to
the
all
human
men.
race go extinct,
Wait,
and you're like, deal
wait.
with this hypothetical.
Sargon,
Why?
Sargon, can you just give us a list of duties which would lead to the best society, and
And
then
so
we
we
can all
got
follow?
about
No, I haven't got a
I'm gonna give you
comprehensive
two
list to
more,
hand. Sorry.
guys.
Ah,
I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes, and we're gonna move on to the next topic. So 2 more minutes for the free form, and then we're gonna go to the closing arguments, and then we're gonna, move on. So
It's interesting. Like progressives often are telling, seem to be suggesting that we have all these duties to do these various things to help out various people. And if you accept that kind of morality, then the duty to have babies is actually kind of compelling based on that same morality. I mean,
wait. So
Wouldn't you say so?
I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding between like the word duty and like what you should be compelled or like feel compelled to do, and what is a good. So, for example, I think it is a good to help minorities and people who are disproportionately fucked by the system to gain ground, but I don't think it should necessarily be my duty. I don't necessarily think I should be compelled to do so. Does that make
well, but
sense?
it's somebody's duty, right? progressives want people to be compelled to contribute to the project of solving these societal problems.
Sure.
And I mean, the problem of not having enough babies is a pretty big problem.
I mean, depends on what you mean by a pretty big.
I'm kind of playing devil's
Again.
advocate here, but
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, Daria, you know,
Sure. So who's it a big
right?
problem for?
Society.
well, for the the perpetuation of the human species, you know.
Sure, but like, who gains from the perpetuation of the human species? Like,
The
you
human
don't
beings.
Humans.
We're
Yeah,
human
but
beings.
you don't personally gain from that, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do.
I personally gain from the propagation of the human
But you don't
species.
personally gain from helping minorities.
You
and-
absolutely
No, you
do.
don't. That's why you shouldn't be compelled to do so. Wait, why is this so hard to
Because you
understand?
have no standard, Dario. You have
you-
no
Wait.
standard.
Dario has taken the position of oblivion and said this might be an appropriate thing for the human race to embrace.
No, I'm just
That's
not a moralizing
ridiculous.
asshole who wants to force my morals onto other people.
Yes, you
I
are.
mean,
You're a progressive.
Well,
You're
maybe I'm not
moralizing
referring to
about
you.
the
I was-
black
I'm just
community
referring
and
to
how we should
progressive.
Wait, who
advance
is-
them or whoever.
wait, Sargon,
are
do you know my
morals.
positions on anything?
Well, you just said you want to advance. What was it? What was the term you used?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Minorities in society. Well, there we
No,
go.
I
That's a
said it.
moral
I said it
injunction.
would be a good for. I think personally,
That's
it
a
would
moral
be a good.
injunction. The word
Yeah,
good
it's a
makes
moral
it
injunction.
moral.
Yes, from my
Then
personal
don't sit there and
morals.
say you're not
Wait,
moral.
do you not understand the distinction between my personal morals and objective morals? Like, I don't-
Objective
Yeah.
morals.
You do. You do
I don't.
believe in objective. Yes, when
Alright.
you say that there is a duty.
Okay, so
And you're
You can
going
draw
on about
duties from
virtues
things
earlier,
that
like
are
they were
not
universal.
objective.
so that
There's-
go ahead. That concludes. I know you guys are good, but we got to go to the next one.
Sorry.
So it's okay. It's okay. What I will do now, we have 2 minutes for. I apologize, guys. I didn't have my my timer the last time. So we're gonna go to the closing arguments, and we're gonna start off with Coop. Coop, go ahead and give your 2-minute closing arguments.
Yeah, I think we got kind of off base with semantics.
Oh yeah, we did.
But you know, to go back to the original, okay, I think simping happened a long time before the internet. I think it's still going to happen. I think that calling the women who are a product that men enjoy consuming in this manner in the whole thought realm is fine. You know, if you want to do that, if you want to be a good parent and to explain to them the difference between someone online with 1,000 people watching them and a real person in real life, that is absolutely your job to do that. And I think that's all we got to. As far as the whole kid situation, I don't think we need a morality or a duty to have children. We have a biological imperative to do it. I don't think if we called it bad that kids would go away. We have thousands, if not millions of years of DNA working on making sure that we keep having kids. I mean, why do we jerk off in the first place? Because it simulates having children, right? So, and also your claim about 30% of men having erectile dysfunction because of porn is completely false. I'm finding about 10% from everything I found.
Well,
And that's
that
the
doesn't
height.
make my
Wait,
position
wait.
completely false. That makes your
No,
research.
no,
incomplete.
Sargon. You
I've checked a bunch,
honestly.
and that's fine. You can debate me in your 2 minutes. That's fine. So, but you know, and I'm not just going to say that no men have ever gotten to erectile dysfunction because they watch too much porn or too many thoughts. But I didn't have, I'm an old guy. I had magazines in my imagination, and I sure did try to get myself PD back in the day. I don't think you need the internet for that.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
All right, Sargon, go ahead. It's your turn.
Oh, I just think that the conversation didn't actually go off topic, in my opinion. I think that what the problem is, we just have to drill down through a bunch of different layers, and at the end of it, we find that the progressive position, or the sort of antithesis to what I've been arguing, is arguing for the extinction of the human race as not being a moral bad, and I think that that's terrible. I think that we do actually owe something to the civilization that birthed us and gave us everything we have. And I think it's really solipsistic to think that we don't. I mean, how arrogant and honestly just childlike that is, and destructive as well. I mean, the amount of work that it took to get to this point, that just like, haha, no, I'd get rid of this. That's awful to me. There's a total lack of respect and reverence for anything that's been accomplished, in so many different ways. That I honestly find it quite abominable. I think that it's embarrassing that someone would say that in public.
Okay, Dario.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's equally embarrassing to sort of try and put your own morals onto other people and try and compel them and tell them what their duty is towards society, a society that they didn't choose to be born into, a society that doesn't necessarily owe them anything. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're dead, you're gone. There is no reason for you to find pleasure in what society does after you're gone. I think that's like a very religious take. I didn't know you were religious, Sargon, but maybe you are.
If you want to carry on having conversation during your time, we can, but maybe you
Can-
should just stick to your points.
Yeah. Can y'all stop doing that, please? Because this is just, you're supposed to make your closing arguments. Do not address the other person, because then they're going to interrupt you. Just make your
Sure,
closing arguments,
sure.
okay?
Sure.
Go
So
ahead.
in terms of simping, I think the only reason why I want to object to the conversation is because I think that there are many ways that streamers or personalities abuse their audience for money, and I think framing the conversation around Sims specifically is inherently like a misogynistic view of the whole thing. And I think if we want to talk about simping, we should talk about the emotional investment that like gaming streamers can confer into their audience as well. Yeah, and sex work is real work.
Okay, last username.
Wow, this conversation blew up from gossiping about streamers to the future of the human species. So what I want to say is that human beings are not fragile animals that, you know, crumble and wither away if you take them out of their natural environment, right? You know, we evolved to run around the jungle eating bugs out of our hair, and, you know, humping trees for entertainment. And we have adapted and adapted and adapted to the most, you know, unimaginable world, unimaginable for those people running around the jungle, over and over again, to all these crazy like things that undermine our natural instincts, and yet we continue to adapt to those. How do we do that? I don't know, but it just seems to be built in. And so every time some new technology comes along that that radically changes our sort of social environment, it happens over and over again. Like, you know, big cities or entertainment or, you know, sexual revolutions and all this, everyone panics and says, oh, this is going to cause everything to crumble. And it tends to not happen. It causes problems. We adapt to those problems. And we go on. And I think we will continue to do that. Maybe certain old kinds of ways of hooking up will go away, and new kinds of hooking up will show up, like, you know, Tinder or whatever. We'll adapt. So it can't hurt to tell people, hey, you know, go easy on the porn, go easy on the simping. But saying that, like, this is it, we have to stop this, this is exploitation, I think that's going overboard. We should just go with the flow and embrace these new things and just learn to live with them. Okay.
All right. Grimace.
Sure. So I think anybody who's actually watching that, my hypothetical was to illustrate the fact that nobody should feel that they have the responsibility to reproduce. Not that I actually desired like the extinction of the human race. What I do have to say about The Sims is that when you're young, you're not going to find that much success. I mean, like, women do care about like protection and loyalty, but not until they're usually older. And you might have to deal with some things like bad relationships, dramas, like a chagrined partner who's maybe has less passion. Maybe you have to deal with like a previous broken marriage, like maybe some kids you now have to take care of. But like, that's still a way to actually get into a relationship and actually like move forward with your life and find some happiness. But I don't know. I mean, you can simp. Like, if you simp and you don't actually have any psychological damage done to yourself, and you actually know what you're doing, you're getting in there, and you understand what this kind of behavior is going to have on you, then just do it.
Okay. Lecture fan.
Yeah, I don't think we got off topic at all. The issue of, you know, simping and OnlyFans and all this stuff has to do with the relationship between men and women, and that's a fundamental aspect of humanity. And it doesn't have anything to do with compelling other people or forcing your morals on anybody else. This is not a political or a legal topic here we're talking about. This is a social topic. It's our views on social issues. We weren't discussing a law. So this whole idea about trying to force your morals on this or compel this, compel that is ridiculous. And of course, it's always absurd to hear anybody on the left be against any kind of compulsion, since they're the most authoritarian and in favor of compulsion type government programs of anybody on earth. And my point still stands that the downfall of society that we've seen since the 60s as a direct result of the sexual revolution is really not up for debate. Of course, the leftists have no answer. If you look at the statistics about all kinds of problems in society, and you look at the statistics as those things have changed, including depression, suicide, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, divorce rates, and on and on and on. And you look at it over time since the 60s, it's quite clear. The left is basically they're incredibly shallow. If it feels good, do it. If the human race goes extinct, no big deal. I mean, these are the types of things people on the left say, and it's just incredibly shallow, and they have no answer to why our society has so many problems and why statistically there's so many issues going on. They just continue to say, if it feels good, do it, and it's just incredibly shallow and very, very bad.
All right, Halsey.
Well, I think the whole conversation about simping and linking it back to the sexual revolution is all well and good. But the sexual revolution was a natural result of women's suffrage, which should have been reversed as soon as it ever happened. And by putting that into play and giving women the right to vote just for being born has just caused nothing but trouble and killing every society that's implemented it from the time that it started. So if we're not going to address the root problem, then what's the difference? Because all of it is going to happen anyway.
Okay, and last but not least, Brento. And we got the vote going on right now. We got the vote going on right now, guys. Go ahead and participate in your vote. Go ahead, Brento. Sorry about that.
I'm gonna apologize again for being late. It's my big mistake. I'll start.
Don't worry, I'll get on you later about that. But
I know you will. So I'm getting it out now. So, but answering the first question, based on your opinion, why is simping so prevalent? I don't know I don't think it's any more prevalent. I just think it's made easier and more apparent by the internet, which is just like everything else. As for my opinion on it, why I think it's bad, it's not like a terrible thing, but if you want to equate it to pornography, maybe a light form pornography, it's basically it's a fake relationship. A relationship is a relay. It's back and forth between two people, and to simp or worship or kind of give money and attention to someone online who's not really relating to you as a human being it sort of devalues the relationship, and it devalues yourself, because they wouldn't care about you if you weren't giving them money, right? So it's just a form of entertainment, but it's a form of entertainment that people are using as a replacement for a real relationship with someone in their life that they should have, that they should be relating to and be vulnerable with, building connections with. It's a false connection. It's essentially sort of like a video game girlfriend, except they're a real person, but it's not real. And it will get cut off when the money gets cut off, or it will get, restricted. So it's a transaction. It's not a real relationship, but it's being used in place of it. And that's what I think the damage and the danger is.
All right. Congratulations, gentlemen. You finished that round. I loved it. Okay. After listening to you guys' arguments, you're right. Okay. We didn't get off topic, but I let it go anyway, even if I did think it's so, because it was such good interaction. So let's go to the next one. It's political question number 1. So last month, China authorities, along with many Americans, accused Donald Trump of being racist for naming the coronavirus the Chinese virus. However, it was discovered that China was in fact blatantly racist against African refugees. China has refused to serve Africans in restaurants like McDonald's, evicted them from their homes to live on the streets, ejected them from hotels at night, forcibly deported them, banned them from hospitals, along with public transportation services. It's obvious there's a double standard when it comes to when it comes to the racist actions of China towards blacks versus the United States. So here's my question. Why is racism condemned in the United States but condoned in China? Let's start off with last username for this one. For the 2 minute opening arguments.
So I know a lot of people are saying, well, that's not a double standard, because obviously we should hold our own president to a different standard than, China. And we should hold ourselves to a better standard than other countries, because that's us. And that's true in a sense. On the other hand, this does kind of give you perspective. A lot of people are very, put a lot of emphasis on how much racism there is in the United States. But really, there's some, but there's probably less. The United States is among the least racist countries in the world, and seeing things like this just reminds you of how much worse racism can be. So it's just a good way to get perspective. And double standard, you could say there's a double standard in terms of like what the media focuses on. Perhaps they should, just for perspective every once in a while, point out that, their racism is still a very real and socially acceptable thing in other countries. It's not, whereas here, like maybe it still goes on, but I wouldn't call it socially acceptable. It's very, very unpopular. So yeah, just keep in mind that while racism is not completely gone, we have it pretty good here.
Okay, Halsey?
I think that the argument that we're a racist country is rooted in crap. It's nothing but a political tactic in order to shame people for something that doesn't exist. And the diversity crowd that loves talking about how great diversity is and how it's the pure strength of nations only pushes it on white nations. No one's ever said that we should diversify Africa or Asia or South America. It's only white nations that need to be diversified in order for them to be strong. It points to an inherent weakness, and it shows that there's an inherent hatred of one group of people, and the term racist is only used to demonize that group of people for it to accomplish political goals. So to call it the Chinese virus, the coronavirus, Chinese virus, who gives a fuck? Who cares what we call it? China doesn't have any respect for us, and our respect level for them shouldn't exist on a level of what we call a virus that originated there.
Okay, lecture fan?
Yeah, China, obviously the Chinese Communist Party is racist because it's from the left, just like the Democrat Party is the party of slavery in the United States. Communism is from the left. Communists are racist. And China's not just racist against black people. The Chinese Communist Party is incredibly xenophobic against all kinds of foreigners. I've been to China. I watched, there's a couple of Chinese or Western YouTubers who've lived in China, Serpent Zede and Alawa86 have made a bunch of videos about it. My sister lives in China right now. Incredible amounts of government-sponsored xenophobia and racism in China. It's absolutely despicable. It's a function of them being communists. And last username made a great point, which is just goes to show that America is really one of the least racist countries on earth, and there's much more racism all around the world. But it's funny because it's not just that America's less racist. If you actually look around the world, America is much further along on women's rights, homosexual rights. And yet the left and the Democrats, they're so unsophisticated. They want to sit here and criticize America for being, anti-homosexual or anti-woman or racist, but they never look around the rest of the world. And if they really cared about those issues, if these leftists really cared about women's rights and homosexual rights and racism, they would be praising America up and down and focusing on other parts of the world. The fact that they don't and they constantly bring it back to America just shows that they're disingenuous and it's all politics and it's despicable.
All right, Brento.
I don't think that most countries in the world have the standard of anti-racism that America tries to hold itself to, whether we've ever, achieved it or whether we can ever escape, the sort of the history of slavery and colonialism and things like that. I don't know if that's ever a weight like it'll get past, right? But I don't think that most countries in the world, especially probably non-white countries or countries that are less affected by America, or don't kind of identify as like Christian or Western, I don't really think they have the same standards for being anti-racist. So as far as like why we don't hold China to that standard, I think it's because they don't hold themselves to that standard, and we never did. So I think it is a uniquely Western, American, and now European or maybe Australian kind of ideal or principle that we try and uphold, even though we don't necessarily meet it. And I do agree with Lecture Fan, the last username, even though, the fact that racism is at all an issue, and it's an issue that we raise to such prominence and that, we are constantly looking out for and trying to correct, is because we try to be not racist or anti-racist as much as possible. And so that sort of raises it to like this prominence in our minds. But I think America is probably one of the least racist, although it certainly still has racism. And I think it's sort of like we beat ourselves up for it so much. But it's only because we hold ourselves as a very high standard.
Okay. Sargon?
Right, yeah. So why is racism condemned in the US but condemned in China? I think fundamentally it's because the US was founded by English Christians. And these are ideas that developed in Protestant England, the idea of the innate value of the individual for the eyes of God. This very much informed Locke's view on things. He was actually in favor of making atheism as illegal because he thought that it would undermine the basis of morality. And as Dario proves, that was true. Sorry, just teasing.
Nice, Sargon.
But seriously, so like there is this heritage that these ideas and values have evolved out of. And that didn't happen in China. China's always been a collectivist country, and they've been doing ethnic absorptions for thousands of years. And they just don't agree that this matters. They don't agree that this is a problem. And so the Chinese state, they're obviously ethnic supremacists. It would be ridiculous to suggest they shouldn't be. And any sort of abstract thing we could say about, well, what about the inherent value of the individual? They could very pragmatically say, well, X is better than Y and therefore, and I don't see how we can really appeal to them on that, to be honest. I think it's really cynical when then they turn around and say, you're being racist to the Chinese, because it is entirely cynical. It's just it's essentially communist tactic that they use because we do care about that, and they know that we care about that. And the only reason that it happens so often is because it works. It's because we listen. We do care about racism, and the Chinese government, at least, shall we say, certainly doesn't.
Okay. Coop?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see China is largely like most countries. I mean, the U.S. is pretty unique, right? We had we had people from all over come here. I mean, we are built on diversity. I mean, to ignore diversity is to ignore what makes America America. We had English and French and Spanish, and then we welcome in German, we welcome in Irish, welcome in Italians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as we go down the line. So if you ignore that diversity that made our country, that's just ignoring what makes America America. Now, another thing that makes America America is the fact that we are not living on a land that has 1,000 years of culture, right? Or more, and as most European countries are living on, they have certain people live there. They've lived there for thousands and thousands of years. Same thing with China. China is largely a homogenous country right now. And they have a pretty long history of being racist, and it does predate communism, So it's just a cultural thing to go on there. That being said, I don't think anyone condones the racism of China. I think their treatment of the Uyghurs, the treatment of the Nigerians, and other parties as well has been pretty abhorrent. Besides that, I will, I agree to the point with the right there that we are. Despite all of these different peoples that have come to our land, we have done a decent job compared to the rest of the world in getting all of these people to live in a country in peace, right? We don't have constant wars and conflicts and people popping up and different over race stuff, right? You know, we have protests, we get legislation passed, it's all fine. I know I'm coming to the end. So yeah, I guess I'll have to stop there because I'm at the end.
Okay, Dario.
Yeah, so China's treatment of like black people and minorities has always been disgusting. I mean, that's nothing new under the sun. They're like a highly authoritarian and nationalistic regime. I mean, what do we expect? I don't understand. I mean, their historic oppression of like African people, it's like concentration camps filled with fucking Muslims. I don't know. When that's said and done, I think I sort of take issue with the framing of the question. I don't think racism or discrimination based on ethnicity or religion is as condemned in the US as many would have you believe. I think black people in the US still face systemic oppression. There's like racist voter ID laws, racial disparity in criminal justice, racist hiring practices, racist discrimination in health sectors by doctors, historical wealth discrepancies, and so on and so on and so on. Or we can talk about the constant discrimination Muslims face in their everyday lives in the US, or Trump's infamous Muslim ban, or the studies that have come out showing that there's a rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans because of Trump's corona rhetoric. While I do think overall China is way worse on all of these accounts, by no means, I think the US should be exempt from the conversation, and I hope that the US would hold itself to a higher standard than authoritarian China. And I do think the standards are important.
Okay, before we start the round, I'm gonna start it off real spicy. First of all, Dario.
What about me, Tree?
Wait, Grimace.
Oh, Grimace,
Wow, am
I
I
thought
invisible?
I started off with you. Oh, I'm
No.
so sorry. I'm
It's
so
okay.
sorry. I thought I started off with you. I'm sorry.
I am a
Grimace.
liberal, you know, but I'm down here with the lefties.
Go ahead, Grimace. I apologize. As a matter of fact, I want to be, I feel so bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so there's a lot of straw men there. Do you guys actually think that like people on the left here like think it's okay for China to be racist? I mean, I don't think you
they
can
turn a
substantiate
blind
that at
eye.
all.
I think they tend to turn a blind eye out of
Wait.
kind of
Guys,
some
Okay.
kind of
Wait,
solidarity.
I'm
hold on
going
a
to
second,
actually
hold on a
stick
second.
up for Grimace on this one when he's done.
Grimace,
Yeah,
just,
you can
just
you
go-
can
just
you can
don't,
try.
Don't ask. Wait. Just wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait.
I know. Sorry, it was rhetorical. I understand it didn't come off as that way.
No.
Apologize.
So
It wasn't
from
your fault,
what
it's
I've
all
read
right,
on
it's
this,
okay.
it's not necessarily racism, but like racism always emerges when we're talking about like xenophobic behavior. It's all like there's South Africans getting deported and taken away, and a lot of this is like the CCP derives its power through like an ethnocentrist ideology. China's been going through a lot of like shame right now and embarrassment over this whole coronavirus pandemic and all these pointing of fingers to them, and they're kind of, I would imagine, I don't have like all this information, but I imagine that they definitely feel like they're having a lot of blame put on them right now and thought less of. So like just to have your people be able to point to your own foreigners and to blame them will actually help Chinese pride and forget about the fault that their own government has in leading to this pandemic emerging from China. Lyndon Johnson said something like, "What convince the lowest white man he's better than the best black man, and you can pick his pocket." Like this sort of applies here. In this case, instead of actually picking the pocket, it's putting back into the pockets of the masses some fake national pride. And we can see this kind of strategy in U.S. politics too. Like we can look at our current our current president and his strategies in unifying his base. So
Okay.
Okay, so let me jump in real quick.
Wait. Hold on.
Number
hold on,
one,
wait. Hold on. I want to actually. I got it. Because I'll forget. I got to push back on because I want to start it off with Dario. So Dario, you understand here in America, it is not being discussed to any extent the way it was discussed about China, Trump being racist. The CNN, MSNBC, any of the liberal news media outlets, the articles, not even liberal YouTubers and Twitch streamers are even talking about this. I think that was a little disingenuous to say that this is being discussed and it's not, or as the same.
Wait. So I don't think I said, at least I don't have it in my notes anywhere, that I said like it isn't being discussed or is being discussed. Like I can only answer for myself. I mean, I talked a lot about the Muslim Uyghurs in recent memory. Like the African thing, a lot of the articles from like 2018, 17. I mean, I do remember talking a bit about it there, but I wasn't really into politics. At the end of the day, I can only answer for myself. I mean, I will criticize mainstream media for not talking more about the Uyghurs, sure. I mean, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Halsey.
Number one, I actually will stick up for the left on this one. I don't think the left is the ones that are defending China and they're defending the kind of bullshit that comes out of China. It's not the free shit people that are about defending China. It's the cheap shit people that are about defending China. It's the open borders. We love having cheap products, even if they're made by some slave wielding's teeth. You know, like they're the ones that are all about destroying everything that we stand for in order to make sure that everybody prospers from having $5 toasters. So I totally agree that I do not believe that that is a statement of the left to stand up for something like China. But what I will say about the left and this whole idea of racism and the whole idea of China being racist, I think the left, right, and center can all agree that the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese culture that the Communist Party has entailed is disgusting. It's not something that we should ever criticize or even acknowledge, because who the hell wants to emulate it? It's like saying, oh, look, they're disgusting over there, but we're not having a fit over it, as if we want to be like them. We should run from being like them. We should actually fear being like them. If we wanted to be like China, then I would understand people going, oh, you know, but they have racist problems too. And a lot of the stuff that Daria was talking about, I don't want to get into the specifics right now. Maybe we will in a little bit. But this idea that the West or America or Europe has these systemic racist problems, this type of argument usually comes from the ones that are tickled pink at the idea of whites becoming a minority in their own country.
This is
or
freeform,
Americans
by the way,
becoming a
guys.
minority in their own
Yeah,
country.
most of the time we're not thinking about whites becoming a minority in their own country. I don't even know what that means. Like whites possess this country in some kind of weird way. But like, yeah, you're still operating.
Americans possess this country in a weird way, and to say
Correct.
that you could just import your way into a new America is
So just white Americans
take the native population, which is majority white, and you want to extinguish it.
The Native Americans.
So, wait, what?
If
We-
you're
we
claiming
wanna
that
extinguish white
Americans are
Americans?
not whites make up 63% of America right now. If you're claiming you want to import other cultures into this country and turn them into a minority, then you're saying you want to make whites a minority in their own country.
We don't
Yeah,
want to make whites a minority in our own
That is an
country.
absolute
American.
statement.
They can become American when they come here.
What's the native population in America?
What's the native population in America?
Yeah.
People that are
That's a generic
Americans.
question.
Yeah, I agree. Last username. I don't know what Halsey is talking about.
Yeah, that's like really weird. Like white people have less kids because they're more successful, right?
Yeah.
Like they have kids later in life. They know not to keep having kids. They're responsible in how they reproduce. Like
They
of
have
course their birth
premarital
rates are going to be
sex.
lower because they're that much successful. Of course they're going to make them a minority, right? That and we're operating underneath a capitalist system right now. And I don't know if you know how capitalism works, but we got to keep growing. We got to keep consuming. So like those immigrants are really, really important, and it's really important that they have kids and bring them, and so we can throw them all into the capitalist engine, which is actually pretty good.
I will
I think
agree
you're
with
just
you on that one.
describing
I don't think that
But that's not like
capitalism
trying
is
to
a be-all, end-all.
extinguish the white race. That's like such a
I don't
weird
believe that
conclusion.
capitalism is a be-all, end-all. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't believe that bringing people in and
Same.
chucking them into the capitalist engine is in any way going to benefit our country. I don't think
Comrade
that
Halsey.
saying that, oh, we need immigrants to pick our strawberries and do all this kind of shit is in any way benefiting our country. And just because whites are breeding at a lower rate than other people is fine. But I don't understand why we want to import people that are going to breed more.
Guys, I really want to keep this on reference to why is like the things that's been going on in China. If that was to happen in
Okay,
America,
you know what? I apologize for going off the wrong end. We should just nuke China.
Well, I should just let you know that here on Twitch, and I know we're
In
a
a
small
video
community
game.
compared to the YouTube community, but you know we have talked to. I mean, there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of streams on the Uyghurs on this platform. I mean, we've been condemning the Chinese atrocities for quite a while, you know, I agree with most of what Halsey says. I agree with. I think all of us agree that China is pretty abhorrent. And
Not only China, like fucking Japan as well. I mean, there's
oh sure. Well, Japan's not currently keeping anybody in concentration camps.
no.
So
that's
let's
true,
focus
that's true,
on the
but
worst
they're also
crimes right
a
now.
bit like
Okay. Now to say that the U.S. is racist is fine because we always want to get better, right? I think we always want to. I want black people. I want Latin Americans. I want all of them to feel just as comfortable as the Italians and the Irish do in this country. And it shouldn't be a difference just because there's a difference in color. So I don't see anything wrong with getting better. Instead of just saying, yeah, we're the best in the world, so yeah, let's have it. I'm not saying we're worse than any country on that issue. There are other countries that have integrated very well and have fewer issues and more economic equality, and that's fine. But on this issue, there's no reason to not keep getting better. So, but as far as I 100% agree with you, Halsey. I mean, let's not discredit ourselves. The liberal media is the media of the corporations, okay? And they love to virtue signal and they love to do all of this stuff. So they do come off as liberal because that buys them points. But in the end, they are not going to criticize the country that supplies all of their products, that they're making the money in between their news broadcasts and commercials.
Yeah, but okay, so it seems like we're mostly in agreement, like most people here. So what do you actually think? What could we do about it right now? Because I heard some comments from Halsey. I think personally that's abhorrent. What I would like to see happen instead.
And he was joking, by the way, Twitch. He didn't mean
sure.
it. He didn't mean it.
Sure. So instead, what I would like to see is that I want China to be more participatory in the global economy, and I want the global economy to force China through economic means to raise their level of human rights and raise the level of their people and remove the concentration camps and all these things. And I think through economic incentives, through interdependency, through capitalism, we can achieve these things.
But right now, just real quick, I mean, we're having a trade war over intellectual property, and
sure,
and people hate it on both sides. Whether you support Trump, you're still like there. It's not comfortable. People don't want to lose their paycheck. They're worried about their kids and their own life, right? So I agree.
Can we really then we shouldn't strike down the fucking trade agreements who are there to deal with these things.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. I mean, I've got an idea that we should actually have government funded factories so we can take back some of our essential funding. Especially in this situation, it really would look good if we actually made our own penicillin in the country.
No, but do you really think like nationalism and like bringing jobs back is the right solution?
No.
Yes, because
why is it not the
we
right
don't
solution?
have the leverage right now to affect China.
Yeah,
why is it not the right solution?
Yeah, so what I think is the right solution is for every country to do what they can do best. And I don't think you should artificially fucking keep any industry alive in any country. I think if China does production better, that's fine. Outsource all the production. Make sure that United States has the qualified workers, has the well-educated workers to do the managing jobs, and structure the economy in a way where you can compel China because of the interdependency to do.
Can I make a point?
Go ahead, Sargon.
The problem with that is that seems to be the philosophy that got us exactly into this position to begin with. We agreed that it was okay for the Chinese to enslave their own population, so the Communist Party could make China into an economic powerhouse on the backs of unbelievable suffering, in my opinion.
Sure.
And then what? We're left with that manufacturing base. We're left, hollowed out economies. And the idea that we're going to be floating above the inferior peasants of the East or something, that's not going to last forever. As they grow more powerful, they'll just supplant us. So I think that is the exact wrong solution. In fact, would just produce more of the same. That's how we made China a big problem in the first place.
Can I jump in?
Can
I jump in real quick?
Well, it's all free form, guys.
Really quick, but it's Dario. I want Dario to be able to reply, but I just want to say the idea that we're going to ship all manufacturing to China and that we're all going to be a bunch of managers of all the manufacturing in China. I mean, it's a strange concept. Well, one, if they control all manufacturing, they have ultimate leverage, right? I mean, they just shut it down, and then what the fuck are we managing? We manage nothing. That makes no sense. And what?
I mean, you can do other things
to manage themselves. Are they're going to have all the factories? Are they going to have all the production, and they're still going to look to us to tell them what to do? That makes no sense.
They'll be our willing colonial subjects.
Sure.
Yes.
But here, let me just talk economics for 1 second. In China, the average worker costs $4.13 an hour dollars. In Mexico, the average worker costs $2.39. We could easily take, if you're so intent on outsourcing to a foreign country, Mexico at least respects the principles of democracy. They're on our border, so we don't have shipping issues. They're not a communist dictatorship that tortures minorities, and they're open to free trade with us. And it would probably help the illegal immigration issue, because if you make Mexico as prosperous as Canada, then you don't have the issue with people coming over the border. We don't have an issue with Canadians sneaking into America. So
I'm sorry to break this to you, but Mexico has manufacturing. Like, we use Mexico for manufacturing as well.
I understand that, but we've been so ingrained into China. We've been so ingrained into China in the idea that they provide the best, cheapest, freest shit that we can get. It's just not true anymore. And that people are just doing it right now because it's all about corruption and about entrenched power. And what I'm talking about is that we can do so much better for our country. Even if you don't want to bring the jobs back to America, we can do so much better for our country for at least bringing them back to North America.
It's not just about
making our southern neighbors more prosperous and being able to handle not having to become drug cartels or strawberry pickers. That's my argument.
It's a misunderstanding that China is all about cheap manufacturing. They're actually much better at manufacturing than I mean, they're world leaders in technologically and manufacturing. They have engineers who can set up, manufacturing that is, that no one else can match. Like, we can't do that kind of manufacturing in America. I really doubt they can do it in Mexico. So it's not just a matter of like finding a new cheap country to manufacture stuff in.
China is an economic superpower. I mean, it's the second most growing country in the world.
Like, they have the engineers who know how to make,
because they have the ability to do that. So I don't think there's anything unique about Chinese engineering. I don't see why. Well, what? Tell me what.
Their engineers, they're the best at engineering for manufacturing. For the kind of manufacturing they do.
I don't know if that's true, and I definitely don't think that these manufacturing methods, these ancient Chinese manufacturing methods, are going to be unique to China or secret that we can't develop ourselves. I mean, we've got an unbelievable amount of Nobel prizes in the West. We can figure this out. Right?
We can probably figure it out, but it's going to take.
Yeah, no. It's not that we can't. We can probably figure it out. We invented it, right? So we can definitely figure it out. This attitude smacks to me of a lack of confidence.
No, it's
weird, this kind of disempowerment. The Chinese state has only become like it has become because we have allowed this to happen. At any point, we can, I don't know, ban companies from using Chinese slave labor or something. They impose a law that requires the countries that we get manufactured goods from to uphold a certain level of human rights, as Dario was saying. And I think I think that was a really good point, right? And that is a really strong incentive to try and make the Chinese change their ways. Now, I think that will only last for as long as we can make it last, because it seems to be that they default back to a racially supremacist mindset. So they'll only do it while it is economically in their interest to do it. But I think that we could do something like that, and we can obviously move manufacturing. I mean, I think honestly, back in our own countries, like, and I hate to say this, but like, there is a distinct cognitive privilege among people who debate politics on the internet. They all tend to be quite smart people, right? And I'm not trying to suck anyone's dicks, but what I'm saying is,
thanks, Sargon.
There are also people who are actually not that smart, and there are these people who actually take pride in doing manufacturing jobs and industrial jobs and things like that. And so to sit there and say, well, to about say, I don't know, maybe like a quarter of the country, fuck you, we can get these done cheaper in China. And, we don't care about the moral implications of them doing whatever they're doing. We're not going to worry ourselves with that.
Dario.
Cheap iPhone, right? So, I think that actually leaving these people to go fuck themselves was the reason that Margaret Thatcher did has got such a tarnished reputation now. I think we should have a duty of care for those people.
I got to say, to Dario's original point, you said that to speak to the original question of racism in China and how we don't seem to care as much about it here in America. And your response to that was that, either ship all manufacturing in China or get China more incorporated in the world economy. When you just said they're an economic superpower that's probably second. Like, so what more incorporated? What you want them to be first? And if they're first, how does that give us leverage? Well, how does that give us leverage over them to influence their treatment of their workers or their population or their morals? How does China having more leverage and more power on the world stage economically? What? Because we're their customers?
Wait,
being more dependent on China is not going to give us greater influence over them.
Wait, so there's a lot of misconceptions here. So first off, just because China is the fastest growing economic superpower doesn't mean that they can compete with the rest of the world, like combined. That is what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about a world coming together, creating trade agreements that secure the rights and the living standards of the Chinese people and force them out of having concentration camps, because the only other alternative is going to war. If you want to go to war for human rights, as we've done.
Do we have a duty to go to war for human rights?
I mean, I don't think we do. I don't think we do, but it would be a good. It would be a good.
Why should we do that?
Because I think personally it would be a good. Wait, do you want to go back and rehash objective morals?
Yeah, well, I agree that morals are subjective. You've just proven it.
Sure, yeah. So I think from my from my subjective point of view, it would be
you have a duty
good.
to fight for people in China, but not for people at home.
No,
it seems like you're saying
if you just want to rehash
doing, and so therefore we should give them more power.
No.
How is that? How does
that
work?
that is not. That is the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying we disagree. So? We disagree. I mean, if you would let me explain.
I'll listen. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. So
you're welcome, my friend.
Come on,
guys.
So if we incorporate China further into the world economy because of economic interdependency, China could get leverage into raising the living standards of their workers to the standards of the rest of the world.
They could get leverage.
Okay, can I respond? I haven't had
leverage by combining the economic powers of the world.
What Dario is saying is literally what Richard Nixon said in the 1970s. The entire premise of opening up to China, starting with Richard Nixon. I find it funny that Scuff Dario sounds like Richard Nixon, but the entire premise is what Dario said. That's what we thought in the 70s. We thought, let's open up to China. Let's let them liberalize economically. As they become integrated economically into society, into the world economy, and as we trade, there's going to be natural pressure for them to liberalize politically. That was literally, you're literally saying what the plan was in the 1970s. Look, it failed. It failed. It failed miserably.
No. China is not a liberal country by
it's succeeded to some degree.
Yeah,
I mean,
China has raised an unprecedented amount of people out of poverty, more than any other nation, any other country in the history of mankind.
This just sounds like Nazi apologetics to me. China is a fascist state.
I mean, wait. I said
it's
so.
An ethnocentric, ethnic supremacist, genociding, expansionist state. It has
Sargon,
but they were worse. They used to be worse.
They used to be worse.
No. I don't agree. I don't agree. Right? Modern technology is allowing it to become worse. Like something like 25 million Chinese people aren't allowed to buy planes or train tickets.
Yes.
Like this is ridiculous.
Nobody disagrees that this is a bad thing. Wait,
no,
nobody.
It's not just a bad thing. It's a terrible thing.
Nobody disagrees. I said so in my introduction.
Okay, but we can't then take action to try and enrich that country. That's just
that's not what I'm saying. I am saying take action to enrich the world while leveraging the economic powers to make sure that China improves the living conditions of the workers and frees or destroys the concentration camps.
How's that working out for you?
That's what we've been trying.
It's worked out quite well.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's not historically, it's been very good. Yeah.
Yeah, but our leverage there is dependent on the idea that if they don't do what we want, we'll just withdraw our business from them. Right?
Yeah.
But that's not going to bring people. Hang on. We could. But that's not going to bring people out of poverty, because it isn't actually poverty that's the problem. It's communism that's the problem in China.
Right.
I mean,
that's why the real solution here is not going to come from pressuring them economically or doing anything like that. There's only one solution that will really happen, and that's if the Chinese people overthrow the communist regime. That's the only thing. We need another Tiananmen Square where it's a lot more severe, and we don't bow down to China. And like literally, that's the only solution here. And you're not going to get there by doing more trade with them and then pressuring them to do it. And frankly, I don't like this idea that, there's this political group in America that wants cheap shit from China. It's like, that's what the consumer has chosen to buy, and we've had terrible trade deals that have allowed this trade to happen with no reciprocal trade access from the United States. Donald Trump has been spot on. We've had terrible trade deals. Starting to get rid of these trade deals is the beginning. We also need to educate consumers to stop buying all this stuff from China. The reason that we don't have any leverage is because China makes all of our medicine and antibiotics. We can't say anything bad about China because they'll cut off our medicine. This is a ridiculous position we put ourselves in. We got to support Trump on the trade policies, convince the American people to stop buying stuff from China, and actually pressure them economically to hurt them economically so that the Chinese people realize they've got a shit government and start to work to overthrow it like they did in Tiananmen Square.
But the trade deals that we have in place are garbage. You know, we still have like 10 years before we even start to get IP back. That has nothing to do with getting our stuff produced here. You know, the reason that the Chinese have the advantage is because they're socialists, because their government will go ahead and socialize business. Hey, we want to take over all of this business. There's an opportunity here. Cool. Let's go ahead and make this affordable for this capitalist, for person making this product.
But that's what we call slavery.
Capitalist nation.
Wait, I slavery. And I mean, I think we should take a moral objection to that. We should say, we should put in certain limits. Say, well, look, until you meet these particular standards, we're not going to do business with you, and it'll be illegal for our companies to do that.
But we already have sweetheart deals with China to get their business. There's plenty of other countries waiting for their stuff. There are, and they're building more every day. Africa, they're gonna have to double the production to take care of Africa and us in the next few years, especially the Silk Road gets going.
I completely agree with industrializing Mexico, but I also think that we should return these factories to our own countries. I don't think that we should just leave ourselves hollowed out like that.
I just don't understand the point of like making everybody worse off. I mean, why is that better than like making everybody
over the
better
Communist
off?
Party.
Wait, what?
That's
what do you mean making everyone worse off?
Yeah, so if you bring back manufacturing to the countries that they were originally from, instead of using the free market and free global trade, we're making everybody worse off.
No. Some things are more important than money.
No, this is economic.
Yeah, but like,
that will make China worse
artificial
off.
jobs isn't more important to make people
China,
feel good about
China was improving quite a bit due to their
dude.
trade with the United States. They had to open up.
Sure, but the United States is improving as well, right? I mean, economics isn't a zero-sum game.
Like we don't have to bring the manufacturing back here. We can put pressure on them by actually removing like manufacturing jobs over there and like moving them to somewhere else. Like
that's what happening. I mean, that is happening
investment.
Naturally. It like manufacturing is starting to move back to the United States, and it seems to be having the opposite effect. It's causing the government to clamp down and be more authoritarian.
It's not natural, is it? It's because of Trump's tariffs, isn't it? And Trump's trade war, wasn't it?
I think it has a lot to do with technology. Like we're able to manufacture things here. There's more automation, which means less dependence on labor.
You've always been able to manufacture things in the US.
But it's more automated, which means less dependence on expensive American labor, so it can be done here. There's more of that happening.
Okay.
So the value of cheap Chinese labor is less important. But I mean, it was the trade with China that motivated them to definitely improve their political situation. Like they had to liberalize their economy in order to create those factories that are manufacturing stuff for America. And that not only raised people out of poverty, but it caused the government to sort of back down on their totalitarianism. And now that that's sort of breaking down, you can see the government getting more totalitarian, more authoritarian. So it seems like the trade is actually good politically for China.
I totally disagree with that. If you actually look at the mass surveillance they're doing, look at the internment camps, look at the mass surveillance, look at the political prisoners they have, look at what they did with this coronavirus and in killing, arresting, disappearing anybody who spoke out about it. Look at the control they have over the
they're doing that now after we've done.
They've gotten, it's been progressively worse. Like communists just get worse and worse and worse. This whole theory that you do start doing economic trade deals with them, and then all of a sudden they're going to become wonderful people. That's just history has proven it doesn't work.
But they back down. I mean, they were worse.
They're getting
before
worse,
we started trading with them, right? They killed like 50 million people.
Wait, how's it getting worse? How do you measure that?
I'm just going based off, people reporting from China and saying like there's more signs that the government's clamping down. They're doing more sort of communist propaganda. They're being really nasty to foreigners, kicking people out of the country.
Oh no, I was asked that question in respects to Lecture Fan when he said that since we opened up trade to them that they've become worse. I just wanted him to substantiate that.
Well, I just listed off like 10 different examples of it. Like I'm not saying that this is the cultural revolution under Mao Zedong. Obviously they're not going through a cultural revolution under Mao Zedong. It's not similar to that. The point is that the entire premise behind what you guys are saying, which is let's open up and do trade and try to pressure them economically, it's proven to be completely false. It's been getting worse over the last 30 years, let's say. Not going back to the cultural revolution of the 60s, but recently, look at they're exporting mass surveillance to other countries and teaching other countries. They're forcing American companies to kowtow, and look what they did in Hong Kong. Look what they've done with the coronavirus. Look what they did with the mass surveillance. Like none of this is getting
worse in
better.
the last few years.
Yeah, they've been able to raise some people out of poverty, but that doesn't offset all of the other terrible things that they've been continually doing.
A lot of people.
And it's okay, so you guys want to bring people out of poverty. All of a sudden, the left cares about the free market and economic growth. Come on.
Yeah, is there nothing more important than money, though? I mean,
Sorry, if we could get rid of all the
justifies
country by throwing all the Muslims in the contribution camp.
The lecture fan, like, are the tariffs actually having this effect? Like, I don't see, anybody putting pressure on China to improve politically.
Well, first of all, like the tariffs, we're in like a phase 1 trade deal with China. Trump hasn't been able to be as strong, obviously, because being strong on China the way Trump wants to be would actually have pretty severe economic consequences that Trump doesn't want to do going into an election year. I think if we reelect Trump, which we hopefully will, it'll be a big change with China after 2020 election. It's going to be some severe stuff against China, and hopefully it causes their economy to suffer just like Iranian's economy has suffered, which then results in the people hopefully rising up and overthrowing that totalitarian, authoritarian, communist government, which is the only solution.
That is such a pipe dream. That is such a pipe dream. If we put pressure on their economy, Iran doesn't control 97% of our antibiotics. Iran doesn't control, I think, 80% of our manufacturing of computers. They have leverage that Iran couldn't have if they tried 10 times over. So I think that just assuming that China is going to bend over while we come at them with the strap on is naive at best. And I don't think that Trump will be able to do anything about it. I think even if his intention is pure and he wants to make the world better and he wants China to whatever, which I'm not conceding. I don't believe that Trump is just all rainbows and roses, but I'm saying that I don't think that China has the little bit of leverage that Iran does have, and we have been utterly unsuccessful in doing shit to Iran.
No, I get that, but
they're still supporting terrorism. The Islamic regime is just as strong today as it was in '79. So our sanctions policy and our disengagement from them has accomplished absolutely nothing.
I disagree. I think the Iranian government's teetering on the edge of being overthrown. But I understand that there's a huge difference with China. But what's your solution? Nuke China? That's a preposterous solution. Or do you have an actual solution like I proposed?
I'm not allowed to say what I believe my solution is.
We don't condone anything about nuking China.
No, so I think it's important to recognize sort of the scale of the economic argument. Like just combining the economies of like the US with like EU is a huge leverage chip that you can use against China. Like the EU is the biggest, like largest economy in the world, and combining it with the US or even like America in general, like Southern America, whatever. I mean, if you come together and put global pressure on China through global trade agreements, that is the way forward. A single country, you're completely correct when you say the US does not have any leverage over China individually. That is completely correct. China has the US by the balls, but that doesn't mean that the US cannot go together in global cooperations with the EU, with fucking like Southern America, fucking, I don't know, basically all countries that aren't China could come together against China.
Okay, but that means that you're relying on something like a global coalition to, like, I mean, come on.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, why wouldn't you be, like, you need a more practical solution. You can't just be like, well, it's sort of like the Bernie Sanders solution.
Why is that not
together and we all did the thing, then it would work. And it's like, yeah, but that's not.
Why isn't that why isn't that the most practical? What's the other practical solution?
Yeah, what's the other solution?
Well, I gave one.
Is it going to war?
No,
I gave one.
I'm not allowed to give mine.
I think you just trade with them. Just try to keep the trade going.
Yeah.
The thing is, they have to liberalize in order to keep growing, right? They've been experiencing rapid growth, but they're catching
They've
up
also
to the
become
point
more
where they're going to
liberal.
have to start innovating themselves in order to keep growing at that rate. And in order to do that, the government has to open up the economy and let people innovate. And that is a natural force to improve the political situation in the country, because they have to for economic reasons.
Yeah, and like many people don't know this, but like China isn't like a communist country in terms of economics. Like it is very much a capitalist economically.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
mixed. They have these free economic zones.
It's a fascist economy.
It's not centrally planned, though.
Wait, it's not centrally planned.
Only until the point where the government tells you that it is. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
it's the same with our government.
in China that mean that they can get access to any company's
it's the same as
data.
the
This
United
is-
States. Literally the same as the
No,
United
no, no.
States.
No, that's not true.
It's considerably
Apple
more
won a-
authoritarian
Apple
than
won
the
a
United
court
We
a
step in
lawsuit
during market
against
failures.
the FBI when they demanded their data. Apple didn't have to give the FBI their data. They don't have that option in China. Right? China is, I mean, if you don't want to call it an openly fascist state, which I don't know why we wouldn't, then it's a proto-fascist state. It's very, very close to it. It is not a free market economy. You do not have some, the kind of autonomy and protection of rights that you have in the West. I don't know why we wouldn't just encourage people to just buy from somewhere else. Buy German if you have to. You know what I mean? Like, just don't buy Chinese.
No,
But they-
no. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
They're not as open as the West economically, but they're not completely
Even slightly.
completely fascist too.
Wait.
They had to.
Oh my God, they're not completely fascist. They run
they are.
concentration camps. They literally take political prisoners
That's
and
bad.
sell their fucking
Social
organs.
credit score.
Like, to argue that they're like just this like misunderstood kind of
Sensitive
capitalist
to that.
place is really
Wait.
silly.
Not arguing that.
I
This
don't
has
think
nothing
anybody's
to do with
on that.
capitalism. Like,
Guys, it's a little more.
talking
There's a little
economics.
nuance here. Okay, so they liberalized their economy to some degree in order to build the things that Americans are buying from them. I think that process could continue and cause them to liberalize their economy more. I mean, that seemed to be working. So, let's keep doing that.
I don't think the price is worth it. Enriching
So-
China is just dangerous.
And I don't think it's
So
worth
this,
it.
is, so I'm reading from an
It's a
article here.
benefit
It says China has gone a long way to becoming a market capitalist economy. It has opened up foreign investment, more so than say India. It has firms competing internationally and investing overseas, so on and so on. Companies
Yeah, you
which
should
leverage
be
export
really, really
markets.
skeptical about that. This is what the
Right.
5G rollout in the UK was about. It's
Wait.
actually quite disgraceful that our government would even consider it. The Chinese Communist
5G?
Party
Wait,
is not
no.
some neutral actor. It's an ethical actor. It has interests and it's going to pursue them. And we should be aware of that.
I mean, I just think we should be aware of like economics. I don't understand. I mean, everybody can Google this. You can just Google "is China capitalist" and like look at the articles and people who analyze their economy. I mean,
Yeah, but they're not what
It's
we would
not black
consider
or
to be
white, though.
capitalist.
no,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
it's
mean,
not.
correlation is more
Yeah,
trade,
I mean, it is not
better
it is
political
Not,
situation,
Sure,
less
sure.
trade, worse political situation.
sure.
Here's
Sure,
my
okay.
question. Last username. I respect your brain. So tell me, what kind of time frame are we looking at? Sorry.
Time frame for what?
If we keep trading, and I absolutely agree with you. They've had to liberalize more and more and more, and now we have, 3 Chinese companies are the richest company, are in the top, I think 5, if not the top 10 in the world, right?
Mhm.
And and these are run by basically individuals. Yeah, they're technically the ministry, but come on, they have the power to tell Xi what to do, right? So how
Hang on,
long? What kind of time frame would we keep
object.
trading?
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's
I
true?
Think that, X's just made himself dictator for life, effectively.
Absolutely, but do you
So I
don't
think
think
he's
that the
the guy with
leaders
the
of the
absolute
3
power
oil
and-
companies can tell Xi what to do? Absolutely, they can.
No, I think that he tells them what to do.
They probably
He
Probably
is
a little
the
both.
dictator that you can't
Yeah,
even
it's a little
mock
both,
with Winnie
but-
the Pooh memes on the internet. Yeah, I think he's the one who tells people what to do.
You know where the buck stops. Stops with Z. Like he has the ultimate authority, regardless.
It's
Not saying he
not
can
a
literally do
capitalist
anything,
state as
but-
we understand it. Like he
I
could probably
understand
just
that,
appropriate
but
their property if he wanted to.
Right.
Yeah,
but
he
the
could- they
workers
don't- yeah.
control the
Okay.
production either. It's
They don't. They
No, I
don't
didn't
have
say that it was
they,
communist.
They don't have private property rights. The government can do whatever they want. Foreigners are not allowed to own real property. In fact, citizens are not even allowed to own real property. You have to have a communist party approval to operate a government or to operate a company. And the CCP is the one that's putting out all this propaganda worldwide. We're so capitalist. We're a free market economy now. And so to hear people on this stream literally parroting Chinese communist propaganda that they've opened up and they've liberalized and they're a free market economy and they're doing all these great things is just really sad.
Well, who's saying that?
It's just like basic economic concepts. I mean, I'm sorry you don't understand like basic economics. You just look this up. Actually, like global economic like websites that talk about the research these things. It isn't all just like a big conspiracy theory.
But last user, what kind of time frame do you think we're looking at, despite the argument over?
But time frame to what? Like
as far as your the time frame before the people who run the companies can have influence over the government to stop some of their actions.
I have no idea, but I don't think it's as simple as the companies have influence over the government. Probably something more like the government will have to give them more economic liberty in order to allow the economy to keep growing.
But can anyone tell me how that connects with not genociding the Uyghurs, for example? Why should the company give a shit about that? Because I mean, they're currently using them as slave labor in factories. So why would the company care about that?
No, but they don't necessarily care about that. That's why we have to make them care. That's the point, right?
But I agree. But economic liberalization is pouring more money into China has no direct connection with ending the moral infractions that China's
No, but that depends on where the money's coming
from.
It
go a step further. I mean, if you're making a purely economic argument, then let's take this into account. Let's say Tim Cook stood up tomorrow and said, "This is the new iPhone. It's going to cost $2.50." And we said, "Oh, really? How did you accomplish that?" And he said, "We created a new screen by using the spleens of black people." And we said, "Oh my God, that's disgusting. We're not buying your new iPhone. You could take it and shove it up your ass." And we would probably put him in prison. But when all of a sudden China creates toasters with concentration camp labor and sells organs on the black market and grounds these people up to create our products, all of a sudden we're like, yeah, but it's what we want. It's cheap shit.
What do you mean by
and that's not a proper argument.
Nobody here is making that argument.
No, yeah, they are. Yeah. I'm going back to the I want to stay on last. I want to explore the last usernames option at first, because I mean, all we have is economics to deal with it with, right? Because we're not going to go to war.
We've been doing it since the 70s. It hasn't worked. I don't know why we think it's going to work now.
So like, I can't make any guarantees or explain exactly how more trade will lead to things like them stopping the genocide of the Uyghurs. Maybe in the process of liberalizing the economy, they'll be forced to have a more democratic, more accountable government, just because you kind of need that in order to have a more liberalized economy.
Well, they just you don't need that.
And then they'll be able to hold them accountable for human rights abuses.
Hang on, you don't need that. You can have a one-party dictatorship that can liberalize the economy. We know because that's what China's doing right now. Like Xi Jinping just made it so he can be dictator for life. They're not liberalizing. They don't care about democracy. As long as it's beneficial to the Chinese Communist Party, they're prepared to do it. When it was beneficial to enslave their own people, they would do that. When it's beneficial to not, they will do that. They're just going to be working on their own survival. If you can't show a causal link between giving China more money and them then deciding actually they're not going to commit genocide, then why would we take that option and give them more money if we can't guarantee that means the end of genocide?
Exactly.
It's not giving them money.
The theory has always been. The theory has always been, as they get economically developed, the people will have more money. They'll then become more educated. As the people become more educated and they get richer, they'll start to demand more freedoms and less corruption. That's been the theory since the 70s. It hasn't worked.
Right. Wait. So is nobody gonna engage with my argument? So what I'm saying is, you don't just give them money. You give them a trade agreement that is that is where it requires them to raise the living standards and free the Uyghurs or whatever you want. You say we're gonna do trade.
Moral requirements that are placed on the trade agreement.
Well, we tried to pass the TPP and everybody pooped it. I'm not saying
Yeah.
the TPP
It doesn't
we
matter.
shouldn't- we
If you,
shouldn't have.
a
And
trade
we
agreement
shouldn't
is
have.
only as good as the country that signs it. And they can sign it and say they're going to do whatever they want. North Korea signed an agreement with us that they won't create nuclear weapons and just didn't listen to it. So yes, if China was an honest actor and we could say, okay, let's sign this agreement and do this, then it's one thing. But if they're just going to ignore it and hold us to our standards, then it is just giving them money.
No, but we obviously hold them accountable, Jose.
Well, how do we
would
do
just
that?
sign.
Because the problem is, as soon as you put an ultimatum on the table, you're going to have to be prepared to back that up. And whenever you're coming into a contest like this, ultimately you're putting the threat of war on the table. So is that something you're prepared to do?
No. Wait. So this is what I'm arguing for. Okay. Imagine the rest of the world, just for the sake of argument, the rest of the world except China comes together and does free trade, and raises their economic level so high that China can't keep up anymore. And then we say to China, hey, China, if you want to be part of this global trade agreement, you have to play ball. You have to play by the rules. If you don't, we're going to watch over you. We're going to see that you obviously aren't bringing down the concentration camps. And if they aren't, you pull the support away. I mean, it's that easy.
But
so after all the businesses have invested billions of dollars of infrastructure into China and put their entire supply chain in China, when we see that they're not listening to the trade agreements, we're just going to tell them, well, guys, sorry, we're taking our ball game and going home.
Yeah,
it doesn't work that way.
They're doing all this stuff now that we want them to stop. But your argument is still that we should be investing further in increasing their economic power worldwide. So why would
depends? I mean, you can do different kinds of investments.
You're saying like we need to increase their prominence on the world stage, and then we'll do something.
No,
but
no,
why don't we change?
No, that
is
absolutely
not,
right. If the U.S. combines with the EU and South Korea, that is 55-60% of their imports or exports. Sorry. So if all of those people got together and say,
but
"Hey,
we've
we're
got to
not
be
gonna
prepared
trade,
to say
but
that
we need to be."
Sargon, he said it perfectly, though. Sargon said it perfectly. You have to back that up with a threat of war. And if you're not willing to do that, then you can't just assume that you can do whatever you want.
No, you don't need to threaten. No, you don't need to threaten war. You can just threaten economic collapse.
I mean, there's a huge interdependence.
Hang on. The Chinese Communist Party is not just going to be looking at the looming threat of economic collapse and go, well, I mean, that was the breaks, wasn't it? No, they're going to start invading places. Okay, that's what will bring on the war. That's what I'm saying.
Or releasing horrible viruses or something like that.
But how are they gonna?
That's a bad decision on their.
Yeah,
on their
how are they going to invade the world who is now standing together?
Ruin.
Than economic collapse.
Sure, but how are they?
Invasions are expensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
and
wait,
you
if
need
the rest of the world,
people
they
to fight,
will
which they don't
go
have
to
very
war,
many.
and they will justify it by saying we need this to avert this economic collapse. If you're going to say, right, we're going to have to get a giant like union of the nations and say, right, we're going to pull out of China unless China does X, then we're going to have to be prepared to go toward China, because there is a chance that China will call our bluff and say, no, fuck you, we're not doing anything. You're not going to move your manufacturing. You need those cheap goods. And we'll be like, well, okay, fuck you then.
Power. He'll side with us.
I mean, China is no match for, the United States.
The world.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the
you just
world
have
is
to kill
the United
millions
States
of
and
Chinese
you,
people.
like in NATO, whatever. Like, I mean,
Let's
China
assume
isn't
they
gonna
can't
do
kill a
shit.
single person. How many Chinese people have to die? Like how? Like
None.
seriously, they will. They absolutely will. There will be a war, and we will have to beat China, which means millions of Chinese dead.
Why would China go to war?
Yeah, or they
Why
could
would they
just
throw their
Facing
people
total
away?
economic collapse.
Yeah, so they release the Uyghurs and they increase their human rights.
That's what you want to have happen. But that's
Yeah, that's how sanctions work.
Why wouldn't
No
they do
dictator
things in
has
their
done
own
that ever.
self-interest? Why wouldn't they do the thing that's in their own self-interest? Why
Because
would we
they're
assume
not
that they're
necessarily
going to?
rational actors at the top of a communist dictatorship.
Yeah.
And what you
Okay,
think their
you guys
interests are what they
just
think.
Google.
If
when
they're not
have
rational,
sanctions
then we
worked,
can't do
you'll
anything
have a
about it.
huge list.
Right.
No, we can. We just have to move by incentive. I agree, but the problem is we have to say we have to be prepared to draw hard lines, and these hard lines are going to be difficult for us to enforce. But if we want this to work, and we actually want to do some good for the Uyghurs, assuming that we're duty bound to do such a thing, then we have to be prepared to follow that up with force. There's just no question of it. right? So what are we prepared to have to go toward China in order to make them change their ways?
Economic force is still force. So in
And
that sense,
all force will be resolved with violence at the very end.
No, at the again, if they are as so irrational that they will throw all of their people away and not kill a single American soldier, I mean, yeah, then you're right. I don't see that world happening. I
a lot of Americans in the process as well.
But I mean, are you saying that like we shouldn't even begin to explore these options because we might end up in a war that we can't get out of?
I think that war with China might be inevitable at this point.
Wait,
like you understand that there's two very competing worldviews here, right? There's the worldview of the Western liberal, which is all of us in the West, apart from the communists, and then there is the position of the Chinese Communist Party that is like so diametrically opposed on what they're trying to achieve and the methods to achieve it that eventually we're probably going to have it out with them.
No, but this is the thing. I mean, to some extent I do agree with you. I do, however, think that even the CCP and for all the authoritarian shit that they do, they also want to raise the living standards of their people. They want to have their country prosper because that's what they've been doing for the past like 30 years.
Yeah, but why? Yeah. Why do they want their country to prosper? Because they obviously don't give a flying fuck about the rights of those people or comfort of those people. Because
they're benefiting from it too.
All of this social control that they do, right? They want to do it because they feel that China is the natural center of the world. Because for thousands of years it was. They want supremacy. Again, they act like a fascist state in this regard.
So
they're looking for, at the moment, regional supremacy, which they have, but eventually they'll want world supremacy. And I don't really want China to have world supremacy. I think that'd be terrible.
This is a bit of fear-mongering,
really
right?
bad.
Yeah, I mean, if
really
you
problems
go
can
on,
be solved with sanctions. Sanctions do solve
China
problems.
is royally fucked at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
at the moment.
I feel like just like letting people out of concentration camps and improving your human rights is something China would rather do than go to war. Like they enjoy the prosperity of trading with the world, don't they?
I don't know. I don't know if they care, right? Because
then why are they trading with the world?
Because it makes them more powerful than you. That's why they're doing it. As we have just established, they have your medical manufacturing by the balls. Do you understand? Like, it's such a weak position that America
can move that somewhere else. I don't.
Well, you better get on with it then. But then you've got to risk war with China because they'll say, "Oh, fuck you." Right? This is the thing.
How can they say, wait,
any country can say this. Any country can have this position.
Yeah, Iran can say, "Hey, fuck you," and start going to war with the U.S. That doesn't mean it's a good idea.
They're at war with the U.S.
You're framing China as like this boogeyman.
I mean attack.
China. Oh no, China aren't a boogeyman, man. They're worse.
They're not living in a vacuum. They're not like overlords in a castle right now. Like they're real people who are benefiting from their westernization, right?
I don't know, man, because they're living under a social credit system and their internet's so heavily censored they can't criticize their government, and they disappear if they do. Okay, you are not talking about a free country.
That's fine. Like I agree with all those things, but that has nothing to do with the points being made.
Well, no, it has a lot to do with this because we're talking about
we can put sanctions in if we don't like the censorship of the internet. We can put sanctions on that. If we don't like the way they treat, we can put
this entire argument is about how to influence Chinese society through economics. That's
right. I don't think war is a real solution, guys. I think like we need to go down the sanctions path all the way down.
Inevitability, though, if things fall apart, it's always a reality.
It is always a possibility. There's a non-zero chance that we might have to go to war with China. I agree.
There is a significant.
That's like some fear mongering for real.
No,
I don't think it's likely.
That's denialism.
No,
that's total denialism. They're already expansionists. Look at what they're doing in Africa. Look at the trade routes they've been linking up all along, like the China Sea and all around India and stuff. Like they are very, very expansionist. They're putting loads of money overseas. I mean, why do you think they want to create the 5G network for Britain? What fucking interest has China got there? Well, it'd be nice to have one of their companies integrated into the communications network of our country, which is what the American administration is freaking out about. Like, going on, why are you doing this? This is a major bloody risk. And it's
okay,
not like
this is the problem. Don't have them do that then, right?
No.
I don't understand what that has to do with the argument being made.
So there is.
I get it. China's doing shitty things.
Yeah, but they are a dangerous regime.
All of these things can be stopped by the United States going together with EU, together with Southern America, making global trade agreements which stop China from doing these things, putting sanctions on them.
That relies on a global, consensus that might or may not exist.
But let's assume we get the consensus.
What if this global consensus that you want to start What if like, okay, we get it, and then China says, hey, you know what? We'll create our own coalition against you. Then what?
Or what if China just says, okay, no more antibiotics for you? Then what do we do?
Well, then you can make it somewhere else.
How do you
Just make it
check
somewhere
that
else.
China
Just do
has
that.
maintained
Yeah,
those
yeah.
commitments? How
Right,
do you
yeah, you
know
can
that they've
literally
done
make
what
it
they
so.
said they
Back
did?
to the
You
USA.
introduce
Then we
competition.
couldn't do. That
You
would be good,
introduce
right?
competition. You don't have to necessarily bring it back to the United States, but you can introduce
Why not?
competition to China. Because I don't think that's economically feasible.
Okay, so step one is we have to get this stuff that we are relying on in China to happen in the U.S. And since it is not,
Or at
happening
least
through
in a
capitalism,
valuable
we may have to
partner,
look at some
like
different
Mexico.
avenues, right?
Or it can be done by a reliable partner like Mexico, Canada, or many South American countries. There are a lot of trade partners we could have that are much better actors on the world stage and in their own countries than China, and we can do it cheaper too. But assuming that China is just going to fade away and assuming that we can hold a global consensus together on anything is, I think, a pipe dream, because we've never been able to hold a global consensus on jack shit.
Yeah, but let's assume that we do.
Sure, why it
How
has
do
to
we,
be a
how do we check
consensus?
China?
We
How do
did
we
it
check
against
that they're
Germany
not?
just like 70 years
Well,
ago.
that's the
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you
the
could.
solution that Scott
It's
is putting forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to say. Okay, if we do recognize that China is that big of a threat, then why would we not want the U.S. to go together with the EU, to go together with fucking South Korea or whatever, and then say, hey, we hold 60% of your export. Now you have to do the things that we ask you to do.
Because you're risking war. That's what. And
Yep.
I'm not saying that you
I mean,
shouldn't.
you're
I'm
always
not saying you
risking war.
shouldn't. No, we're not. That's reductive to absurdity, right? There is a distinct chance of war if you turn around to China and say, "Look, we're basically going to take away your money," right? They're going to freak out. That's going to be something that they will consider to be a distinct threat and feel the need to do something about. Now,
It's casus belli. It's an act of war.
Yes. And so I think that, and things, I'm not saying that we shouldn't countenance this. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be something that might be necessary. I think it's probably going to be inevitable at some point that China and the US do have a war of some form. But we just essentially have to understand that that's what it's going to come to if we want to bully China, assuming, again, we even have an ethical obligation to do so.
I mean, but the U.S. is already in a trade war with China right now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
but
am I
we're
wrong?
not threatening
It's not
to
based
gang
on
up with the
wars.
rest of the world
It's a pretty
and pull out
soft
all of our
trade war.
manufacturing.
No, but the only
So
thing
I'm
that
gonna
I'm saying
already
is
two more-
that
two
bring
more
the rest of the
minutes,
world
two more
in.
minutes, guys, two more minutes.
We're in a trade war. Thank you, Tree. We're in a trade war with China, but not over their treatment of their citizens. We're in a trade war with China based on economic interests of our
Yeah.
country. Right.
Sure.
But we're framing the question in terms of social pressure through economic pressure.
Yeah, and I'm saying like one of the things that the TPP was gonna do is it was gonna protect what was it, internet property rights, IP rights.
It was going to
and
put pressure on them to do it.
put pressure on them, yeah, and like I mean, we struck it down, and I think that was a great mistake, and I think we should bring back TPP and bring back like many more trade agreements which are gonna regulate these things. I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't at least try. I mean, yeah, war might be the end, like end result, but at least trying to do it in an economic way, it seems like win-win for everyone.
Okay, who's that typing so loudly? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do the closing arguments. Let's start off with, since I mistakenly forgot about Grimace the last time, I'm gonna make it up by letting him
Grimace
go
gets
first
two
this
and a half.
time. So go ahead, Grimace. You get to start off with your closing arguments.
Sure. I guess we weren't really talking about the actual racism going on in China right now, but I don't. China's still got obviously a really long way to go. They're still improving. Just the fact that Africans are there in the first place is an improvement from where they've been before. And like you said, it's not the Cultural Revolution anymore. Things are steadily changing, and as they are inevitably exposed to the West, the people in general are actually criticizing the government in very subtle ways. That's building and building and building. You look down at Hong Kong and already see the radicals being developed there. So I don't think it's so easy to say that they can't necessarily get to the right place. I understand that the way the CCP is being run right now, it's pretty terrible and it's pretty authoritarian. But yeah, I don't know. Sanctions work.
Okay, Dario.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of gave my closing arguments already, but I guess I'll just reiterate a little bit. I think what China is doing is absolutely terrible, and I do think we should do, from my personal morals, I think we should do something about it on a global stage, and I think the best way to do so is through economic pressure, and the best way to put economic pressure on China, who is a economic superpower, is to have economic trade agreements with the biggest superpowers in the world: EU, US, Southern America, Southern Korea. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think I do agree, and I deal with Dario. I'm torn on TPP. I know it has problems. I know it had a lot of language in there that gave a lot of advantages to a few different people. But forming a coalition against them, yes, we could definitely hit them in the pocketbook. It affects everybody. Yes, you may. Now, some people on this panel just think they're a completely irrational actor, and that they'll just be like "Rawr," and go attack people, and maybe they will, and that's fine. And in the U.S., you know what, we spend a lot of money making weapons every year. We love to fight. So I don't think that's really a biggest issue. So now, are we going to? The thing is, the initial issue was about racism in China. So are we going to have a worldwide coalition to have an economic war with China? That's really the question. Are we going to do it for Uyghurs and Nigerians and South Africans and all of the other parties through history? So I would like to look at all the options. I think there's a lot of them out there. And damn it, I should use Notepad like you do, Daria, because I forgot my last point. So, but anyway,
get on it.
Sorry. I mean, no, never mind.
Wait, you guys are taking notes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Sargon.
Notepad.
I mean, I read an article the other day about how the Chinese state is kidnapping Uyghur men, putting them in these re-education camps and forced labor camps, and then putting Han Chinese men in the beds of the wives of these men. And I'm sure that when she's being raped by that guy at night, she's like, well, thank God it's slowly liberalizing. Good thing we've decided we have no moral duties, I suppose. So there we go.
Okay, Brento.
Well, to speak to the original question of why racism is condemned in the U.S. and condoned in China, I don't necessarily know it's condoned. I'd say it's probably just ignored. But it's the same way. It's like if you tell me about an injustice in China or many of the other countries around the world, so what are you going to do about it? It's like, well, I don't know, because I'm too busy focusing on what I can actually do in places where I have any kind of influence at all, and where I could maybe hold somebody accountable. I don't feel any kind of like real ability to hold China or most other countries wholly accountable for kind of those kind of injustices. And as far as like achieving a global consensus, which is an amazing thing, like if you could achieve a 90% or more global consensus between economies to affect a country on their social platform, that'd be incredible. But I don't think that's a realistic goal. So I don't see it. I don't really see it changing necessarily. And I suppose that's what I say. I guess we don't hold China to our social standards the same way we don't hold Saudi Arabia or really most countries that we rely on economically or through trade for our own survival and our own prosperity, simply because we can't. So
Okay, lecture fan.
Yeah, the problem with this whole like let's pressure China into changing through trade agreements, it misses the entire point that the Chinese Communist Party is not going to change. The reason that they're not going to change, regardless of how much international trade pressure you put on them, is because changing threatens their hold on power. This is the same reason why China does everything, including promotes racism within their society. Communists, socialists, They all care about one thing, which is their own power, maintaining their own grip on power. Sargon is 100% right. The Chinese Communist Party they're hearkening back to the old imperialist China mode. People that have studied Xi Jinping's public speeches have noticed he's starting to bring up a lot more language about the banner of heaven. Tianxia is called in Chinese. There's Wall Street Journal article that talked about this and how basically they think that they're the only sovereign country on earth. They have the banner of heaven. Everybody else, every other country on earth is existing at the pleasure of the Chinese Communist Party. They're the only sovereign country. That's what the banner of heaven is. Xi Jinping is starting to bring back, that's not fear-mongering whatsoever. To call that fear-mongering, it shows a complete lack of sophistication about what's really going on in the world. And it's just like, that's why you are going to have to accept the idea that we might have war with China. And it's a question of, is that going to be acceptable? Because the more pressure we put on them, of course, they could lash out. I think that and countries always lash out and start wars when their own power is threatened. And so I'm sure the moment the Chinese Communist Party thinks that they could have an uprising that could overthrow them, they will probably try to start a war with the United States, because that's how they think they would be able to maintain their own domestic power.
Okay, Halsey?
If we decide to go through the route of sanctions, you have to understand something. Sanctions kill poor people. That's what they do. The people in charge don't starve. They don't suffer. The only people who suffer are poor people. So if you want to say that if they don't start behaving, we're going to starve out their poor people, I think it's a bad tactic. Secondly, if we decide to engage with them and try to open up trade so they'll liberalize over time, are we accepting the extinction of the Uyghur people in the meantime? Because it will happen. They're killing them off. They're 100%. No one's arguing that they're not. So a weak hand in this is just going to ensure their extinction, which, again, if you're okay with that, that's a position, whatever. If you want to take back our manufacturing and put it somewhere else, or you want to just immediately disengage and stop being complicit, we can do that. That's an option. If we actually believe human rights are worth going to war over, which I'm not saying they are, we could just decapitate the Chinese Communist Party. There's a lot of things we can do, but maintaining the status quo on the hopes that giving them a little pressure is going to change them is naive at best. And what will be created more likely is just another North Korea or another Iran or another Saddam Hussein. All of them stayed in power until we went to war and removed them, and left the situation probably 10 times worse than it was before we even got there. We tried the let's be nice to them route. It doesn't work. So either we want to remain complicit and keep going the route we're going now, or we want to disengage and accept the consequences of what will happen.
Okay. And last username.
I mostly agree with Halsey on this. I think war is not an option. Attacking China is not going to do anything. If you manage to topple their regime, you just get a worse regime in their place. Sanctions is going to hurt the people more than the government, and will just make the situation worse. I don't see how trade is going to free the Uyghurs, but I don't know any other way to do it. So to say that we're complicit by trading with China in that, it doesn't quite make sense to me. I don't see any option that we could do right now that would fix that situation. The thing is, when you trade with them, trade means trade between Chinese companies and American companies. And that gives work to Chinese people. And that's good. The government taxes those companies, and so the government will get richer as a result of those companies being richer, which is maybe not so good. But I don't see any other way to do this. Having lots of economic relationships with them gives us leverage, and we can use that leverage to maybe influence them politically. And their politics has to, they have to back down on the totalitarian politics in order to get more investment, because investors are afraid of putting their money where there's a lot of political risk. So I think trade is generally the best option we have. I don't think it's going to liberate the Uyghurs immediately, but it's the best option we have.
All right. Okay, so that we can let me just get right down to the last question, political question we have right now, and because I have this, I have a feeling this is going to be a good one. So at the moment, Americans are fighting back against unconstitutional executive orders that are violating their rights. This has resulted in several citizens being arrested nationwide. A woman was arrested in North Carolina for peacefully protesting. A pastor in Florida, along with one in Louisiana, were both arrested for conducting church services. These people are willing to take the risk of contracting the coronavirus as long as they can freely exercise their First Amendment rights. The First Amendment guarantees freedom concerning religion, expression, assembly, and the rights to petition. It forbids Congress and local governments from restricting an individual's religious practice. It also guarantees the rights of citizens to assemble peacefully in protest. Here's my question. Why does a national pandemic nullify the Constitution? And this is your 2-minute opening arguments. And I'm going to have it start off with Lecture Fan.
That's just I just find it so interesting. We went right into this. Here we were talking about how China is violating its own people's rights nonstop, and then we move into a topic which just goes to show Americans and Europeans begging for their own rights to be violated and begging and pleading to be told what to do. The fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court has upheld sort of extreme measures and violations of constitutional rights during emergencies. Thankfully, it's not unlimited. There have been a couple of federal judges recently that have declared some of these government orders unconstitutional. I think more of them should be declared unconstitutional. You can make all the arguments you want. Oh well, if we don't do this, a bunch of people are going to die, and therefore, we have to give up our rights. And it's like, I think it's BS. I believe in, live free or die, literally live free or die. And so I don't take this, I don't take it very kindly when people are wanting to violate people's rights and begging and pleading to have their rights violated and be told what to do. And it's totally unnecessary. People were staying at home even before the government orders. So completely unnecessary and really, really sad. And we can sit here and talk about China, but we have our own citizens begging to have our rights violated. It's pretty pathetic.
All right, Halsey.
I don't agree with the premise that we should be restricting our constitutional rights regardless of anything. I don't think that this overextended cold is worth taking away a single right from a single person. I think that social pressure can be used amongst groups of people if people aren't willing to listen, but I think that criminal law will exist if people are forcefully getting other people sick. But the idea of depriving people of rights in bad times is exactly why we have those rights. Saying we have rights only in good times means that we don't actually have them.
Okay. Last username?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think I heard that the United States is in something like 30 different states of emergency at the moment. Like literally, there's 30 different emergencies going on in theory that have sort of accumulated over the entire 20th century. Rights have to apply even in an emergency. And the thing is, it doesn't really matter because the scale of the sort of social cooperation is going to be needed to get through this, and we're nowhere near getting through this, is so big that there's no way that authority figures can make it happen without tremendous amount of cooperation and support from the public. And that has to come from social pressure, and it has to come from a feeling that of enthusiasm for people to help solve the problem, rather than a feeling that the government is oppressing them and that they have to fight back. So I think the government should mainly be focusing on earning the trust and the cooperation of people, and not freaking them out with sort of authoritarian measures.
Okay. And Grimace?
Sure. I think I agree actually with most people on the panel right now. Like, I don't think it's worth giving up our rights to the government, because that'll just set a precedent. It might work this time and everything is fine, but in the future, when another crisis comes up and we've got the wrong government in place, we have the wrong people in place, they're just going to use that power to oppress us and take advantage of our rights and take that power and keep it next time. So like really we should focus. The main problem arises the fact that everybody isn't working with the correct information. There's so much misinformation out there, and everybody has access to it that they'll protest and they'll endanger all of us working on like conspiracy theories. And that's honestly the most important thing we need to combat in cases like this. That's pretty much it. Like I don't really think that there's a good excuse to violate our own rights. Like we would just be building a rod for our own back, and that's the least American thing I can think of.
All right, and Dario.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. In the interest of like public health, it's important for everybody to do what they can to mitigate the dangers of the virus. I mean, you shouldn't stay inside for yourself. You should do it for your fellow man who is vulnerable or has like pre-existing conditions. Like in terms of like the First Amendment, like everything that I could find on it says like the scholarly consensus appears to be that the states and localities have the right to limit the size of gatherings or of non-family members consistent with their state police powers over matters of local health and welfare, which are recognized by the 10th Amendment in the United States Constitution. The caveat would be if like something like churches were like specifically singled out, which they aren't. So again, like why rights aren't being violated, like based on the Constitution. And it seems like most churches are doing this well already, except like a few who are obviously trying to pull profit off of this, which I think is quite disgusting. Now, whether or not like this is constitutional, I don't think that religious exemption in general should exist for questions of like public health. So whether it's like a virus or a vaccine, I think religious exemptions don't just hurt you, they hurt your community and your country. Yeah.
All right, and Coop.
I think that I agree with the conservatives. I agree with Grimace. I agree with Dario. I mean, here's the thing, right? There's a problem in your question because nothing in the Constitution has been nullified except for that example of that woman who was protesting. Definitely, whoever arrested her should be investigated for negating her rights. As far as churches, the First Amendment only protects against laws by Congress against specific religions. The Constitution says its duty is to protect the national welfare. So they and state rights have to do this. I mean, we have a history of this. We had during the Spanish flu, we had quarantines, and they came up. But I do share some of the concerns about the liberation of rights because we still have a fucking TSA in the airport. We still have the entire Patriot Act sitting there. It just got renewed again in 2015, and nobody cared. We have just like last username again, and that's just the tip of the iceberg as far as liberties that we've given up as we've gone along. In this situation, I think we are protecting the national welfare of the country as given rights in the Constitution for the government, and in those certain situations where they are breaking that, I think we need to be very vigilant and take action against them. That's all.
Okay, Sargon.
Honestly, everyone has actually made really, really good points leading up to me at this point. And so being last, I don't really have that much to add.
Actually,
I
Brento
can't-
is after you. We have one more person.
Sorry. I thought I was sorry. I apologize. Everyone has pretty much made the points that I've personally observed. I don't think the virus is worth a single right that we have. I think that the onus on us is our individual agency and how we conduct ourselves. And I agree with them. I think it was Dario or Coop who said that we have a responsibility and an obligation to the public health, but I don't think that it should be the government that controls our motions. We should be the ones doing that ourselves with various social shaming mechanisms, which is happening a lot in Britain, actually. There are lots of accounts of very angry Karens running around going, how dare you be out? You're breaking.
Would you say we have a duty to do so, Sargon?
Yeah, I think they certainly think they do. The Karens are up everyone's asses at the moment about like wandering around in the sun because it's been really nice here. But I don't think that any expansion of state power is warranted here. And as I think it was last username said, or maybe Coop said, the Patriot Act will never be repealed. It's never going to go away. I mean, it was 2015, so it was Obama who renewed the Patriot Act. So it's not it's never going to be repealed. You expand the government, it doesn't get any smaller because the politicians have just got no incentive to do that. So,
Okay, and Brento, go ahead.
Yeah, same. Actually, shocking. Actually, that everyone's in such agreement. But I feel the same way. The rights of free assembly and free speech, those are paramount. And I think that the pastors that are holding assembly, like if they're doing it in a protest, then maybe there's a reason. If maybe they're being irresponsible, and I think you can criticize them for that. But generally, I think that it's good that people, social distance and quarantine, but it can't be through force of government or through an abdication of rights. And it just feels, I don't know if there is a violation of rights, or if anyone is arrested for speaking out or assembling, it will go through courts and it will get ironed out that way. But generally, yeah, I agree with the majority of the panel.
Okay, so I'll since everybody's agreeing on this, I'll go ahead and start it all off, and I'll pick someone and go ahead and do the free form round. Let's start with the religion. I've noticed that because people begin to judge the pastors, and saying that they shouldn't have to hold services, and we're talking to somebody who doesn't even believe in any of this, right? But I do believe that if people of any religion wish to gather together under a building or in a car, whatever, even if they just want to sit right beside each other, right next to each other, I mean, they should have their right. I don't understand the fact that they're religious, that this is not a necessity. And it seems to be that once again, Christianity is just so easy easiest religion to shit on. But I've seen a lot of judgments gone with these pastors, and a lot of criticism gone to the pastors in reference to conducting services. The thing about it is that people can practice their religion any kind of way they want. I just learned last week that a Christian don't have to follow the Bible. He doesn't have to do his Christ-like. He just can be the evilest person, email leaking person in the world, and still be called a Christian. So I realized that I don't know. People cannot tell me how they practice their religion. So my question to you all is that, hey, they can practice their religion. It's still falling underneath the First Amendment. We'll start off with well, what do you think about what I just said, Sargon? And then we'll go to the free form round.
Yeah, I think people have got the right to congregate as they choose. I mean, there's nothing to say it wouldn't be deeply irresponsible in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, let's assume it was actually worse than the coronavirus for argument's sake, because the coronavirus doesn't seem to be actually as dangerous as imagined. Although obviously it's not good. But imagine it was like Black Death levels where like 40% of the population are dying. I mean, does it justify taking away people's rights then? And when do they get those rights back? Who gets to decide? Well, I think that being free doesn't mean being safe, and got to take those risks.
But
I hate to do this. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I just want to say we all agree that rights aren't being taken away in this case, right? With the religion, like the Supreme Court literally found it constitutional.
No, that's what I say. We don't agree. That's what I thought was so weird, because we don't agree. There's not a broad agreement here.
The Supreme Court found it
constitutional right to be able to assemble peaceably?
No, but the Constitution, like the Supreme Court struck it down, like in times of public health or whatever.
There's no, they have not. No, they have not.
No, I mean,
two federal judges this week disagree with you. There's never been orders like the orders issued recently have ever been before the Supreme Court. Nothing like this ever happened in 1917, 1918. What happens is a real quarantine. A real quarantine is when there's one person who has a communicable deadly disease and you force that person to stay somewhere. That's a real quarantine. A lockdown of an entire city or an entire country or an entire state, that's never been upheld. And certainly these are violations of multiple rights, including your right to a jury trial, your right to due process, your right to an attorney, your right to peaceably assemble, your right to practice your religion. Two federal judges just this week found these orders unconstitutional. And so and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Coop and Dario agree with lockdown orders by government officials.
So we don't agree here.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm actually gonna dip out of this conversation because my position is pretty clear. I don't think it is something the government should be trying to justify at all. But thank you very much for having me, guys. It's been really interesting conversation.
Thanks for coming, Sargon. I appreciate you coming by.
Oh, dude, anytime. I really found this interesting because, like, I'm amazed at the nuances between the positions of people. Do you all consider yourselves conservatives and libertarians or not? What was the mix-up here?
I'm a conservative.
The people at the top are the conservatives, and the people at the bottom are liberals. And last username is ANCAP.
Right, okay. So it's just been a really interesting debate, and I've really enjoyed it. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Look forward to having you in the future.
Likewise. Absolutely will. Right. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Okay.
Bye-bye. See you, Sargon.
Okay. All right. Let me move my camera around. Okay, go ahead. Who was talking?
Yeah. Can I just read something from this First Amendment educational page?
Sure.
So it says churches would not be exempt from generally applicable laws. Cases that involve possible conflicts with free exercise and peaceable assembly clauses are somewhat more complicated, but in times of genuine public health crisis, churches, synagogues, and mosques are no more exempt from neutral and generally applicable laws designed to protect public health than any other institutions. So I don't know what you're getting your information from, Lecture Fan, but it seems pretty clear that this is what the First Amendment covers or doesn't cover.
Yeah, nothing that I've said is inconsistent with what you just said. And tri-federal judges is where I'm getting it from.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would like to see that. So I guess your argument is that it isn't a public health emergency or whatever?
Of course not. It's not my argument. Come on, dude.
No, what is your argument then?
My argument that it's unconstitutional when a church or when a government bans church. I mean, preposterous.
But it doesn't ban just church, right? That's the nuance. It doesn't ban just church. It bans all meetings, and then
no, it doesn't. That's the point. You can congregate at the grocery store. You can congregate at Walmart to buy TVs. You can go do all of these. You can go to the liquor store. You can have a big crowd at the liquor store buying liquor, but you can't go to church. That's unconstitutional.
You can go to church on a whereby meeting or a Zoom meeting, right?
Yeah,
No?
you could do that. But I mean, you could attend a service. I mean.
Because it's not the religion part of this is what's actually being counted, right?
So the order is only. So the order is only. So the order is that only churches aren't allowed to happen. Is that what you're? I mean, I understand because that's the only way that it wouldn't be constitutional. From what
Dude, look up. You can look up the two federal orders that came out this last week declaring these orders unconstitutional. You can read them. It lays it out all right there. And more importantly, these orders that have been issued recently are more extreme and more draconian than any other orders, and so it's still up for debate. And we've got a new Supreme Court, so it's completely up for debate right now whether any of this stuff is constitutional. I personally don't think any of it is.
Sure, but you would agree that so far the Supreme Court has found it constitutional.
No, I don't agree. That's what I just told you.
Okay.
Because there hasn't ever been any orders like this that have been discussed.
Okay.
This will probably get figured out in the courts. If anyone is actually charged with something, it'll make its way through the courts or it'll get dismissed. We
got people here saying it's okay for the government to ban churches. I mean, it's just insane. And then pretending that China is terrible. It's like, dude, you're just as bad as China.
Wait, nobody's targeting churches in their opinion.
Yeah.
They're just saying assemblies
because
the nature of the virus. The nature of the problem.
I'd point you to the two federal orders that just came out this week.
We heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just point you to this educational page which says exactly what we are.
Dude, I've read the Supreme Court opinions and the federal court opinions. So your little educational page isn't all that convincing.
I'm sure you're an honest actor in this conversation as well. I mean,
regardless of the legality, charging communities like a religious leader of a community, going after him legally is a really, really bad move by the government. It's the exact kind of thing that would turn the community against you.
Sure, but they're actively making money off of people suffering. I mean,
what?
They're not actively making money. That was one thing you said, Dario. I was saying that they're doing it to make money. I don't think that's necessarily.
You're cutting out, Brento.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. I said I don't.
You
think
mean the
that
church was making money?
Actively to make money.
Yeah, I mean, churches make money from donations. I mean, when people show up, they donate. I mean, is that really controversial?
It's
Yeah,
controversial
but
if you
it's not
say that
tied
that's
to
their
their
primary
reasoning.
interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's for their financial interest. They want to be
It's
the only church that's open.
it's
so they wanna-
anti-religious bigotry. It's anti-Christian bigotry. It's
I mean,
obvious.
I am anti-religious.
So are you saying that this was like a
You're a bigot,
scheme
okay.
to a money-making scheme by the church? It's like, all the
Yes,
other
this
churches
is
are closed.
Well,
Time to cash in. On...
Well,
wait,
Darius
wait,
saying that
wait,
this is the
can we-
only church opening, which actually
Yeah.
does make a little.
yeah,
a
if
little
it's
sense.
the only church opening and the rest of the churches are closed, obviously people are gonna go there and they're gonna donate to that church. I mean, is that really controversial? I mean, I don't know.
But there's still I find that accusation a bit of a stretch. I'd at least want to see some more evidence other
Yeah,
than
that
like,
seems like
underneath
wait, is it a-
capitalism.
Wait, is it a stretch that churches want to make money? I mean, I don't know. Have you seen all
It's a
the mega
stretch
churches?
that
No,
churches
they
are
wanna make money,
solely
so
interested in making.
they can
That's a
exist.
stretch.
But
No, I'm not saying they're solely interested in making
it's a stretch to
money.
say that the church only knew that they shouldn't open and only did in order to make money.
That's the
No,
stretch.
yeah, but that's not what I said, right? I
That's
said
the bigotry. Yeah.
That is what you said.
No,
well,
no,
if you're just
I-
saying that they made money, then so what?
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, it's
understood.
no. I'm
People
saying
donate
saying
because they like
no.
the
So yeah, so I'm saying
You're
it's
saying it's their
cynical.
motive.
Yeah, I'm saying it's cynical for the church to open as the only church in the area, which is inevitably gonna make sure that they make a lot of money, which is why it makes sense to go after the people who opened the church that made money, right? I mean,
You're assuming that money is the primary motivation. That's the
No.
cynicism.
no, it doesn't matter what the motivation was. Like, the fact of the matter was that they're gonna be making a lot more money because they're the only church open.
But
So
that
it makes
doesn't
sense
change
to
the
go after
legality
them.
of opening or not. That doesn't change anything.
Why
Trey,
is it
I-
good
I
to go
gotta-
after
I
them
gotta
just
run.
because they made money?
Well,
Trey,
I
I gotta
mean,
run. I'm sorry, I only scheduled this till 7 this week.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too.
Yeah, I know. We'll go ahead and wrap it up. So y'all want to go ahead and wrap up your closing arguments here, or Kelsey, since you have to go, we'll let you go ahead and then lecture fan, and then we'll go on down the line. So go ahead, Housey, with your closing argument.
My closing argument is just that the government should not be able to take away your rights and take away your right of free assembly, regardless of their perceived value of quarantining everybody in the country. They also shouldn't be able to lock down the economy just because there's word that a bad flu is going around. But you can find me at Halsey News Network on YouTube. You can find me at Hidden History on YouTube. I have a Twitch channel which I restream to, but I very rarely am like active in the chat there. Thanks everybody for putting up with me, and thanks guys for another very spirited debate. And anybody in the audience who's watching this, please throw Tree a donation or two. It takes a lot of fucking work to put these on, and she has been a fucking rock star in doing it. So thanks a lot, Tree. If anyone
Thank
could spare
you.
a couple bucks, then please throw it in her direction.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, lecture fan.
Yeah. My name's Lecture Fan. I stream on Twitch. I'm usually
no,
not this
you got
salty.
your closing arguments, and then and I mean just a quick.
I'm again. It's complete BS. The fact that some people would defend the government violating all of our rights like that just on a whim, it is really sad. Totally unprecedented. It's never happened before, and it's absolutely terrible. Usually, I'm not this salty, so come check me out, LCTR fan. Thanks a lot, Tree.
All right, thank you. And we'll go ahead and go to Brento. Or wait a minute, do y'all want to? I'll go ahead and end this. So we'll go ahead and have you all do your closing argument. So we'll start with Brento as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, because I don't think. Hold on, let me make sure. Like, does everybody else want to go or?
I'm good for whatever. I gave the entire afternoon to you, Trey.
Oh, that's so
Aw.
nice. So, so
And a plant.
I mean, because if you're not ready to go, then as a matter of fact, well, since it's like this, I will even maybe even just softly join in with you guys if you don't mind. So since it's like that, all right. So who was the last person that was arguing in reference to the churches and stuff like that?
He was Lecter fan, and then he dipped.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't seem like we really
So
disagree
here's the
much.
thing. Here's
on
the
this.
thing, all right, and I get this because religion religion is one of those things that is up there with as important as anything, as life, as anything. This is people that people openly give up their freedoms for their religion. I mean, as important as they think religion is. Sorry, and I'm sorry if I offend anybody by that, but that's just my view of it. You know, so I find kind of a contradiction there. Like as an anecdote in my county, right? Everybody was upset about the churches, but they got more upset when they closed the boat ramp. And as soon as they opened the boat ramp up last weekend again, so which people tended to congregate at, which is why they closed it down, then everybody quit bitching about the church thing. So anyway,
wow,
you know, kind of sucks, but you know, I wish they cared about religion more than their boats, but that's the city I live in. But you know, the church is extremely important, and this is a very, very, very touchy subject. But you know, it really is a matter of if my mom gets sick with COVID and somebody wanted to go to church, has taken up the last ventilator in the hospital, and she's put out back like they did in Italy, I'm not going to be okay with that. That's really where it comes down to.
Yeah, like what happens in a situation where we're not actually flattening the curve, right? Like what happens if like everybody's starting to die? Like then do we let all this go down?
But will it get to that extreme where everyone? That's a little hyperbolic, don't you think? Everyone is dying.
Yeah, I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I think that culturally, like we've done like a good job of flattening the curve. Most of us know that like that's like a really bad idea, and we should that should be our number one out in this case. But I mean, what if you are dealing with like the Black Death and like people are dying? Are you just gonna are we gonna stick by these principles?
I don't know. Listen, I'm genuinely upset when I hear these conversations online about like COVID and whatever, and people sort of downplaying the dangers of it. At the end of the day, I think it's rich that fucking people who do YouTube and stream or like work from home for a living are sitting here and not taking COVID seriously, when at the end of the day, the people who are going to suffer the most are minorities and poor communities who don't have like anything else to do.
Well, Dario, I'm so glad you
Just
mentioned
poor
minorities
communities.
because if there's anybody who's not actually respecting the quarantine, it is my Black people. Okay, I don't know if you've been watching.
Just because.
Hold on, but you can just you can't sit up here and say and just and think that it's just a religious people. Black folks refuse to quarantine, and they actually fight the police when they try to enforce it. So to sit up here to say that, oh well, you know, the religious people are being insensitive to minorities. No, I mean, you can't sit up here and not hold Black people accountable for the things that they're doing as well.
No, so I'm.
Why are they doing that?
That's not what I said. So the reason why the Black people aren't respecting the quarantine is because Black people are disproportionately poor. And they have to go to work. They can't afford to stay.
Hold on.
That doesn't make sense.
That makes no sense.
Why doesn't?
Hold on. Wait.
No.
I'm going to show you how that doesn't make sense. You're saying that because they're poor, that doesn't keep them staying inside the house?
Yeah.
How did you come up
Because they can't afford. Because they can't afford to stay at the house. Wait, this is definitely.
But are they going to work?
No, give me some argument. Wait, give me some arguments instead of just dismissing what I said.
They're not working. Where's your evidence that the Black people that are refusing to quarantine all have jobs?
Yeah, I think they had one case that could be like traced back to a gathering. But
wait, I don't even understand this argument. Wait, do you disagree that Black people are disproportionately poor?
What I'm saying is that hold on. What I'm saying is that this argument has nothing to do with the fact that Black people refuse to quarantine themselves, and you are taking accountability of them not quarantining themselves by saying they're poor.
This is an article. Wait, so instead of just making baseless assumptions and like baseless statements, this is an article that actually addresses this, okay? And it talks about how, listen, it says here, there are more acute reasons why Black and Latino people put more high risk in the day-to-day lives.
Really? You got a Vox article?
Wait, Vox? Okay, Vox is fake news.
Come on now. If you can use a Vox article, I can use a Breitbart article. If you can use a
what
Vox
is the actual? So where's the data that says that Black people aren't?
Okay. Vox is fake news. I'll find something.
How are they breaking the quarantine?
You criticize me for actually using Fox to actually report statistical data on the actual election. So don't give me that. I saw you do that, Dario. Don't sit up here and play like, oh, where you can use it. I use Fox News to show how many delegate votes that they had for Bernie and Biden, and you gave me shit about it. So now when
what are you talking about?
It's on your channel. I can actually go get it. It's on your channel. Okay. So you guys don't want to sit up here and pick and choose and what you can use. It is not fake.
Oh, but
want to put some money on it?
I'll find something else. Okay.
Okay.
But the actual? Is there actual source of data?
So that's
there's actual data that's showing this. And what does the data say exactly? Like, where are these black people going when they go out? Are they going to work? Are they going to have fun?
They're just congregating.
Do we have data that says that? That's what will resolve this.
Not in this Vox article. So here's the thing. I've been reporting. Let me tell you why I know so much about this, and not because I'm black. Was because when the whole virus came about, I know my people. I said, first of all, you're not going to make black people stay inside. They're going to want to play basketball. They're going to want to go out and have parties. You're going to close down the clubs, close down the basketball courts, close down the schools. Where are they supposed to go? They are very active. They need to stay very active. And so therefore, what are they you're going to tell them to stay inside in a very cooped up apartment? And the fact that they are poor, you have so many children as well as other people living underneath one roof. Why would they want to stay inside? They're going to come out. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, that's exactly what happened. And you saw nothing but a group of young youth just sitting on the steps, just basically talking shit to the police who try to break them up. You've seen a whole bunch of them at the basketball court arguing and this one happened in New York, where they said, we want to get the corona. Just if me and Tyrone and Ray, we want to get the corona, what the fuck does it mean to you, pig? This is the Zackle video that I'm showing, fighting the police saying, we want to play our ball. Leave us alone. We're not breaking laws. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like to sit up here and say, oh, that's just because they're poor. Come on now. No, they don't want to quarantine because they just don't want to quarantine. It has nothing to do with their economic status.
Yeah, and they're also extremely distrustful of the government too, right?
Yes, and the police. So you expect them to believe the police when the police are, come on, y'all gotta say 6 inches, six distance. You guys train black folks to distrust the police, but now you want them to listen to the police when it comes to basically social distancing. Come on now, which one you gonna have it at?
All right, Dario, let me okay, you've got it.
There were so many claims there, and I didn't disagree with like half. I don't understand what do you think my position is or whatever. I mean.
We'll reword it, Dario.
You said that they were not self-quarantined because they were poor. And I was like, what? That's what you said.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
You did say that too, Tree.
Yeah, you said the same.
It can be both.
I don't understand.
No, I didn't say they
one of the reasons you brought up.
I didn't say they weren't quarantined because they're poor. I said because he's saying that they're poor. The fact is that they're inside. When they're inside together and they live in ghettos, I'm talking about the ones in the hood because these are the videos I've been seeing. Okay, they don't want to be inside. They want to be outside. And I didn't say they are not quarantined because they're outside. I did not say they were not quarantined because they were poor. I did not say that. Okay. What I'm saying is that their living conditions, why would you want to be inside under those living conditions?
Because they're poor, yeah.
Because the house sucks, yeah.
They don't have internet.
Why what you said was inconsistent with what Dario said.
Yeah, nothing that, and like, I don't understand what you think my position is.
My position is, it's not because they're poor. I didn't say they were not because they just don't want to be inside. That's my, that was not my argument. Hold on. Let me speak it slow. Black folks like to be active.
But why?
Because I don't know why we like to play basketball. I don't know why we dominate the NFL. I don't know why we dominate the NBA. I don't know why we dominate the goddamn track and field. I don't know why we like to be fucking. I don't know
what did you think with Dario?
It has nothing to do with us being poor. It has nothing to do with us being poor. We're just very active.
You're saying it's economic, and she's saying it's social.
Thank you, Brento. Thank you.
No,
thank you. That's what I'm saying.
I feel like so whatever you want to strawman my position is like.
What do you think that Dario meant?
That's what you said. You said
no. Dario said verbatim.
No.
They are not quarantining because they're poor.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And you're saying the same. And you're saying the same.
No, I did not say that.
You're giving that as one of the reasons.
No, I did not say that. No, you're lying on me. You're lying on me. You're lying on me. Here it is. And last username. What is it that you're not hearing? Let me say it again. I don't. Am I speaking in Bonics? Hello.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why
they don't want to. They like to play basketball. They like.
Yeah, they don't want to.
They like.
So am I? Wait. So am I ever gonna make my point, or is everybody just gonna yell over me?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so how is first off, how is it? There's a lot of people in chat saying I'm fucking racist for saying black people are more poor
'Cause they're
than
mean.
other. Like,
Yeah.
nah, yeah, I don't know if it's a meme. Second
meme.
off, I am saying that black people disproportionately are going outside because they are poor. That is one of the reasons, and one of the like that. There's a very big social incentive to go outside if you're more poor because you don't have as many activities you can do inside. That's like one of the reasons. Or, for example, you're not covered by whatever insurance or whatever sick leave or whatever you possibly have from your employer, so you have to go out and work or else you can't survive. So the choice is either go out and work or stay inside and die. That might also be one of the reasons. There are many reasons. So do you disagree with any of that?
I don't see any. You didn't provide any data that was the
What?
case.
Wait, I provided an article. I can provide you another.
Are we going to exchange articles? 'Cause I
What
can
what
do that
data?
too.
No, what data do you want, Tree?
That
I didn't
supports
make
that.
any
That's saying
database.
that these people were actually studied, and that the reason why they got the COVID or the reason why they're outside is because of what you claimed them to be.
Wait, I didn't make any. I didn't make any data-based arguments.
You said
Yeah, there's like an inference to the best conclusion, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make any data-based arguments. I didn't cite any statistics.
Well,
the only data-based
you
argument I
asked
said was
me-
that black people are more poor than white people. That's not controversial.
Did you?
I mean, I can find you
didn't
the
say
data.
that. I didn't say that. You
But why
said
does
that.
affect them going outside more. You saying
I
because we don't
explained.
have-
I explained why. Because they have less activities to do at home. That's one of the reasons. That's also the reason that Tree cited.
And they have to go out. Well, they have to go out and
And
work.
they-
the ones that do
yeah,
have
they
jobs.
might-
and
and
wanna
they
keep
might-
hanging
and
on
Their
to them.
insides are not. Tree isn't arguing that they're not having enough fun inside. She's arguing that they don't fuck and what? Because they want to.
I didn't hear what you
Yeah,
said,
you
Brent.
broke
cut
up a
off.
little bit, Brento.
Oh, sorry guys. Well, Tree, I don't think your argument is necessarily that they're not having enough fun inside, therefore they have to go outside, right?
No, I'm saying there are multiple
I was saying
reasons.
that's Tree.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just don't want to stay
They
inside.
don't care.
They don't
care.
want to.
They're
They
saying
don't want
fuck
to do that.
quarantine.
Right. So you both
That's what
agree on
Tree is
that.
saying.
You both said
Wait,
that.
yeah, so we both agree on that. I mean,
Okay.
I didn't say it's
Tree,
the
do you
only
disagree
reason.
that being poor might also cause them to go out and work more
I don't,
because
I
they
don't think
have more need to?
I disagree with that because first of all, what about the middle class blacks? They're not even staying
No,
inside.
I'm talking. No, I'm talking on average, like on an aggregate. We see, like it is on the data says that more black people are disproportionately dying from COVID, and black people are disproportionately getting infected by COVID. So are Latinos.
I know. So have they controlled that data for income?
That
would answer that question.
I don't know.
No, but race and ethnicities you can control.
Yeah.
That
But the
data.
question, it's the income that we want
Honestly, and this is because I know somebody who works at the hospital. It's actually because of the conditions that the black population are prone to versus the ones that other races are. The heart disease, diabetes, all that kind of stuff can make the COVID worse, and that's what's been happening, at least in my area.
Yeah, but that has to do with like the death rate, right? Not necessarily the infection rate.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the death rate, unfortunately for the blacks here is a lot worse than the blacks. Wow.
Is that a Trump lingo getting into your?
I know, right? Jesus Christ.
Chinese virus. Am I right?
Yeah, no, but yeah, for black people in the area, it's actually unfortunately the death rate's been way higher. It sucks.
Yeah, I don't understand what you thought my argument was, Tree.
Was that
I'm still
because they were poor? Here's my thing. No, I disagree with that. My thing is that one of my, and I don't want to go on, I don't want to skip the subject, but you heard me say this before. One of the things of my biggest gripe with the left is that the actions of my people are always glossed over because of racism. They're poor. They're the descendant of slaves and this, that, and the other, and just basically zero accountability. I'm actually in an area where I'm in Georgia, You know what I'm saying? And I see my people out all the time. As a matter of fact, when on the weekends, you know what they do? They go over to abandoned to Macy's parking lots or parking lots where the stores have been closed down by the government because of the executive order by the Governor Kemp. And they go in there and take their cars, they blast their music, they bring out their liquor, their beer, and they have a party. So it's like, how does that have anything to do with anything with them being poor? That's their personal choice.
Okay. Wait. Yeah. So
like,
wait.
Do you want to hear people say like those black people are so irresponsible? Because I think, like, I can tell you why no one's going to say that.
So this is the
that
argument.
Not irresponsible actions?
Wait.
Last username. Hold on, Daryl. Actually, you off the hook. Is that not an irresponsible action? You're supposed to be self-quarantined.
Sure, maybe, but I'm saying, what do you want? Like you're saying, you want black people to be held more accountable.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
And so I'm saying, how do you want them to do that? Like, you want
when
people
they do something that's wrong, say, don't do that. Instead, what people do is like, well, no. We shouldn't blame them because they're poor. We shouldn't blame them because of systemic racism. We shouldn't blame them because, they're descendants of slaves. This is what I hear all the time on Twitch.
Okay.
I did not say that Dario is making this claim. I'm not saying that.
Can I come with a counter argument?
Can I say something really quick? It seems just like Dario, I think like when you say it's because of the economic situations that poor black people are in.
Yes.
What that argument sounds like, even if that's not exactly what you're saying and how it's used a lot, which is what Tree is saying, is that it's removing the agency from the people that are choosing to make that type of decision.
Yes,
and
I am.
It's
yes,
sort of like putting
100%.
them lower and being like, well, they can't help it.
No. Wait. Move back one step. So I am not removing the agency from black people specifically. I am saying I remove the agency from all people. I'm saying poor people generally make worse decisions than rich people. This is not a controversial statement. And more black people are poor in America than white people. So generally, black people will make disproportionately worse decisions because they are in a worse socioeconomic situation. I mean, this is not controversial.
That's like a circular argument, though, because you're saying that they're making worse decisions poor, and because they're poor, they're making worse decisions.
Yes, so it is a circular argument.
There's no point of decision.
No, it's not a circular argument. It is a self-perpetuating prophecy. That is correct. Unless we break the cycle, that is correct.
Darren, how many poor white people are getting COVID? How many poor white people are getting coronavirus?
Less white people are getting COVID.
No. How many poor white people?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can look it up for you.
If you want to put it to poor black people, then include poor white people. This has been my gripe. Is like, let's look at the black people only doing this because of the poor, and then when you want to make it to the whole thing about poor people in general, okay, then let's compare the races by their economic status. Then let's do that. Let's do it that way if we want to do it.
But by comparing the races, the economic status is implied, right? Because the races have different economic statuses.
Can you also provide, when you finish that one? I think I've heard.
I mean, I can't provide you all the stats offhand, Tree. I mean.
Okay, well, that's what I say. I'm not gonna stay on it. It's just that I want my people to do better, and if we don't hold their actions accountable, saying and just poo-poo it because of they're poor, I mean, how can they be at their best?
The thing is, you can do both,
best?
Right?
Wait. So
you can talk about both, personal responsibility for doing these things, and you can talk about the behavior of massive numbers of people according to their circumstance. Like these are two different ways of analyzing people and human behavior, and you can do both of them at the same time. They both have their uses. So, like I don't hear. So you're saying, Tree, that by pointing out that they're doing this because they're poor, that sort of excuses them, and you feel that kind of excuses them from responsibility.
Yes.
And you don't like that message.
Because I hear all the time
I think it's
on
possible
Twitch.
to talk about the correlation between the poverty and the breaking quarantine without excusing them. Perhaps
so-
by making that
wait.
explicitly clear. I don't know.
So let me make it explicitly clear. So let's say we have person A. Person A has $1 million in the bank, and let's say we have person B. Person B has $0 in the bank. Who do you think is more likely to break quarantine?
Person B.
Do they have
probably.
No. I reject this example because you're trying to say that person B cannot make safe decisions because they're poor.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying person B is more likely
Based
to break
upon
quarantine
what?
first.
Why?
Because they have to. Because they
Why
have to
would
at
they
some
have
point.
to? Why
Because
do
they
they have
can't
to?
live. They don't have money to live.
What are you talking about? They can't live. What does that? No. This is amazing.
Now you're
saying,
turning into an
yeah.
economic
Now you're making shit up. No, hold on, Dario. Here's the thing. You're saying that
don't
wait a
have
minute.
work or because they got let go from their job, not because they decided to stay home.
Exactly. They don't even have a job. So that's why they're supposed to stay at home. So these people have, first of all, we have had a huge level in unemployment. And you're saying that they're supposed to go out to a job that they don't have. That's why they're getting COVID-19. The thing about it is that people who
Maybe they're going out to try to get a job.
Try and get a job. Like what?
Or keep
there are
the
still
job.
jobs.
If
Like,
why is
else
this
are going
coming
out, you better
Like,
show up to work.
I'm literally saying nothing controversial, and you all are fucking. I don't even know how you can understand.
You're saying
Very
that
simple.
no, because I basically asked you why. Why does person
Yes.
B? Hold on. You're saying why does person B is getting COVID-19 because they have to go out and work, but people don't have any jobs. So why do they still have to go out?
To get
People
a
have
job.
jobs. Like so,
The job
Most-
market
Don't
is
have to get
closed.
jobs
So
to
how are
do
you
a
going to
job.
get
people
a
are
job?
still working.
They're- in this situation, Dario, they're not going out to
Thank you.
causing it. So that's not an argument.
The jobs,
wait.
first of all, jobs are basically going out of a lot of businesses are a lot of jobs are companies are going out of business. So what jobs are you talking about? They're not handling out. And not only that though, but those companies are supposed to shut down if they're non-essential. All right. So I'm trying to get this understanding of if they have been shut down from non-essential, including teachers. That's to me it's an essential, but they consider it non-essential. You're saying that, oh, they're still going out there looking for a job that's closed.
No, looking for a job that's open. Maybe
Which
an
one?
essential
What's
job.
open?
That's
What's
not the
open?
cause
The
of
essential
the
ones that
rise
are still going.
What? Like what?
No.
McDonald's?
Still
I am saying. Wait.
doesn't apply
I
to
don't
this
understand. Are you saying economics has no difference?
It's a general
Economic.
truth, but it doesn't apply now.
Are you saying economics makes
We are
no
talking
difference
about what's
whether or not
happening.
people
We're
go
talking
outside?
about we're keeping this relevant to now, Dario. We're keeping this relevant to now. I am
Oh my
saying
God.
that
Can we just move on?
I don't understand the point of this.
Yeah, like we're
discussion.
moving in
Understand the
circles,
point.
and like you obviously don't understand what I'm saying.
No,
It's just like-
are you not aware that a lot of jobs have actually went out of business and many of them have
Yes,
closed
we're
down?
he's aware of
So
that.
what?
We're aware
So
of that.
what?
Yes,
And I asked you. I said you said they got to go out and work, and I go work where? If the job market is actually basically almost shut down, where are they going to work?
It's not almost shut down.
That makes them break quarantine.
But like most of the economy is still going. There's still our jobs there.
My
There's still people going to
argument
work
is
and making
that
money.
he said that they have to go out of their house to get
All
to
he said
work.
was that if someone is broke, they're more likely to go
They
out.
are
If
more
they're in a
like-
desperate
And
situation.
then
They're
I
going to
asked
try
you
to go out
why.
and get one of those jobs that's
Because
still out
they're
there, or make
broke.
money some
you
other
guys
way.
act
Yes.
like we're in the normal times. The job market
It's
is
pretty
not
simple.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
Let's
not
be
simple as
specific
that.
here. Let's be
Wait,
specific.
wait. Oh my God.
Let's be specific.
No, wait. Tree, can I give it a shot? Can I give it a shot really quick?
Yeah.
No, can we just move on? Seriously, like there's
We can
no
move
moving
Look,
on from
I'm
this.
just gonna say your argument is something that Tree hears a lot, and I think a lot of on the left. And when you say like, well, they're poor, they're in a worse economic situation,
Yes.
therefore they're going out more. But that doesn't
Yes.
apply to this because they're not going out to get jobs when most of the economy.
They
is shut
might be. They might be.
Yeah,
Where's your
that's not
evidence
really
for
can't
this?
dismiss
You
it.
can't even
It's
prove
not really
that.
the case though. And
No,
the fact is like
no.
when you're saying
Wait,
that,
can you
it's because
substantiate that?
Do you have
Tree's
proof,
problem-
Brento? Can you
Do
give
you
me a
have proof,
source?
Dario?
Can you? No.
Tree's
Do you
problem
have
is
source
that
me? Can you source
by blaming
me?
it on their economic situation, you're removing agency from the people themselves because
I
you're
don't
not
give a
respecting their
fuck.
choices.
I don't give a fuck about your notion of agency. What I am
That's
saying.
that's the whole point.
No.
That's
What
the
I'm
argument.
saying.
That's what
No.
we're talking
What?
about.
No. What I'm saying is, if you actually look at fucking science, and sociology, we can make statements outside of agency and we can deal in probabilities instead of, well, they just chose. I don't know why. It must be the genetics or whatever. I am making statements based in sociology. I am saying if you're poor, you're more likely to go outside than if you're rich. That is not a controversial statement.
Go outside
No, it's not.
for what? No. Hold on a second. This is where I'm saying. Let's
There's
be
a
specific.
whole
Go
slew
outside.
of different
Then
reasons.
give me some, because I'm trying to understand what would make a
I
black
made them
person.
already.
Hold on, no, go
We
do it
gave you
again.
Try and find a
Make them,
job.
what
Try
would
and
make
find
a
a
black
job.
person go outside more than a poor white person go outside? I want to know what's going to make a poor
didn't
white
say that.
person go outside.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
I
well,
didn't
what
say
makes
that.
you said a black person had to go outside to go
Yes.
to work?
I
That's
said
the basis of the situation.
no. Oh my.
Oh, that's
God.
one of the
Oh
things.
my God.
There can
Oh
be a
my
lot of
God.
different things.
Okay,
I am-
but did you not say work? Did you not say one of the things, the reason why black people got to go out is to work?
It might be one of the reasons to find work if they can. Yes, if they're broke. Yes. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, or
because
if they're
that's
just
not the
poor in
case.
general,
That's
right?
not the case. That's
Do you
not
know
the
that?
case.
Can you find me a source that black people can't find jobs in Corona?
Actually, if we want to put some money down on it, because I've been showing so many videos of black people just sitting outside playing ball.
Look, I don't care.
Okay.
Listen,
No,
I don't
hold on,
care.
hold on. No.
I don't
Here's
care
the
about
thing.
your
Here's the
anecdotes,
thing.
okay?
Here's the thing. I'm gonna ask you this. If there's a study that is done after all of this is gone, is over with and done with, that shows that black people got COVID-19 overwhelmingly not because they didn't go to jobs or whatever, was because they refused to self-quarantine. Okay. How do we know who's right and who's wrong between me
But
and you?
why
Because
are they
I'm saying,
refusing to self-quarantine?
because
That
they
is what I'm
don't.
asking.
It's their choice. They don't choose to
But
say.
that's not an answer. That's not an answer. You're not giving me an answer. You're just saying it's their choice. That doesn't give me an answer. Why are they choosing?
prefer to. It's a
But
cultural
why?
thing. I'm telling
But
you.
why do they
hold on,
prefer?
calm down. It's a cultural thing where they rather socialize with each other. They rather play ball with each other. They rather dance, and they rather gather and drink and whatever it is, they like to socialize. My people like to socialize. That's the reason why. It's part of the culture.
Okay, but there could be many reasons why. Like you can't say this is always the reason why for every single black person, guaranteed, right?
I didn't say
So-
every black person. What I'm saying is that he
Right,
asked
so
me,
I don't understand-
He asked me why, and I said why. The culture says
Yes.
the culture
But-
gave us the reason we like to
But
socialize.
Dario gave you another entirely plausible reason, and I don't understand why you're arguing with him about.
Hey, guys, I've got to run. I'm so sorry. I had to put a hard cap on 7:30. But Tree, thank you so much for having
Thank
me
you,
on. I
Coop, for
appreciate
coming
it.
by too. I appreciate it.
No, I had a lot of fun. So
I did too.
I'll catch y'all later. Peace.
All right,
Good seeing you,
peace,
Coop.
peace.
See you, Coop.
All right. Okay. Yeah, my thing is that there's no evidence in reference to the black people are not quarantined because they're looking for jobs. I mean, my thing is that, but
But there's no evidence that they're going out to have fun. You
do
just said that I know my people.
accept
and I
video?
know
Hold
that they're
on.
in
Do
that.
you accept
No.
video as? Wait a minute. Hold on. Do you accept?
No.
Because that's
no,
what I'm
wait.
saying. So
I have evidence.
until-
I have evidence.
if
I have
you
evidence.
can't- if
I've
you
actually.
if you don't want to accept the video evidence, then my thing is that we'll just have to wait until actual polling or
Sure.
studies. A study
Actually-
has been conducted on black people on why they really
Sure,
didn't.
sure. Actually, I have evidence. I've called up actually 10,000 of my black friends in the US, and they all told me they were going out to get jobs. So there you go.
That's very salty.
No, but that's the same argument you're
that's very
making,
salty,
right?
but I just
You're saying
I
you
just
see
said-
people
I
in your
just
community.
I actually just basically just bowed out and said, why don't we wait? Because we can't prove your
But I'm
argument.
linking
Hold
you
on, hold on.
sources. You
No,
just don't
you're not.
accept my
Those
sources.
sources does not explain why they don't. You saying because they're poor, okay?
I mean, they.
Okay, hold on.
That,
Do you agree? Hold on, Dario. Do you agree that if there is statistics that actually interview these people, Black poor people to find out exactly why they refuse to quarantine. Shouldn't we wait? Shouldn't we wait for that instead of you just saying because they're poor and they look for jobs that they're
you couldn't even trust those answers though.
No, so what I'm saying is I'm making a logical argument. I'm not basing my argument off of data. No, I don't disagree. I say your argument is also plausible. Like culture probably has a big response as well. I'm just saying I think economics also has a big part to play in why. I'm making an argument of plausibility, and I don't understand why you can't like just say, okay, it might be also a reason because black people are more poor generally than like white people.
I didn't say anything about black people being more poor. We're gonna move on after this, but I didn't say that they're not. I'm not disagreeing with you about black people being poor. I'm saying that that's not the reason why they're not self-quarantined. That was my argument. It's not, because I know what happens is that people leave and they'll sit up here and misquote me or strawman me and this and the other. And I want to be on the record that I'm not saying that at all. Okay. That's what I'm asking. Do y'all want to play something happy so we can leave on a happy note? Y'all want to play a game?
Sure.
Dario.
We didn't talk about Trump once, by the way.
I know. Dario.
Orange man bad.
Dario.
Yes.
Dario.
It doesn't work as well because I can't see you.
Why don't you look at my stream?
All right, can you do it again?
Mwah, I love you. All right, so let's play this. You're gonna love this hypothetical, right? Here we go. All right, you must drink one of the following potions that will give you special abilities for the rest of your life. Which one would you choose? The potion of truth, where you could never tell a lie no matter what, under any circumstances or any situations? Or would you choose the potion of love, where you could never hate or dislike anyone no matter how evil they are to you and to those you love and care about? Which potion would you choose?
Easy. I'll take the potion of truth because I never lie.
Grimace?
I mean, are there situations that you would want to lie though?
No.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, if you get robbed and they say, give me the keys to your house, and the house has your family in it, you'll go and you just say, I don't have it. I mean, that's a lie. But if you take this potion of truth, you'll be like, I got it, but I don't want you to know I got it because I don't want you to go in there and know that I got 500 things and my kids and my child. That's the thing about the potion of truth.
Yeah. So like I would take the potion of truth. I would, because that wouldn't change much of my life. I'd just be kind of concerned about situations where I need to protect myself or somebody I love that would require me to lie, which I don't have a problem doing that. But like the other one is like more of an everyday effect on me, as opposed to the truth one is like maybe a very outside chance of it actually affecting me.
Okay. All right. Brento?
Oh man, you can tell the truth right now all the time. You don't need so I don't know, maybe I would choose like the love potion. Maybe I'm just being fair to people. Is that kind of the same thing?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, you could always tell the truth, right? I don't know, sometimes I have a hating somebody if they really piss me off, but yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I'll take the love one.
Okay. And last username?
The truth potion is really dangerous. I don't think you guys are quite grasp the consequences of that. I mean, that's basically taking the filter out of your mind so that you're going to say the truth all the time. I mean, that could get really, really ugly. Like you're going to hurt people's feelings. People are going to exploit you by they can manipulate you into telling them things that they have no right to know.
But last username.
These are good takes. Yeah.
But if the thing is, how could they manipulate you if you're always telling the truth? Wouldn't you always know the truth then?
Well, they can ask something that they have no right to know. Like if you're negotiating with someone, they can be like, are you bluffing?
It's true, you can't bluff.
There's lots and lots of perfectly good reasons to lie, perfectly moral reasons to lie. And the's many situations in which you're morally obligated to lie
that just
in
means
order
you
to
can't
protect people's
manipulate
privacy. No, it means people can manipulate you. If you can't lie, Pete, then you are vulnerable, and you'd be crazy. Like people who can't control what they say, we call those people crazy.
People who can't control what they say. I don't know, but not if they're only telling the
like
truth.
that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is
They only-
what you get when someone can't lie.
Kind of cool.
So I definitely go with the no hate potion. I don't think that's a big problem because it seems like I don't need to hate people in order to make wise decisions about how I interact with them. I assume I'm still allowed to like refrain from interacting with people.
Wait a minute. So you say you would choose the love potion where you couldn't hate or dislike someone.
Yeah, like there's no need to hate to dislike someone. Like I can decide, oh, that's a bad person. I like them, but I know they're bad anyway, so I'm not going to.
Oh, and
or are you saying that I just
Wait.
trust everyone and like?
Yeah, you have to act upon that love. Like you would be willing to be manipulated by them. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
You'd be
it's the
willing
same
to be
thing.
manipulated them because you love them, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. You don't choose to be manipulated by people you love.
But you can be like. You
So, like,
understand what I'm
I
saying?
don't just act that way around strangers, like people I don't
can take
know?
advantage of the fact that you have these irrational feelings towards them, right?
Well, it wouldn't be irrational. I mean, maybe you love them, but you can see them honestly. Maybe you love them, but you're like, no, you still can't have $500. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So basically I could just be like horribly abused by someone and I'd still love them.
Yep.
If you're a simp.
Yeah, it's a simp potion.
The simp potion, yeah.
I don't know. They both seem bad.
They are both bad. That's the thing. That's why I chose. I spent some. That's what I'm saying. One thing I do is I spend a lot of time coming up with these hypotheticals. And this one was a good one I came up with because it's like you're kind of like fucked either way, whatever potion you choose. You know what I'm saying? If you pick the potion of truth, people who are trying to murder you or to hurt your children or people you love, saying you will still have love and compassion. Like say for instance, you go into the courtroom and and the judge says, and this person wronged a family member of yours in a horrific way, and you have to give a testimony. One thing I noticed that when you're angry, you're hurtful. Let's use that the police officer, the female white police officer who shot the guy, and the brother was on the stand, was like, I don't hate you. I would never hate you. He was a true Christian as far as I'm concerned. He really forgave that police officer. And he's like, I love you. I want to give you a hug. Dude, I could never do that. That's the thing. And that's the part, and the part of the potion is that you don't see any evil. You see good in everybody. You forgive everybody. You have no ill words. He could have got on that witness stand and tore that lady up who killed his brother, but he didn't. He was like, I love you. I forgive you. And I just want to give you a hug. And I just want, Jesus to be with you. This and the other. Now that's a good Christian as far as I'm concerned. No ill malice, no hateful words whatsoever, good intention. And he forgave her and he loved her and he wanted to hug her. And it was so beautiful because it was so sincere. I didn't envy him because I was like, ooh, I just couldn't be that way. But,
Yeah. Well, I mean, what are you going to do? If it's honest, right? If it's honest and he's not just trying to
he's
do
a
that
Christian, so that's,
yeah.
That's why.
If it's honest and he's not lying to himself and saying this is how I should feel, if he actually feels that way, I mean, how is that not better than holding resentment for something you can never change your whole life?
I agree with that. Yeah.
There's so many little white lies though that we tell all the time without thinking about it. It's like someone asks like, how you doing? And you're like, I'm fine. So can you not say that? You have to be like complain about your problems. Or people are like, we should do this again sometimes. Like, yeah, totally. You say like, no, I hated this. This was awful. I never want to see you. Does my butt look big in this? Oh yeah, huge, massive butt.
It's pretty big.
Like there's so many little things that you like that would just accumulate. Like you destroy all your friendships and relationships.
Last username. I disagree wholeheartedly because I think it's the little lies that you build up between people that destroy friendships, destroy relationships between people. Like it might be hard to tell people the truth sometimes, but it's those little lies where you're not being honest that actually.
I think there's a lot of lies that serve as social lubricant that actually strengthen your relationships. There's boundaries, man. You gotta have boundaries.
It truly strengthens their relationships. It might make them function slightly, but I don't know if it makes them stronger. Would you?
Do you think like if someone says, "Hey, this good to see you. We should do this again sometime. And if you don't actually want to do it again sometime, you should say, no, we shouldn't.
No, you should say like, you can be like, you know, I didn't really have a lot of fun. I don't really want to do it again.
You really think that's a good idea to say that?
Maybe if you don't want to fucking do it, right? Otherwise, what are you going to do? You're going to do some shit you don't like again with somebody who thinks that you like them. And you just.
But you're not actually going to do it. You're just saying that
better or
at the
worse?
moment to avoid, pissing them off.
But you won't avoid it because then they'll think they're your friend and that you like being around them. Spend more time.
This is true.
How's that better? And
No, what you do is you say, yeah, we should totally do it again, and then you don't return the calls. That's the proper way to do it.
You're evil. That's not the way you're supposed to be straight up with someone.
Social lubricant.
Oh
She's
my
not
God.
lubricant.
Well, hold on, but
That's an ANCAP safe right there.
hold on. Like say for instance, if any of you guys, if I was to take the potion of truth, because you're right, it's like we tell little lies that are actually socially acceptable. When people say, how you doing? You go, fine. But instead of any one of you guys say, well, how you doing, Tree? I'm like, oh man, I am shitty. I'm on my period. Oh my God, I'm cramping. And do you know my fucking goddamn mail was late today? I'm looking for this check. I'm going from job to job to job. And a man done cheated on me. I hate that motherfucker. I want to just want to choke. And I sit up there and I waste your time for 20 minutes ranting you because you asked me how I was doing, and I can't lie and tell you the truth.
I'm gonna be honest with you too, and I'll be like, this is a lot, and I don't really want. Then we'll both be honest.
Oh,
and then maybe we'll fight or something.
Got him.
But
good point. Okay.
Like, and look, by the way, that's way more interesting than I'm good. How are you? No, you're not good.
Would you go out of your way to tell everyone how you feel about them?
Don't go out of your way. No, you don't go out of your way. You just tell the truth.
Well, so what's the difference? I mean,
because one person will approach you and you're not volunteering going to another person.
But then some tiny little innocent remark can suddenly force you to expose your feelings for someone where you otherwise wouldn't. It doesn't seem that seems like a kind of arbitrary distinction, right? Like suddenly they're just like, hey, yeah, we should do this again sometime, and now they have to find out what you really think of them, whereas they otherwise wouldn't.
You could be like, hey, if we're gonna do this again, let's do something else because I didn't really enjoy this or that. And here's the other thing. Last username. You're assuming.
But what if that's not the truth? What if the truth is you just can't stand them?
You're assuming that you're telling the truth all the time, right? So you wouldn't be going through some deceitful act of hanging out with someone and not enjoying yourself, and then tell them at the very end that you didn't have fun. You'd be fully honest the whole time. And so if you weren't enjoying yourself, or you didn't enjoy their company, or you weren't liking what you're doing, you'd tell them.
Is that any better?
There. Yeah.
Do you like people lying?
So in the middle of the date, they're like,
do you want people to lie to you last
this is fun. Then what?
Do you like people to tell you small lies? Do you like them being lied to?
Yeah, I don't want someone who's just telling you what they thought about me all the time.
Really?
I want a certain level of honesty, but I don't want someone to be have zero sort of ego boundaries and just tell me, by the way, I don't like you very much. That'd be ridiculous. That would be horribly awkward.
I mean, it might be awkward. It's a band-aid question.
But at least you know where you stand, though. Last username. You know where you stand.
I think if you saw what the effects of this actually would be, you'd realize that you agree with me that this would be that would not lead to healthy relationships if you were forced.
I think it would lead to many healthy relationships.
Yeah, I agree with Brento. I think because you know where you stand. No. Last username. When people lie to you, they're deceiving you to basically you have no idea if they're using you or they're basically just being friends with you to get some kind of gain off of you or whatever. At least if they have this potion, you know where they stand. You know where they stand.
But we're always doing that. We're always doing that.
Are we?
But hold up.
I don't think so, because I have people who sit up here and smile in my face, pretend they like me, and then talk shit about me, make mad shit about me behind my fucking back. So it's like I can't stand that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The only reason you wouldn't tell someone those kind of things is because you're afraid. You're afraid of them, or you're afraid of hurting them, or you're afraid how they're going to react. So that means that what's keeping you connected to people and what's keeping those lies up is fear. You're living in a relationship of fear with them.
I don't know. Maybe it's just that I do a lot of sort of deconstructing motivations and stuff, and I have a much more cynical view of people's motivations than you guys do.
What do you think their motivations is?
I mean, I just think that people have a lot of sort of selfish motivations for everything they do, and we sort of dress things up in these kind of nice sounding stories about why we interact with each other. And I guess some people actually believe those stories themselves. But you know, like you said, like what if someone is just using you for personal gain? Well, I think everyone is using everyone else for personal gain. People, you know, husbands and wives are using each other for personal gain. That's fine. That's how people work. You know, we're friends with, we associate with people, we have relationships with people because we enjoy them. We get something from being in a relationship with them. But I think if we had to be completely like frank about everything, about all of our feelings with someone all the time, it would just be horribly awkward. Like we can't, you know, we have to maintain our sort of private world.
Yeah, I think Brento, your take only works if everybody takes the truth potion.
No, I don't know about that.
Well, then you wouldn't necessarily get healthy relationships, right?
You get healthy relationships. I mean,
There's no way you would ever run into somebody who tells the truth all the time, right? And obeys these social, who doesn't obey these social lubricant, like last username said.
you wouldn't know if you met that person or not if yourself, right? The problem is people believe their own lies. That's where things really start to fall apart.
That's
true.
Ah, that's true.
Maybe it is the
Ooh,
problem.
God, that's just so
Which means
true.
that anyone who's good at sort of deconstructing their own lies is going to have a problem with this potion.
Yeah.
What? So let's talk about real quick, and then we're gonna go. I'm gonna end it at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, guys. But I do want to know the answer to this. What does one do with someone who believes their own lies? I'm actually dealing with that right now. With somebody is actually believing. You show actual statistics and books, and this had nothing to do with anybody on this panel. This is actual in real life thing. Okay, I don't want nobody to think I'm kind of like taking a slight side swipe. I don't do that. I actually name names if I'm coming after someone, but this is something in real life I'm going through right now in my real time, where someone has been lying so long that I've actually showed video footage and actually fucking statistics and everything to just put them on. They still don't believe in these facts.
Depends on the lie. Like I say, I think that everyone is just has massive, like, elaborate lies that they tell themselves all the time, and I think maybe people couldn't even exist without those lies. So it really depends on what kind of lie you're talking about.
I would say, Tree. Well, one thing is here, like, we're speaking to your real situation, but I would say this to anyone, okay? They think they know the truth, right? But they're believing their own lie, but they believe it's the truth, okay? Now, you think you know the truth too. So what you have to do is you have to be humble first, because that's what you need them to do too, because you got to be humble before you can accept that you made a mistake,
yeah.
right?
Everybody
So
has to
you
be humble in this situation, right?
So you personally in this situation have to be humble, and that means accepting that you could be wrong, even if you don't think you are, but you just have to accept that. And then what that means is that you have to talk to them and tell them honestly without trying to change their mind and say, here's what I think and here's what you think. And then, like, that's kind of like the point of acceptance. And you ultimately have to realize that you can't force someone to believe anything ever, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
It's kind of like you have to be humble to accept that you could be wrong. Then you have to be honest with them, and then you kind of have to accept it.
This person is already in sort of rationalizing mode, where you say that they're sort of willingly lying to themselves. Then that means they have a motivation to keep believing that lie. So the chance that you're going to change their mind just with sort of persuasive arguments is unlikely. You probably have to create the motivation for them to start being truthful for themselves. You have to provide an incentive. Incentive for them to stop.
You don't think the fact of them getting humble is going to allow that? Or then again, maybe not. I mean, if somebody could be humble and really believe that they're right and still won't budge, or am I off base here?
No one wants to feel humble, really.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Not really.
No.
The feeling of realizing that you've been lying to yourself is not a good feeling.
I will say, seriously, if I'm having a heated argument with someone I care about, or someone I respect, or someone I wish to have some kind of a friendship with, and I see that what they want to tell me is bothering them and everything, because I can lock myself down, but then I can actually humble myself and shut the fuck up. Prime example, and I got this. This is actually there's a videotape of this, right? Touring News have actually converted me from the climate change denial to believing actually in climate change, right? And so in order for him to do that, I actually shut the fuck up while he was talking. I did not like question anything. I just wanted to get everything. I wanted to take notes. And I humbled I don't do that shit. So that's actually humbling. I humbled myself. I was quiet. I took notes. And then once he was finished, then I would ask this, and waiting for his answer, not to respond, but to comprehend. And 95% of that was him talking to teach me and me being quiet. That's actually being humble. And therefore, my mind was changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think a good thing to always remember is that like if people are not like receptive to an idea, but not necessarily that if you're having a conflict with someone over something like this, right? Like there's a fear of like losing your authority on an issue or like maybe your trust in yourself, and not only that, but like to be humbled by another is sort of like, instead of just being humble yourself for having humility, like it's a little embarrassing. It actually kind of hurts, right?
Yeah.
And that's why people don't pull the Band-Aid off. So you're always asking somebody to sort of like it feels like you're degrading yourself a little bit when you recognize that you've been stupid. And so even if you're right and they're wrong, you're always asking somebody to sort of take that step and almost it feels like they're putting themselves down, even though they're actually accepting what's real and true, which is better and makes you a better person, right? But they feel like they're losing something, and so it can never be from like a perspective of like, fuck you, haha, I was right. Like you can't do that. It always has to be like kind of like a recognition.
Right. Yeah, good point. All right there, guys. So anybody want to say some last words before they go, and then we're gonna have you guys give some outros and leave your contact information. We've been spamming your links in the chat throughout the entire debate. So
Sweet.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll say I was really surprised to see it was Sargon that you were having on this week, which was amazing because I watched some of his YouTube from like years and years ago. He's still a big figure, so that was great. Getting to talk to him and hear his thoughts on that. Otherwise it was great talking to all you guys. Last username, Dario. Grimace. I mean, I talk to you guys all the time, but it's always fun. So, Tree, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Last username.
Yeah, it's been great. It's fun as always. I think this is a great show. I like the format and I like the vibe of it. So keep it up. Look forward to many more. That's it. Last _ username. Go check out my channel.
All right, and Dario.
Yeah, I'm Twitch TV/ScuffDario. If you're still not hating me, go and follow.
Who hates you? Nobody hates you.
Dude, everybody hated
no,
me
they
today,
don't. I don't
okay?
hate you.
It was rough. Tree.
Who's hating you?
Tree, you were fucking angry. You were fucking yelling at me, okay?
Dario,
everybody in chat was spamming racist.
Hold on, let me say. Dario, you mean a lot to me. I do value our friendship. I apologize if I offended you or if I was too mean. I don't mean anything by it. A lot of people think I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch to people I don't give a fuck about. Okay, but I'm not a bitch to people I care about. So I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything ill will about it. When it comes to Black issues, that is my hot button because I am so tired. I want best for my people. You know what I'm saying? I really do. And that's just one of the things that bothers me so much. It's just that the bigotry of lower expectation, and so that it goes that way. So I didn't mean anything harmful about it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know. I'm also half joking. I know your head. I know your chat loves to hate me. I'm like the antagonist.
I told you stop watching my chat. I told you stop watching my chat. You watched my chat the last time.
Yo, Randall, don't call me a fucking dirty liberal. Okay, I'm not a fucking liberal.
All right, and Grimace.
Grimace is a liberal. I'm not a liberal.
Yeah,
I
going
actually adore Grimace. I come in there and troll him sometimes and everything in his chat, but Grimace is a keeper, dude. Grimace is a fucking keeper. I do too. You two mean a lot to me. It's like you someone I can depend on and everything too. And like there's like I said, there are people that you guys, I don't like none of your fucking politics. I hate them. They shitty. I can't stand it. Right. But I like you as people. I like you as a person and everything like that. So, you know, just because you guys are libtard doesn't mean can't like you.
True. Same. Tree, congrats on these like big guests you have coming on. That's a pretty good, that shows like a lot of work to write all those emails and convince all those people.
Oh my God, you have no idea how much work that took.
Yeah,
I am
imagine.
so exhausted, and I'm kind of glad it's over. So yeah.
No, yeah, it seriously it illustrates the difference. Like somebody who like kind of wants to be a streamer and somebody who like really wants to be a streamer. Like I kind of want to be a streamer, right? But because like the difference is I don't go out and make these kinds of efforts to like grow my channel and actually achieve my vision. So like thank you for putting that on display for me. So like maybe I need to like put a little more effort into this. Like, what do I want to do?
I still feel salty because Twitch had me shadow banned for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so that shit was mind blowing. And then once they took me out of shadow banning, that's when you saw my numbers going through the roof, and people like, hey, here goes Sargon of Akkad. And I was like, y'all are 2.5 hours late. I'm sorry. You know, he's been here for a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, this is when people on the left talk about some right wingers like myself don't have a ground on complain about how we are mistreated on left leaning platforms. We saw it here on this actual stream where I was where I was shadow banned, actively shadow banned, and then I was taken out of being banned after I worked so hard, you know, to put this on and to get these guests on here. And I got some more big guests coming down the line. He's not, you know, I have connections to people. It's just that I'm going to say something. It's a hot take, but I'm just going to put it out here. With me being shadow banned with Sargon of Akkad, it makes me think, should I even waste my time bringing on big names onto Twitch? And I got a lot to think about. A part of me is, and I'm being serious, a part of me is thinking that I'm not going to do this again. And a part of me is like, maybe.
Why were you shadow banned? Do you know?
I don't. The only way I can say is because I'm the only right winger on this platform, and I think either hold on, because I know what you're gonna say. Well, what makes you think that? Either I'm a right winger or they hate Sargon of Akkad. It's either one of the other. It's either they don't like Sargon or they don't like me. It's one or the other. It's one
I didn't even know they did shadow bans.
Oh yeah.
On Twitch.
Oh yeah. They do. Yeah, they do.
Like I thought, if you break a rule, they just ban or suspend you.
No, they've been doing shadow banning on Twitch for a minute. Actually,
you're listed right now.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I said that. I said they relisted me an hour ago. I've been shadow.
Did it say something to you?
No, I've been shadow banned for 2. Look, if you ever get a chance, last username, go watch the beginning of the stream, and you'll see people say, "Tree, I'm following you, but you're not showing up in my follow streams. Tree, you're not showing up in politics." And sure enough, I went to the link and I go, "Hey, y'all, look. I'm live right now and I'm not being seen." That's called shadow banning. I'm being shadow banned. And people were also claiming like, "Oh my God, Tree." So many people were saying that they could not see me live. They had to actually physically come to my channel. And then all of a sudden, I think 2.5 hours later, I was unshadow banned. And then all of a sudden I had my followers flood the comment section saying, "Oh, wow, Sargon is here." And I was like, guys, the debate is almost over. You guys are, it's that. So I got a lot of thinking to do. I put a lot of fucking effort into this, a lot of work. And I just got to see if it's worth my time to do this again, to bring on big name guests like this again. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I got
Wait, is Sargon banned on Twitch? Maybe
yeah,
that's why.
But what
Is
does
he
Twitch?
really?
What's
Wait,
does
is he?
Twitch have to
I don't
do?
think he
No,
is.
he's not banned on Twitch. What's
That
the,
can't
he's,
be
Oh,
it.
okay.
he's banned on Twitter, not
Oh,
Twitch.
okay,
He's
okay.
banned on Twitter, not Twitch.
Fair enough.
So like, I mean, it wasn't shadow banned. You were unlisted. Like even people who followed you
That's
didn't show up
shadow
as a
banning.
follow.
Yeah, it's
Shadow.
Shadow.
That's shadow banning. Shadow banning is no one sees you but you. You see you. Nobody else sees you. So shadow
Okay.
banning means it's like, say for instance, like I follow you last username. If you were live, it wouldn't show me you're live. That's shadow banning. The only way I
Yeah.
would know you're live is because I went to your channel and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're live.
Yeah, I mean, it's really strange. Like I can't imagine. I don't understand why Twitch would punish anyone in that way and not even tell them anything about it. It seems very
Does Twitch really have
strange for
good communication
Twitch.
skills with the streamers here?
Well, as far as I know, there's nothing in the TOS about that.
No.
So
That's not my
it
question.
would have
My
to be
question
some sort of
does
secret.
Twitch have good communication skills with their streamers? Because that's one of the biggest complaints from streamers on Twitch is that Twitch doesn't have, the Twitch staff is really bad with communicating with them.
I mean, this is the first I've heard of any sort of punishment that is secret that they won't tell you about.
Well,
This is I'm gonna be honest, this is probably automated. I bet you got a bunch of reports and like Twitch will just respond with a way like, okay, you can keep streaming, but we're gonna unlist you, and then somebody's gonna get to it eventually, and they actually look at the reports and see what's actually going on, see if it was like spam or whatever, and then they'll either allow it, like unlist you, or just actually ban your channel. I assume that's what it is, because there's a lot of
that's a
streamers and they don't
possibility.
have that much personnel, yeah.
But it'd still be a weird way to do that because
That's a
she's still
possibility.
live, right?
Yeah, but like if something is really bad going down, you don't want people to new people like to run into it on accident, right?
But it was her followers. Like her followers couldn't even see her.
Yeah, I mean that's just what their delisting is, I guess.
yeah,
Like,
that's what
their
shadow
followers could
banning is.
be-
Yeah.
It's just weird to like not let her followers see that she's live, but they can still view her if they go to her directly. So like that's just a strange way to.
It's
to,
I think it's kind of like it's so that you keep operating, but you're unaware that anything has been done.
Right.
It's kind of like
Well,
when
except
your
she is
network's
aware.
rootless.
Yeah, well, because I went
Well,
to check
yeah,
it
you
out.
find out eventually.
Look, I gotta go to bed.
Okay, go ahead,
Uh,
Dario.
Good night.
Good night.
Later, Dara.
Get it, Dario.
Yeah,
yeah,
I've
it's
actually
tough, yeah,
I'm aware because I went to go check it out. That's why. So that's the reason why I'm aware. Okay, so
I guess that's it. I didn't get like the full outro. Yeah, I do plants. I got this new plant. It's a Staghorn super bum. I was gonna use it as like a hot like roast of somebody, but it never came around. But Tree, thanks again for having me.
thanks for coming. I appreciate you, Crib. You always do something different. You know what I'm saying? It makes me laugh every time. The last time it was the blindfold. Now it's the tree. So it's pretty cute. Thank you so much for coming by.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
All right, see you, Grimace.
All right. So all right. So yeah. If you guys wanna go, you can. Hold up, Brito, before last username go. Last username, you love playing the devil's advocate. I caught that shit today. It was like this is one thing about last username. I like this about him, except when he does it to me, where he tries to pick holes in your shit. You know what I'm saying? It's talking, well, what makes you think that? Well, where's the evidence for that? Well, how did you know this? And then it's actually frustrating until you realize he's doing it to you. And then you just have to just say, okay, go ahead and address it, and then he'll move on to another sneaky debate tactic or whatever that he does.
Not
And shit like that.
sneaky.
It's like
It's
it's
just good.
It's
quite overt.
actually it is good because I like when you do it to other people, but when it's done to you, you're like, oh, I seen this fucking movie before. Oh, fucking let's use it. You really doing that shit now? And it's like you have to like stop, get out of your fees, and just say, okay, I know how to handle this. Just address the question. Just address the question. Yeah, he'll move.
I'm just asking the straightforward question in this obvious way, not some dirty trick.
Yeah, I know. Answer the question.
The thing is, I have to play devil's advocate because like my actual views are so extreme that my answer to every conversation would be like, smash the state, abolish the government. And since I don't want to just be like bring that up into every single argument. I have to say, okay, well, I guess assuming there's a government, then I would want this.
You
So
know
I
what
have to like play devil's advocate for positions that I don't actually believe in.
I think I'm gonna stop doing the conservative ANCAP or libertarian and liberal vote. I think I'm just gonna do individual votes because um, you're always in the losing seat, last username, because you're in the center, you know what I'm saying? And people either the audience either swings to the left or they swing to the right. And your team never wins. So I think I'm just gonna list everybody's name and say who do you agree with more. I bet you'll start winning or come in the top 3 places that way, because I don't like stuff that's unfair, and I've been noticing the votes has been very not that it's unfair on purpose, it's just it is what it is. And because you're coming from an ANCAP or a libertarian or center point of view, that's the reason why your team or your side never wins any of these votes.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's any voting software that lets you do it, but if you're having 8 guests, you might want to give people like 2 or 3 votes so they can vote for.
Yeah,
like,
this
2 or 3
one will
people
allow
that they
them.
agree with.
Yeah, this one
that's usually-
will allow it to. I have to set it up, but it gives me the option to allow them to vote. I think they can up the vote to 2 different choices. I don't, maybe 3, but I know definitely 2. So
Yeah, you have a problem with like vote splitting, I guess.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, the other problem is that like I think have I ever had someone on the show who actually was like a libertarian? I mean, because like Sargon isn't really a libertarian.
No.
And Nate
But
Sway
he's
wasn't really
not.
libertarian.
But yeah. Actually, none of them are though. Nobody had People kept talking about that the conservatives are like the unicorns. No, I can get, because I'm connected with YouTube, I can get conservatives. That's easy. But to get actual libertarians, man, that's so hard. It is not easy. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not easy at all, dude. And so when they tell them like, okay, we get some libertarians, we'll put you on the side, but to have you in there instead of by yourself,
Yeah, because there's actually not a lot of real libertarians. I don't kind of feel weird using that term, but it's true. Like, there's a lot of
find it even
conservatives who call themselves libertarians. And
true. Yeah,
really agree with
that
most
shit.
libertarian
Yeah,
positions.
yeah. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you straight. I decided today to stop doing that because it was like conservatives, because even we had some liberals win the vote, and this time I think I'm gonna just basically just do it as individuals and just say, hey, vote for the person that you love their arguments the most, or you love their position the most, or side with them the most during this debate, and we'll just go off of that. So you not always like get 0 or a couple of votes because of your being in the center. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks again, Tree.
So thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys coming by. I appreciate it.
Take care. It's been great.
Thanks for
All
the
right,
invite.
bye.
See you, chat. See you last.
All right. Let's see. Oh man, I am exhausted. Guys, hold on. I'm about to go to the chat in a minute. I gotta read off. I had some people make donations, so I have to read that off. I didn't know until people told me. Oh no, just wait a minute. Did somebody else? Oh, I had a nice young lady make a donation too. I appreciate her. So Halsey Tree is Halsey made 2 donations of $5. Thank you, Halsey. Tree is hotter than any thought, but people don't simp for her because they are afraid she will beat their asses. See, when I do debates, I don't have the notification on ever. And then his next $5 was like, y'all people should thank Tree of Logic for these debates with some donations. She is the only one doing these debates. She is also hotter than all the ethos. Simp for her, you simps. No, not ethos. Pay up, people. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to give this a. Thank you guys. I'm gonna have to Operational Man, hey girl. Yeah, Operational Man, yeah, because we had Sargon of Akkad on, I had to do it a little earlier than usual because I had Sargon on, and he's 7 hours ahead of us. I thought it was 6 hours, but he's 7 hours ahead of us. And so I brought him on. I brought him on as one of our guests. So that's what I did. And so I know some of you guys coming here to start the stream at 8 o'clock, but oof, God, I'm gonna talk to you guys for 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna definitely and that fucking Mark Monkey telling us somewhere, yeah, you're shadow banned, so you should let me snipe off your stream. These freaking people are a goddamn trip. Thank you guys. I'm glad you like my stream. Thank you. I'm glad you like the debate. I worked fucking hard for it. Thank you. It was a success. Soon as I got out of shadow ban, that's when my fucking numbers started really going up. I mean, to be over 100 views with while being shadow banned is pretty good. It's fucking awesome. I mean, but still, these people. Hey, Sasson. These people, oh my God. I got shadow banned, and then all of a sudden I got some fucking progressive tanky talk about something where I'ma just snipe off of your content, which is against TOS, by the way. Okay. I worked so fucking hard to do these to get everybody organized, to get here on time, to get the questions out here, and you're just gonna fucking just write off of my shit. Well, I ain't the only black person he rides off their hard work. Ooh, yes, I did. I tell you, I need to goddamn. I'm going to be adding more members to the I Hate Tree of Logic support group because these people are a trip. I mean, but you know, saying keep making me famous, keep making me famous, keep speaking my name, keep putting my name in your titles, baby. I know it's gonna get you views, but it definitely get me a lot of views. So yeah, you guys love the debates. I'm glad. Yeah, that shadow banning made me angry, dude. I was like, I'm being shadow banned. I'm being shadow banned, y'all. Look, I'm being shadow banned. It was amazing. It was like, oh my God. All right, let me get out of this. I need to get out of this. How do I get out? I don't even know how to. Guys, I don't know how to leave my own stream. Okay. I'm getting dumb. Oh my God. Okay, let me just close it out. Coop is one of my favorite people. He is so cool. That he was really great. I'm glad I'm glad he was able to make it. I'm glad I asked him, and I'm glad he was able to make it. Oh God, we got another big one next Sunday, and then I'm just gonna do these once a month. You wish Sargon was louder? Was his mic too soft? Because you know he has a soft voice. You know what I need to do? Let me ask you guys something. If I was to sign up for, oh God, if I was to sign up for the Discord Pro, does that allow me to turn people's volume up on their on the Discord? Yeah, Sargon has a soft voice, so that's the reason why. My brain is still in recovery mode from all the high level ideas. Last username was kind of loud. Well, last username has a soft voice, so he should be loud, actually. I can't even hear what you guys hear. That's the thing. I would have to use this computer to hear what you guys hear. Sorry when I did something wrong at the beginning and at this one person said hell. I thought, what the fuck? No, it doesn't always mean Hail Hitler or anything like that. It doesn't mean. That's why I say that's why I was like, don't talk to other people. You're misunderstanding their intentions. It wasn't a racist thing. No, Warden. I can't. Their mics are always at 100%, but I can't for free move their mic to 130% under Discord. I can't do that. You can turn people's volume up already. Just right click their name in the channel. I do that, but you can't go past 100%. See, when I clicked on his name and it was already at 100%, I wanted to take it to 130%. I couldn't do it. Yes, you can pay Discord Pro and change the volume. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Yeah. You can go up to 200%. Not under the free one. The free one you can't. No, I can't. I have to pay for it. I have to pay the Pro. I have to pay the Pro to go up to 200%. And that's why I was asking, if I pay for the Pro, am I allowed to? Nitro is $10. Oh, Steven, you wouldn't know. I guess it's worth it if I'm gonna have. Well, let me just see. It might not even be worth it if I'm not going to bring on big guests like this again. That's the thing. I don't know if I got to think about that though, guys, because I know some great people. I know some big people, and if I'm going to bring some big name people to Twitch, I have to think about that. So, and look, and this is the hour I'm up. I'm going on. And by the way, if you guys were talking to me, I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm going to get off of this in a minute too. At 8:30, I'm gonna let you guys know right now. At 8:30, I'm signing off. At 8:30, I'm signing off. Thank you, Master Chef Mike, for being happy for me. But what else? What was I gonna say? No, shoot. Y'all didn't see that. I don't like my weapons. I hate when I'm some people like to show their guns and shit like that. I don't like doing that. I don't want people doing it. Yeah, did that Mark Monkey, that's his name. What did I say? What did I call him? Mad Monkey or whatever. But see, this is not a good person anyway. This is not a good person anyway. That's what I would never invite him. I would never invite a piece of shit like that on my fucking platform. You see how we was doing that? Trying to like act like you helping me out. What I've noticed, I'm gonna say this on this platform. As a right winger, I've noticed that there's a lot of lying ass liberals. Definitely the progressive. The more progressive they are. Hold on. Let me stop saying liberals, because as of now, the majority of people I absolutely despise on this platform are fucking progressives. Like real, and half of those progressives are tankies. You know what I'm saying? And these people are evil. These people are evil. They're just as evil as the Nazis I deal with on YouTube. Isn't it something progressive on? But then you got some liberals that are few of them that do some fucked up shit too. And it's like, I must be awesome when you gotta constantly go on First of all, I'm fucking famous if you gotta goddamn put my fucking name in your damn um uh title while you live stream. I mean, whatever you gotta do to get that clout, do it. But the thing about it is that you never catch me putting that motherfucker's name in my goddamn title. How I'm not gonna attract no views. He'll attract views off of my name, but not the other way around. Not the other way around. Go down. Hi. Hi. Yes, he is a coward. Mark Monkey is a coward. Tell me something. I'm sniping your content live, even though I'm breaking TOS, because I'm helping you out. What? How the fuck you helping me out? Hi, Electra fan. I felt bad. I got a little angry and mean towards the end. Oh, no, no, no. You know what I think it is, Electra fan? You know what it is? It's not you. You're fine. I feel irritated too, because you know why? We are such the minority here. And I think the fact that you just saw how they treated me, they treat you worse, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, it makes you think like, God damn, like when will people be accountable for their actions? And, you know, if you have good arguments, why do you got to treat the opposing side like shit and do shit like steal their content, deplatform them, report them or whatever? You know what I'm saying? And just the thing about it is that we are a minority here. I don't know. I'm just guessing, Lecture fan. I'm just guessing because you know you are on here more often than I am. I only stream here on Sundays, so I mean you may be catching it all kinds of ways. I only stream here on Sunday. I'm banned off of Twitter, so these motherfuckers can't get at me that way. And you know, and for anyone who's on the right, okay, and you're on Twitch, you are the extreme minorities, and you're surrounded by people who actually just hate you just because of your politics. Could be, I'm not sure what gets to me. Yeah, I know what got to me today. Several things got to me. The deplatform started it. And this is a lot. I'm not the deplatform, excuse me. The shadow banning got me the first time, and then moving on down the road got me after that. So, but well, let me ask you something, Lecture fan. Lecture fan, are you about to go live? Because if you are, I'll raid you. But if you're not going to go live, I'm just gonna end the stream. Maybe all that other logic bros who use whatever. No, Lecture fan always does well. I mean, I really want the best. And that's another thing too. You guys can see I was probably going to stream again. Well, if you do it by 8:30 or 8:35, I will raid you. Okay, great. Yes. That should make Lecture fan. Y'all when he goes like cuz at 8:30 I'll raid you, Lecture fan. Y'all go show my conservative brother some love. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. And I'm a little angry too, you know. No one does what I do on this platform. No one. No one can fucking touch me when it comes to putting on a good debate. Nobody can touch me when it comes to getting good guests and to basically doing my best to get good guests and good representation from both sides or all three sides. I really care about the exchange of ideas and discussions. I probably give more shits about it than others. And people are intimidated about it and they're trying to bring me down. They're not going to succeed. Now, whether I stop bringing big name guests like this to this channel, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. But I do what I do because I'm good at what I do. And haters going to hate. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Keep saying my name. Keep going all over podcasts and say my name. You giving me publicity. I love living rent-free in these people's heads. And I'm really proud of myself that even though I was shadow banned 110 fucking viewers, shadow banned, and I'm making that goddamn number. Shadow banned. Shadow banned, and I'm still pulling them fucking numbers. So I don't know. I'll tell you this. I'm really glad it's over though. CIA. The CIA. I say his name right now. Did you hear about Hunter Avalon being a political version of iDubbbz by living the right? Hunter Avalon. Hunter Avalon was never a right winger. I don't know why people are lying about Hunter Avalon being right wing. When I was on Twitter, when I was on Twitter, the CIA, did I say his name wrong again? I'm sorry. How can you prove that you're shadow banned? Go watch the earlier. The proof is in the beginning of the clips. We're not going over that already. We just talked about it on the podcast. Rewatch the video, rewatch this VOD, and you'll see within the first 2 hours, everybody talking about me being shadow banned, and I have proof in there and this, that, and the other. I'm not gonna go there. You said it right. I did. The CIA. I said it. The CIA. Okay, great. What was I saying? What was I saying before I got into there? Watch the VOD. Yeah. You gonna watch the VOD? Okay. Did you time out everyone for an hour? You wasn't timed out. What are you talking about? You timed out for? Nobody can get timed out for an hour. Oh my God. What was I about to say? Oh, guys, what was I saying? What was I saying? So let me see what I was saying. Oh, Hunter Avalon. Hunter Avalon was never right wing. When I was on Twitter before I got banned for calling goddamn David Duke a racist ass grandpa, and they permabanned me for ageism against a fucking Klansman. I remember having a dialogue with Avalon because he was part of the skeptic community. You know what I'm saying? And people were saying that Hunter Avalon was a conservative. I said, no, hell he ain't. He's just a fucking skeptic community. He's a reactionary skeptic community. I was like, what makes you a conservative? So then I asked him about gun rights. He's okay with gun control. I'm like, fuck gun control. That's a right winger. A right winger like, fuck gun control. A non-right winger is like, well, universal background checks is okay, and I do believe we should have what else did he see? Because my fucking account is banned, which was a long time ago, 2017. I can't go back and get that fucking conversation. But Hunter Avalon was never a right winger. What I believe has happened is this. I believe that the left want to have somebody to brag about, saying, look, we're converted someone. Oh, but no, he was a centrist, and he's still a centrist. And this is the reason why that makes me so angry about Trump, is that we got a Democrat posing as a Republican, to where we got so many people pretending they're conservatives when they're really nothing but libertarians or jaded liberals. Okay? People don't even ask me certain political questions. They just assume that I'm a Trump supporter, that I'm okay with prison reform and all this other bullshit, and they really don't know. Because they just put me in the same category as everybody else. But no, Hunter Avalon was never a right-winger. You can maybe call him a conservative libertarian, but a right-winger, no. And then this whole thing about him saying, I looked at I didn't agree with what the alt-right was saying. I don't agree with the alt-right is saying either. So you saying you have to be a right winger to agree with the alt-right? That's why I know he's not a fucking alt-righter. You don't think prison should be reformed? Fuck criminals. Fuck that. I'm a right winger. Congratulations. You met a real one. You met a real right winger. You've been dealing with these fake ass motherfuckers on goddamn Twitch and Twitter all your fucking life. You don't know a real right winger if she goddamn spit on your fucking face in Minecraft. God damn. That's why I fucking hate talking about like you guys don't know a fucking right winger when you see one. You see so many motherfuckers say that they're conservative and you go, oh, right winger. I am the only right winger on this platform. The only right winger. Okay? We about to go raid a Republican conservative. Okay? I am on the right of Lecture Fan. Okay? You understand me? You get me? You know what I'm saying, Vern? You know what I'm saying, Vern? All right, guys. Listen, I want y'all to go into Lecture Fan's chat and what we gonna say? We're gonna say what we're gonna say? We're gonna say we gotta say something fun. Y'all gotta say something to cheer him up. Oh God, I am so tired. What we gonna say that's gonna cheer him up? What could we say that's gonna cheer up Lecture Fan? Oh, I know what we're gonna say. Y'all know what y'all gonna say? Go ahead and type this in there. Go ahead. Ah, Nestor, you stole it from me. I was going to say the same thing. Go in there and say Jesus love you. And if you're the kind of person like I don't want to say that, say Trump 2020 or Jesus love you. I exactly was going to go there because he's a Christian. You know, I'm a Christian too, by the way. I just found out I can be a shitty person and a Christian as well. You know, okay? But no. Lecture Fan is actually a good person. So let's see. How do I hold on a second, guys? Oh God, I gotta get his name. LCTR Fan. Okay, let's see. Y'all go in there and say Jesus love you. Okay. Go in there and say Jesus love you and or say Trump 2020. Give him some love. I'll see you guys next Sunday. Destiny's going to be the guest next Sunday, okay? Destiny's going to be the guest next Sunday at 9 o'clock, okay? I love you guys. I'll see you then. Laters. All right. Let's